Hokage I can only use Xianju, Chapter 1-20. Chapter 1 Limited Ninjutsu System. Fire Country. Konoha Ninja Village. I'm exhausted. With a strong gasp, Feng Yao, who had exhausted chakra, collapsed on the ground exhausted, sweat soaked his back. Feng Yao was just practicing E-level ninjutsu clone. This is for in response to the graduation examination of Konoha Ninja Academy, he can now divide into 3 clones. Feng Yao is not a person in the Naruto world. He accidentally crossed over from the Earth. On Earth, he is just an ordinary office worker in his 20s. He grew up living in China since he was a child, and it was difficult for him to integrate into the Naruto world. Fortunately, he traveled through it at a young age, and others could not see his flaws. As a traveler, he is a die-hard fan of the anime Naruto, and he is familiar with various main plots, but he is different from other travelers. He didn't cross into the Maelstrom, Hyuga, Uchiha, or any of the great clans in the Thousand Hands, which is also very depressed for Feng Yao. After all, in the world of Naruto, writing round eyes, white eyes, and sealing techniques all need to be mastered by such big clans as Uchiha and Hyuga. Even the amount of chakra is closely related to your origin. For example, the chakra amount of the Whirlpool family is naturally more than others. I was just born into a very ordinary family. My father was a chunin, and my mother was an ordinary person, with neither a strong line of blood, nor a terrific shaman, etc. A long passerby face, such a result is obviously a cannon fodder in the future. Although Feng Yao, who is a traveler, knows many secrets in Hokage, if he is not strong enough to expose these secrets, I am afraid that he will be silenced the next day. This is the sadness of the weak. Which man does not have a dream? Feng Yao naturally wants to be famous in the ninja world when he comes to this world, but it is already very difficult for him to practice a few E-level ninjutsu. What about punching Uchiha and kicking Otsutsuki? Fortunately, diligence can make up for one's selfishness. Feng Yao is one of the hardest working people in the ninja school. After all, if he is really a mess in this world, how can he be so embarrassed to say that he has passed through? Clone. Break free. Substitute. Alteration. This is all the ninjutsu that Feng Yao has mastered at present. Yes, there are only a few of them. When I watched the anime before, I felt that it was just a few handprints and then released it when I shouted ninjutsu. But the reality is cruel. Ninjutsu is very difficult to learn. One is to refine chakra. The second is the ratio of the ninjutsu seal and the mobilized chakra. Feng Yao is 12 years old this year, but he has only mastered so many E-level ninjutsu, but he has already mastered the basic knowledge of the academy. Not to mention the strong ninjutsu, at least there is no problem in graduating. Silently thinking that after graduation, he must find a teacher to learn more advanced ninjutsu. He turned over and got up and walked towards the ninja academy. Naruto, stop me you little bastard. Ha ha ha, you are so annoying. To actually do such a damning thing. Several figures quickly flew over the house and kept moving, and disappeared from sight after a while. Feng Yao looked at Naruto in the distance, the protagonist of Hokage. He understands that the current Naruto just wants to attract everyone's attention, and only after he travels to Hokage can he really feel the indifference of everyone in the village to Naruto. To be honest, even his parents in this world advised him to stay away from Naruto, saying that he was a demon fox, and almost didn't give Feng Yaojun a laugh. He who had seen Hokage scoffed at this idea. The 4 generations sacrificed their lives to save just a bunch of ungrateful and ridiculous people. He has a good relationship with Naruto and has always been close to Naruto on purpose. After all, if I really don't get along well in the future, I still have such a thigh to hold. Hey, Naruto. Wow, Iruka-sensei. Looking at Naruto, who was seen by Iruka teacher through the cloak's invisibility, Feng Yao walked up to say hello. Iruka-sensei, what are you doing, Naruto? This. Naruto, who looked at Feng Yao, was overjoyed. Just as he was about to say hello, he saw Iruka's already blue face. The words choked back again. Feng Yao looked at the statue of Hokage in the village. The graffiti on it is Naruto's masterpiece. This also corresponds to the beginning of Naruto's legendary life, but his arrival will make Naruto change the world a little, perhaps a speck of dust or a storm. Now it's class time. Go back to class for me, so do you, Feng Yao. So Feng Yao and Naruto returned to the class of the Ninja Academy. Because they knew the script in advance, Feng Yao had mastered the avatar technique for this graduation exam. During this period of time, I also deliberately focused on practicing. It is appropriate to be promoted to ninja and get a forehead guard. Feng Yao glanced around, and the class was full of people who would be famous in the ninja world in the future. For example, Uchiha Sasuke, Shikamaru, Haruno Sakura, etc. If you don't work hard enough, you will be easily defeated by these people, and you are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Naruto, do you know that you have not passed your graduation twice? Now is not the time to be joking, you idiot. Naruto turned his head away dismissively, looking like a dead pig not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Even Feng Yao couldn't help laughing when he looked at Naruto at the moment. Who would have thought that this guy who doesn't even know how to clone himself now would be someone who could subvert the entire world of ninjas in the future? Everyone, listen, today's transformation test. Those who have passed the test will also come to me. Hey! Naruto will blame you for this guy. What's the matter with me? Everyone made a voice of refusal. Feng Yao touched his nose. He was very good at the transformation technique. Right now, there are very few people in this class who can better master basic ninjutsu than him. He put his head in his hands, leaned his chair on the stool and watched the person in front of him take the test. The first Haruno Sakura. Naruto's eyes seemed to be attracted as he watched a pink-haired girl step forward. This girl was Haruno Sakura, who had mixed reviews in Hokage. Behind the cute appearance hides a violent heart, or Naruto is too young, isn't Hinata fragrant? While Feng Yao was kneading his aching arm due to the training just now, while waiting for Iruka to call him, suddenly there was an ethereal voice in his head. Ding! The system has successfully bound it. Congratulations to the host on whether the Binding Ninjutsu Limited system is now activated. What? System? True or false? I have been in the Naruto world for 12 years and finally waited for my spring. I thought I was an ordinary salted fish. Afraid of death, he even hugged the protagonist's thigh, and finally waited for his golden finger. Feng Yao's excited fingernails were deeply immersed in the flesh, and he silently responded in his heart. Activate. Congratulations to the successful activation of the host. Please allow me to explain the power of this system. This system allows the host to randomly master a genre or level of ninjutsu in the ninja world. For example, the host can directly master all A-level ninjutsu. When the system draws A-level ninjutsu, the host can only use A-level ninjutsu to fight with people and complete tasks, and cannot use any other ninjutsu magic or illusion. After each extraction, it will be replaced once every 6 months. Since the host has just been activated and it has been automatically extracted, now the host can master all the fairy jutsus that appear in the ninja world, and can only use the ninjutsu or any ninjutsu or taijutsu host except the fairy jutsu. Will not be able to cast. Really? I can master all celestial arts. Wait, but I don't have chakra. Hearing Feng Yao here is extremely excited. He who could only learn E-rank ninjutsu suddenly can master all the magic in Hokage. It's like a poor ghost who lived on the street yesterday suddenly hit 100 million. But when he calmed down, he suddenly thought of the settings in Hokage. The release of fairy spells requires the use of fairy spells and chakras to enter the fairy mode. The fairy spells chakras absorb natural energy on the basis of body energy and spiritual energy and fully integrate it to be able to form. And entering the immortal mode requires a huge amount of chakra, and going to the 3 holy places to practice. If you want to grasp the natural energy now with your own chakra, it is simply impossible, and it will become a part of nature for nothing. There are very few people who can enter the fairy mode in Naruto, and even Jiraiya is not a complete fairy mode. It can be seen that the difficulty of mastering the fairy mode. As a powerful system, if you want to make the host stronger, you can't give too much help. You have mastered all the fairy techniques, but the host needs to find a way for chakra and fairy mode, and the 3 Holy Land systems will be in the inform the location in the task given to the host afterward. You idiot, there is no immortal magic chakra unleashing a fart magic. What is the use of mastering it? I am not enough to see chakra, and if you think you want to enter the 3 holy places, you will enter. You should be you home. You get 9 yuan for free shipping on this system. Don't you think it's too embarrassing for other systems? Warning the host that if he insults the system, he will be wiped out. Cough. I'm joking, there can't be another way. This is my first time binding the system, so I don't have a newcomer gift package. No, but I will arrange tasks for the host to improve the host's strength, including improving the host's chakra. It's barely okay. Wait. I can't use any ninjutsu except shanjutsu now, so what about the few ninjutsu I learned? Whether there is a problem with the host's memory, of course it cannot be used. Hearing this, Feng Yao was as uncomfortable as eating a prickly booger. Isn't it, eldest brother? A mortal jutsu can't be used ninjutsu, so I'm not allowed to use it. It's the first time I heard that the binding system can still lose its strength. What's the matter? Well, considering the host's poor talent, aptitude, and strength, this system will help once again, giving the host the first quest, task goal, steal the Book of Seals, within a 1-month period. Reward. The host increases tenfold. Chakra volume. Slogan. Young teenagers, let's go the way the protagonist has walked. Looking at the quests and rewards Feng Yaoqi gnashed by this system, this is not as happy as obliteration. Steal the sealed book. What is the sealed book? It was a forbidden book that was personally sealed by a generation of Shima, and it was strictly guarded. In fact, Naruto had the acquiescence of 3 generations to get the Book of Seals in the early stage. Otherwise, how could a Naruto have the ability to do things that even Joe Ninja might not be able to do, and now he even has a few basic ninjutsu skills. Cannot use, once again weakened his strength. And the reward that this gives looks rich is not the case, because the amount of chakra in Feng Yao's body is very small. Even if it is increased tenfold, it should only be able to reach a normal level. I am afraid it is not more than half of Naruto's. Then what if this task cannot be completed? The task cannot be completed directly obliterated. Feng Yao silently scolded the system for a few more words, and then saw that Naruto was on the stage next. Seeing Naruto, Feng Yao suddenly had an idea. Maybe stealing the Book of Seals does not need to be stolen by himself. Next, Naruto. No problem, transform into seduction art. I saw Naruto transformed into a big beauty with blonde hair and double ponytails, and Iruka on the opposite side had a nosebleed. This is a ninjutsu that even Naruto and Otsutsuki can't resist. Feng Yao looked at Naruto's seduction technique, but silently thought to himself if he had time to learn seduction techniques like Naruto. Body. Host, please stop your obscene thoughts immediately. Shut up and cheat the system. I'm purely thinking about improving my strength. Don't you know that this ninjutsu can even defeat Naruto? The host cannot use it even if it learns. That's right. Just when Feng Yao was still arguing with the system, Iruka had already taught Naruto a lesson, and the next one he called was himself. There are countless horses racing in Feng Yao's heart. Originally, he was able to capture the transformation technique, but now he has been tricked by the system. Feng Yao, you come to demonstrate the art of transformation. Naruto, you can learn Feng Yao for me. Actually. Feng Yao felt that he had never moved so slowly before. It suddenly occurred to me that in 2 days' time, the graduation exam was going to examine the avatar technique, and I wouldn't even be able to graduate. Could it be that my dignified transmigrator couldn't even pass the genin exam in the end? Chapter 2_2 Crane Tales. What's the matter, Feng Yao? Iruka reminded Feng Yao without moving for a long time. There was no other way but to bite the bullet. Feng Yao stood in the middle of the classroom and tried to make a seal. But I found that no matter what I did, as long as I wanted to use a certain ninjutsu, the chakra in my body could not be successfully refined and mixed. After 5 minutes of embarrassing attempts, the arena was dead silent. This system says that only fairy spells can be used. Your uncle, I have lost all my old face. Neighbors are also talking. What's wrong with Feng Yao? I remember he mastered the transformation technique very well. Maybe I'm being lazy these days. Feng Yao, you are giving me good lessons these days. Otherwise, let your parents come to see me. Looking at the furious Iruka, Feng Yao couldn't say anything, so he could only nod his head, but on the other hand, he wanted to complete the task and improve his own strength. As for whether he was tolerant or not, it didn't matter to him. Strength was the root of everything. Many upper ninjas are even inferior to some lower ninjas. The so-called level is just an appearance. Feng Yao comforted himself like this. After class, Feng Yao, who felt physically and mentally exhausted, was just about to leave when Naruto on the side came to him, squinting his eyes and biting him. Feng Yao, what happened to you today? You should be able to handle that kind of ninjutsu easily, don't lose to me. Seeing Naruto's serious face, Feng Yao smiled. This was Naruto's way of caring about him, but Naruto didn't want to say it directly. Looking at the few people in this world who care about him, Feng Yao still has a hint of warmth in his heart, and he put one hand on Naruto's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't lose to you. After he finished speaking, he picked up his bag and pulled Naruto out. Along the way, Naruto kept telling his pranks, until he was taken away by Mr. Iruka to clean up the Naruto statue, and Feng Yao returned home. His parents had already ready meals are waiting for you. Feng Yao is back, hurry up and sit down. Okay, mother. Feng Yao, his father and mother in this world, has never had any deep feelings for him, and he misses his parents even more when he is in a foreign land. However, the parents here also have the kind of nurturing grace for him. Feng Yao intends that if he really can't go back to Earth or he can only be an ordinary person in the future, he will give an Angxin the care of their second old man. But now that the system is in place, the situation is different. He quickly pulled out the rice from his bowl. Mother, I'm done eating, I'll go out later and leave the door for me. You can come back early, you have to take the test tomorrow. Feng Yao first went to his room and took out a ceramic pig from the cabinet, and then smashed it to the ground. After the ceramic pig shattered, there were various banknotes and a lot of coins, which he had saved for more than 10 years. Money, a total of more than 1,200 taels. This is a huge amount of money for students. He can't use any ninjutsu now, and coupled with the tasks issued by the cheating system, he must arm himself with money now. Picking up Qian Feng Yao, he walked towards the store selling ninja tools. When he came to Feng Yao outside, he took a breath of the cold air at night, lamenting the impermanence of life. Yesterday, he was a trainee who could use 4 or 5 ninjutsu. Today, he has become an ordinary person who only knows how to punch and kick, but with the system, his upper limit is definitely many times higher than his previous self. The door of the store. Open the curtains. Welcome, hey, why are you, whined kid. Although the outside of this store looks unremarkable, the interior decoration is still very good. There are 3 counters in 3 directions in the store, which display kunai, shuriken, darts, 3-section sticks, silver needles and small backpack protective gear, etc. There are many large-scale ninja tools on the wall, such as the Wind Demon Shuriken, the Lock Sickle, the Scythe, etc. What I need now are some small ninja tools that are easy to carry. 2 big ninja tools will affect my speed, and my own money isn't enough either. Uncle Yoshida, I want to buy some protective gear and shuriken darts and... You want to buy these yourself. You haven't graduated yet. It's a little dangerous to use them. Seeing that the boss didn't seem to want to sell it to him, Feng Yao hurriedly spoke. That's right, it's not that after the graduation exam is over, if you become a genin, you have to perform tasks. I thought about preparing in advance to prevent problems before they happen. PFF'd, you kid, you have already started to prepare for genin to carry out the mission. You are very confident in yourself, have courage. Uncle Yoshida will bring it to you. Hee hee, yes, yes. It's a piece of shit. I can't even use ninjutsu to save my life now. There's no hope for the exam. Let's find a way to steal the sealed book. After a while, the kung fu boss has already got all the ninja tools Feng Yao needs. After Feng Yao counted it, he confirmed that it was correct, and entrusted his savings of more than 10 years. It was empty, but he was fully armed. On the way home, I suddenly heard the noise in Yil Ramen. Feng Yao laughed unconsciously. It was Naruto who was talking to Iruka. The stubborn Naruto asked Iruka to protect his forehead. Iruka-sensei, lend me the forehead guard to wear. That's not good. This is only available to you if you graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a ninja who can be your own. Humph, cheapskate. Unlike Iruka, Feng Yao knew that Naruto was doomed to fail the assessment tomorrow. After all, Naruto has 9 tails sealed in his body, making chakra raging in his body, and Naruto has been unable to successfully gather chakra together. Tomorrow's exam Feng Yao also intends to directly miss the exam. After all, he can't succeed if he goes up, so why lose face twice in vain? Naruto, Iruka-sensei. Hey, Feng Yao, why are you here to eat ramen? Naruto was the first to say hello to Feng Yao. For Naruto, Feng Yao was his precious friend in childhood, and he was one of the few people in the village who treated him gently. Iruka also greeted Feng Yao when he saw Feng Yao. Go back to rest early. Tomorrow's graduation exam will be 100 times more mental. Ah, I don't want to go back, and there's no one at home. Naruto hugged his hair in distress. Iruka, who had heard the previous sentence, was just about to give Naruto a shudder, but he was stunned when he heard the back. The eyes softened. Iruka was an important guide in Naruto's life. Like his father, he strictly demanded Naruto and also protected him. Fortunately, there are these people, otherwise Naruto would have been blackened long ago. Then Naruto, do you want to go back with me? I have a companion on the way. If you say that, Feng Yao, there's nothing you can do. Let's go. Feng Yao Naruto bid farewell to Iruka, and the two walked on the streets of Konoha. Shadows shrouded half of the streets. Suddenly the sound of the system came. New quest starts. Quest, 2 Crane Tails. You can complete the quest by obtaining the achievement title of Crane Tail in tomorrow's ninja graduation exam. Reward, get a lower level potion to improve physical fitness. Slogan, how can you not experience the ups and downs of life? Experience the state of mind of the protagonist, to be trampled by, and then become stronger. Your uncle, you obviously want to make me lose face, right? I experience the state of mind of a hammer, and the tail of the crane is actually an achievement title. You didn't make it up on the spot, right? Please be respectful of the host. This system has always been fair and strict. The tasks are randomly selected according to the current situation of the host. If it is not completed, you can say it directly. The system does not mind changing the host. That's better, I don't mind. In fact, this title is not so difficult to accept. Naruto on the side saw that Feng Yao's face suddenly turned bad, as if he was suddenly slapped. Feng Yao, what's wrong with you these days? I feel a big change. It's alright, it's just that someone accidentally tricked me, it's not a big problem. Seeing Naruto so concerned about himself and telling the truth, Feng Yao actually felt a little guilty, because he himself approached Naruto with a certain purpose. This is a bit cruel to Naruto. People are selfish, and Feng Yao is the same. After the system is in place, Feng Yao's vision is not satisfied with Konoha Ninja Village. Naruto, if one day what I'm going to do may hurt Konoha or you promise me that you will never let me go with all your strength. Naruto stopped and looked at Feng Yao suspiciously. Now he didn't understand why the other party would say such a thing, but he still responded to himself with a thumbs up on his right hand. If you do that, then I, the man who can surpass all Hokage in the future, will beat you to the ground and bring you back. Quote. Haha, what a charming sentence. Actually I'm joking, let's go back. After Feng Yao finished speaking, he left Naruto and walked in the other direction, disappearing into the dark night. The next day, in the ninja school. The ninjutsu for this graduation assessment is the avatar technique. Those who are named will go to the next classroom to take the test. On the podium, Iruka held the roster and said to the students in front of him. Everyone heard that some people were happy and some were sad, and the candidates entered the classroom next to them one after another. Almost everyone came out with a forehead guard symbolizing Konoha. This is a proof that the ninja can stand alone. It is a pity that Naruto failed. He looked lonely in the classroom. Next, Feng Yao. Coming to the classroom next to him, Feng Yao looked at the two chunin, Iruka and Mizuki, who were in charge of the assessment. Mizuki was the first villain in Naruto. He was cruel and jealous, and he was also the book that induced Naruto to steal the seal. The culprit. Please start, classmate Feng Yao. Okay, Mizuki-sensei. After finishing speaking, Feng Yao began to seal, but in fact it was just a pretense. After trying many times, he knew that he could not use any ninjutsu. After several failures, Iruka stopped him. Stop Feng Yao, you fail. If you can't even do the most basic avatar, it's impossible for you to graduate, and then let your parents come to see me. Iruka's voice revealed a strong disappointment. Feng Yao was a student he was very optimistic about before, but he didn't expect to be so neglected in practice during this time. Mizuki on the side also acquiesced. Feng Yao could only respond with a wry smile, but this time it really became the tail of the crane. Not even a clone was worse than the current Naruto, but he glanced at Mizuki before leaving. Back in the classroom, watching the students excitedly discussing the future with each other, he did it alone and leaned against Naruto. Hey, isn't that right, that Feng Yao didn't pass the exam either. Two cranes are sitting together at the back, haha. President Feng Yao and that. Together, sure enough, that guy will only bring bad luck to people. Naruto also looked at Feng Yao's empty forehead, knowing that the other party did not pass the graduation exam, just wanted to speak. The voices of the people around him seemed to block his throat, and he couldn't make any sound. He lowered his head silently, but Feng Yao's voice came from his ears. Come on Naruto, the road ahead will be very exciting. The laughter next to him became louder. Two people who didn't even pass the graduation exam would have a future. Naruto opened his mouth in surprise. His eyes met Feng Yao. The person beside him couldn't see Feng Yao's eyes, but Naruto could see. There was only calm in those eyes, and there was even a deep smile at the corner of his mouth. He also encouraged Naruto. Feng Yao didn't say much, patted Naruto on the back, turned around and left. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. 2 crane tails, reward the lower level medicine, whether to use it now. Use it. As a violent energy was injected into his body, Feng Yao felt that his bones and muscles were constantly shaking. With a few muffled sounds from his body, the strengthening finally came to an end. At this moment, he only felt that his mind and body seemed to be light. The body is also stronger. I don't know if it is an illusion. Feng Yao feels like he has grown a little taller. Well done, worthy of being my child. From now on, we will be ninjas on our own. The outside of the school was crowded with all kinds of people. Parents were praising their children. Only Naruto was still sitting on the familiar swing. And Feng Yao also came to his father's side. His parents still attached great importance to the graduation assessment. I heard that there are only 2 unqualified children, and he is one of them. HMPH, it's normal to be unqualified to mix with that demon fox. Hey, don't talk nonsense here. Feng Yao, what's the matter with you? What's on your mind recently? I think your training is usually pretty good. Feng Yao's father frowned when he saw that his son was not qualified, and sighed inwardly. I'm sorry, father. Feng Yao seriously apologized to the father of this world, not only for his failure to pass the exam, but also for what he has to do next. The father was stunned when he looked at Feng Yao. His son matured much earlier than his peers. Feng Yao never had such an expression in his memory. He patted Feng Yao on the shoulder. Forget it, try your best next time, father believes in you. The swing next to it is empty at the moment, and Naruto has left. At this time, he will meet Mizuki and steal the Book of Seals under the guidance of Mizuki. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to steal the Book of Seals by himself. But not necessarily if the book is taken out by Naruto. Father, I have something to leave you. Take care. After finishing speaking, Feng Yao left with a few jumps. Now he is going to follow Mizuki and Naruto. Chapter 3_Sealed Book. Feng Yao, who came to the corner, monitored Mizuki who was sitting with Naruto on the roof. Mizuki was playing the image of a good teacher. Using and inducing Naruto's desire to graduate, he logically told Naruto the secret of the Book of Seals, but Mizuki said that he could graduate after learning the contents of the Book of Seals, and did not say what the Book of Seals was. Naruto was very happy when he heard the news. At this moment, he felt that Mizuki was a good teacher who really cared about him. However, Naruto was not planning to steal the Book of Seals, but went around to a street, stopped in front of a house, and Feng Yao, who was following behind him, was silent because this was his home. He could probably guess the reason why Naruto came here. Naruto knew that ninjutsu, which can be graduated after learning it, wanted to invite him who failed to graduate with him. Excuse me, is Feng Yao at home? Who, it's your child. He's not at home, so you shouldn't look for him in the future. He didn't graduate this time, so he always played with you and delayed his cultivation. It was Feng Yao's mother who opened the door to receive her. She frowned instinctively when she saw Naruto. She also reminded her children several times not to have too much contact with Naruto. It's a pity that Feng Yao didn't listen. She reminded Naruto this time because she knew that Feng Yao did not pass the graduation exam and was in a bad mood. Hearing this sentence, Naruto's eyes dimmed obviously, and then he cheered up. Then don't bother, Auntie, please wait for Feng Yao to tell him that I have very important news to tell him when he comes back. After bowing, turned around and left, Feng Yao glanced at his mother silently, and continued to follow behind Naruto. Night fell soon, and Naruto was quietly approaching the residence of the 3 generations of Hokage. At this moment, Feng Yao deliberately widened the distance between Naruto and Naruto, because he knew that Mizuki was also following Naruto at this time. Get too close and he will be spotted by Mizuki. Sure enough, when Naruto climbed in from the window, Mizuki also appeared on the roofs of the houses less than 2 distances away, silently monitoring the opposite house. With a seductive technique, Feng Yao knew that the invincible 3 generations of Hokage had fallen. After waiting for half a cup of tea, Naruto climbed out of the window with the sealed book and disappeared into the night. Mizuki also showed a sinister smile that symbolized the villain next to him, and then he went to prepare to notify Iruka. Feng Yao continued to follow while Mizuki left. He wanted to take this opportunity to get the Book of Seals. After Naruto came to the forest, he stopped, then opened the scroll and looked at the ninjutsu inside. It was also here that Naruto learned his first powerful ninjutsu multi-shadow clone. Feng Yao was hiding in the tree to prepare. He took out a large amount of silver needles, and took out a small tube of transparent liquid from another pocket, and put the silver needles into the tube in batches to soak. Of course, this is not poison. It's a strong anesthetic, which can make people lose the ability to move for a short time. Feng Yao didn't want to hurt Naruto, and used a silver needle that wouldn't cause much damage. Then he put on a mask to cover up his identity, and bought it anyway. Same with Kakashi. Naruto was already practicing ninjutsu, and Feng Yao was waiting for the opportunity. When Naruto practiced many times and slumped on the ground, Feng Yao knew that the opportunity was coming. He grabbed the silver needle with both hands and aimed it at the back of Naruto and threw it out with all his strength. Having used the lower-level potion, his accuracy on the target and the strength of the flying needle have improved a lot, and Naruto was the first to notice it. He slapped the ground with both hands, and quickly got up and rolled a few times, causing the silver needles to fail quite a bit, but 2 of them did not stab his shoulders and waist. The strong anesthesia caused him to stand staggered. Who are you and why do you want to? Naruto loudly questioned the masked man in front of him. He didn't even realize that the opposite was his best friend. And Feng Yao came slowly like him, Naruto, who didn't know what the other party meant, because he was afraid of falling to the ground, the anesthetic made him unable to move gradually. He instinctively wanted to escape, grabbed the ground with both hands and dragged himself the body, but he passed out in a few steps, and he only heard the last sentence in the blur. Sorry, Naruto. Feng Yao dragged Naruto under the tree, and took the Book of Seals, which recorded the taboo ninjutsu that other ninja villages were eager to obtain. But Feng Yao was holding it in his hand at the moment, but he didn't feel anything. Instead, he was worried about the next step. First, because of the system, he couldn't practice these ninjutsu at all, and there was no brick to use with this scroll on his back. The second is that because he has done these things today, he will definitely not be able to stay in Konoha, not to mention that he cannot get along with Naruto with a normal mentality. The most important thing is that everything that is happening here is actually under the supervision of the 3 generations of Hokage. And the 3 generations will definitely not tolerate this kind of behavior of their own. Open the Book of Seals. It records the multiple shadow clones, reincarnation, Baman Dunjia, the 4 powerful ninjutsus of mutual detonation charms. These ninjutsus either require a powerful chakra to be released, or the caster needs to pay a huge price to use them, so they are sealed up. It is worth mentioning that most of them are it is a ninjutsu invented by the 2nd generation. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of stealing the Book of Seals, and rewarding the host with 10 times the amount of chakra. Please make persistent efforts. Feng Yao felt that a large amount of chakra was pouring out of his body, and this feeling shocked him. Although his current chakra volume is not comparable to Naruto, ghosts and sharks, but it is also much higher than the ordinary Chunin. If it is compared with Kakashi, it will be better than the Chunin. He turned his head to look at Naruto, then looked at the Book of Seals, and suddenly sat down and began to read the book. Host, you are too happy, so your memory is lost. Even if you have learned these ninjutsu, you can't use them unless the system randomly selects such ninjutsu. I know, don't ask more about this. By the way, I have completed the task now, so there will be no problem if this sealed book is left. Feng Yao quickly flipped the scroll and asked, since he has completed the task, he is naturally not interested in this Book of Seals, and if he really takes the Book of Seals, he will not be able to leave Ninja Village. I am afraid that the situation of Naruto and his parents in the village will decline rapidly, and even Naruto will be attacked by some people. Non-vegetation, ruthless practice makes perfect. If it can cause them less trouble, Feng Yao would rather leave the sealed book. Please let the host feel free to do this. Well, then, stay. Taking a deep look at Naruto, who had already fallen asleep, Feng Yao had already memorized half of the Book of Seals. The effect of the potion was amazing. If it was the previous self, it would never have been possible to memorize so many complex ninjutsu in a short period of time. But the potion has improved his learning and memory, as if he has now changed from a scumbag to a scholar, and half a cup of tea has passed. Naruto, where are you? Hurry up and answer me. This was Iruka's voice. Feng Yao quickly cleaned up the scene, pulled out the silver needle, and found that Naruto actually groaned. Such a strong anesthetic. Naruto was almost awake in such a short time. It was the 9 tails strength. Feng Yao thought in his heart, then closed the sealed book, stuffed it into Naruto's arms, and hid in a tree not far away. After Iruka came over, he also saw Naruto sitting under the tree, and he roared as he walked over. Bastard, finally let me find you. After walking in, he found that Naruto had fainted at the moment. He hurriedly ran in front of Naruto to check his situation. Although he was very angry with Naruto's actions, he would also be very angry if Naruto was in danger. Worry. After making sure that he just fainted, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then frowned deeply, thinking about who did this poisonous hand, and why. There were no obvious wounds, and the sealed book was not taken away. Just when Iruka was about to wake up Naruto, a few piercing sounds came, and the speed was too fast. Iruka could only use the back of his body to protect Naruto. Puff, a few kunai stabbed deeply into Iruka's back. The blood instantly stained his back armor. He uttered a cry, and blood left on the corner of his mouth, dripping on Naruto's face, giving Naruto signs that he was about to wake up. Iruka turned his head with difficulty, and saw Mizuki, who had just attacked him with a huge cross-dart shuriken. His eyes were full of shock, and Mizuki was no longer pretending to be a person and showing his true colors. "I didn't expect you to find this place, Iruka." "For what do you want to do?" "What else can be done, of course, is to get the sealed book." Mizuki scoffed at Iruka's question. He looked at Iruka with a look of extreme disgust, and seemed to disdain talking to him. When he turned his eyes to Naruto, he found that Naruto was in a fainted state at the moment, which also aroused his doubts. Could it be that he fainted while practicing ninjutsu? But as long as the sealed book is there, it will be fine. "So you just stunned Naruto, and it was you who let Naruto steal the Book of Seals, didn't you?" While talking, Iruka pulled out kunai from his back, and blood burst out from the wound. He talked to Mizuki and tried to delay as much as possible to wait for the support of other Konoha ninjas. Now that he is injured and Naruto is in a coma, he is definitely not Mizuki's opponent. "Don't think about procrastinating, Iruka, let me get you on your way quickly." After speaking, he took off the big cross-dart shuriken on his back and prepared to give Iruka a fatal blow. He took off the shuriken and swung it quickly in his right hand, increasing its power. The speed of the shuriken's rotation made the surrounding leaves rustle. "Aim at Iruka's heart and throw it out." This time, Iruka was ready to pick up Naruto next to him and hide to the right. Although he avoided the fatal wound, he was still cut on his left foot by the shuriken and fell to the ground again, but Naruto in his arms woke up. "Hey, what's the matter? Where's the masked man? Wow. Iruka-sensei, you left a lot of blood behind." Feng Yao, who was on the side, was relieved to see that Naruto had woken up. If Naruto was really in danger, then he would also help. It was not that he cared about Naruto very much, but that he wanted to be worthy of it. In the heart. If the swords face each other in the future, then he has already paid off his kindness in Konoha. Of course there is nothing to worry about. Seeing Naruto sober, Feng Yao was ready to leave. In fact, everything here is also being monitored by the 3 generations of Hokage. If he slows down, he may not be able to leave. He attacked the 9-tailed Manzuli and peeked at the Book of Seals. There is no good in staying. Fruit to eat. The host triggers the task, defeats Xianju, and the reward, the opportunity and location of entering the Shibone Forest Holy Land. The slogan, "The first step to become stronger has begun, so don't hurry to grasp it vigorously." The opportunity of the Wet Bone Forest. This point is very exciting to Feng Yao. It is the most mysterious place in the 3 holy places. If you want to use immortality, you must enter the 3 holy places to practice and learn to control natural energy. Feng Yao is having a headache about how to enter the 3 holy places to practice in the next step. He really fell asleep and came to the pillow, but it is not easy to defeat Mizuki. Ninja tools come to fight Mizuki. And Mizuki is a chunin. It is still very difficult for Feng Yao to defeat Mizuki in his current state, and there is one thing that he is absolutely inferior to Mizuki: he needs to think about tactics. "Naruto, run away with the Book of Seals. Mizuki took advantage of you, go." Naruto was stunned when he heard it. He stayed where he was and didn't know what to do. Next, Mizuki fired a gun and told Naruto that Naruto was a demon fox, which made Naruto's heart suffer a strong blow. It also made Naruto know the reason why he was hated by the villagers. Mizuki threw out the second cross-dart shuriken while Naruto was absent-minded, and Iruka pulled up the dazed Naruto again to escape. Seeing that the 2 big shurikens in Mizuki's hand have been thrown out, Feng Yao is not hesitant. Time is equally precious to him. He first mixed some of his remaining silver needles in the shuriken and aimed at Mizuki and threw it away. But I didn't expect that Xianju seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and his legs slammed on the tree trunk, dodging all the attacks, and fell to the ground. I just heard Iruka say that Naruto was knocked out, and I knew there were other people here. Seeing how young you are, who are you? Xianju said playfully to Feng Yao, who was standing on the tree. He seemed to be chatting, but his hand touched the kunai in his pocket. Feng Yao noticed his movement and immediately threw a kunai to interrupt. And rushed towards Mizuki. Looking at the flying kunai, Mizuki was about to dodge the counterattack sideways, but saw the detonating talisman tied to the kunai, and hurriedly retreated. However, the kunai stuck on the ground did not explode, and Mizuki realized that it was just a fake detonating talisman. And Feng Yao has taken the opportunity to get closer to him. You bastard, dare to fool me with a fake one. Mizuki was angry, but Feng Yao didn't reply. His voice was easily recognized by Iruka and Naruto. Mizuki pulled out his kunai and prepared to fight. Feng Yao was close to Mizuki's body. Attack the legs. The boy's stature was not tall at first. After squatting down, Xianju had to lower his body to fight Feng Yao, and he fell behind for a while, but he fought for a few rounds. Mizuki discovered the opponent's weakness. Mizuki found that although the opponent seemed smart and acted decisively, when he was fighting against him, Kuwu didn't dare to attack his fatal place. He seemed to be nervous, but after a little thought, he understood the reason. A child who has never experienced a life and death struggle. Yes, although Feng Yao has been a human being in 2 lifetimes, he was born in a peaceful era and he has never killed a chicken. He still darts from a distance or usually practice with his own darts. Not the ninjas who have been on the battlefield and killed people. This is the point where he is not comparable to Mizuki at all. He does not dare to fight for life and death, and he puts forth the courage to put the life and death of the enemy and his own life and death aside. Even holding kunai's hand is a little unstable. Trembling, Feng Yao could only hold on to his own kunai. Mizuki showed a treacherous smile and suddenly changed his moves to fight for his life, completely giving up the defense and attacking Feng Yao's left arm. After hesitating, Mizuki opened his arm and kicked it out. A mouthful of blood flowed out of the black mask. Feng Yao curled up on the ground, his muscles trembling due to the severe pain, and the shoulder injury made him unable to hold kunai steadily. HMPH, kid, you probably haven't killed anyone yet. An indecisive person like you can't be a ninja. Pay the price for your stupidity. After he finished speaking, he rushed up and was about to give Feng Yao a knife. Suddenly, he seemed to have stepped on something, piercing his own foot, and a sharp pain came from the sole of his foot. Mizuki jumped back and pulled something from his feet. Ah, damn it, caltrop, when is it? Feng Yao got up while vomiting blood. Chunin's Mizuki was still very difficult to deal with. To be honest, even if he could use ninjutsu now, he would not be Mizuki's opponent if he dared to kill. These caltrops were scattered on the ground when he was just kicked out. He once again took out a few kunai and shuriken and threw them at Mizuki. Mizuki backed away again and again, although the caltrops pierced into the soles of his feet and affected his own health. Speed, but Feng Yao's kick just now was not light, and the accuracy of kunai's strength was greatly reduced. Boy, you're dead, how dare you treat me like this? After speaking, he used the substitute technique to exchange the position of the tree that he had prepared in advance. Feng Yao's kunwu was stuck on the root of the tree, while Mizuki jumped into the air and approached Feng Yao to attack from the air. Feng Yao waved the kunwu to the side. Back. After a few back and forth, Mizuki caught the opportunity again. With a blow, Feng Yao struggled a few times but couldn't get up, and Mizuki turned his eyes to Iruka. When I kill this kid first, it will be your turn. Naruto was standing in front of Iruka to protect him at the moment. Naruto recognized that the masked boy was the one who attacked him before, so he didn't go up to help him. Mizuki held Kuwu and slowly walked towards Feng Yao. Suddenly his head started to feel dizzy, and he couldn't even keep his figure. He quickly shook his head, trying to wake up. How could this be? This is anesthesia. How do you do it? Feng Yao watched Xianju, who was shaking constantly on the opposite side, untied his shirt, and there were a few small silver needles, which were the last few left in Feng Yao. He pinned the needles to his clothes with the needles facing out. In this way, Mizuki will be stabbed by silver needles when Mizuki and himself are close to melee. The first kick did not kick the silver needle, and the second kick hit the silver needle for anesthesia prepared by Feng Yao. "You guy, you're really asshole." Mizuki was also decisive. Hulu directly plunged into his thigh, letting the pain keep him awake. Now he doesn't want to kill Feng Yao anymore. He turned his head and said to Naruto savagely, "Naruto, give me the sealed book immediately, or I will kill Iruka." "Sorry, cough. If I can't beat you, I'm very disadvantaged." Feng Yao got up again, and deliberately lowered his voice during the conversation. The hoarse voice could not hide the pain in his body. To be honest, Shuimu would definitely smash Feng Yao into pieces if the conditions allowed. But he not only injured his leg, but also because the anesthesia had to rely on pain to keep his mind clear. He just wanted to get the sealed book and run away, but he didn't expect this person to be madly pestering him, and he didn't know what to do. "What the hell are you trying to do? Not to mention that you are also seriously injured now. Do you really dare to kill me?" "I really don't dare to do it myself, so I can only..." Before Mizuki could hear what he said, Feng Yao threw a shuriken over. Mizuki's speed was very slow now. The anesthesia and leg injury made him need a lot of perseverance to move, but Feng Yao's kunai was obviously slower. But it fell to the bottom of Mizuki's feet. Shuimu Pucci smiled just as he was about to sneer when he saw the detonating talisman at the end of the shuriken. The burning sound could confirm that this time it was true. He understood. Feng Yao knew from the very beginning that he did not dare to kill with his own hands. So in the battle just now, he first confirmed his movement speed with a fake detonating talisman, then used anesthesia and caltrops to greatly reduce his mobility, and then waited for him to finish using the substitute technique to hit the final blow. Now he has no ability to avoid the scope of this detonating charm. Fuck. With a loud bang, Mizuki's body was submerged in the explosion. The power of the detonating talisman was comparable to that of advanced fire ninjutsu, and the price was also very expensive. This detonating talisman cost a full 600 taels, accounting for other half of the ninja. Fortunately, he succeeded. Shuimu turned into coke and fell to the ground. He didn't know if he was dead. Although Feng Yao did it himself, this scene was still a little uncomfortable for Feng Yao, but he had to get used to it. There will be many fights. Feng Yao dragged the injured body, took a last look at Naruto and Konoha and walked away into the depths of the forest. The masked man's eyes made Naruto seem to have discovered something and was just about to stop it. "Forget it, Naruto, stop chasing. We are here waiting for support. Report the situation to Hokage-sama, and this masked boy's methods are extremely insidious, don't be impulsive." Oh, okay, Iruka-sensei. Naruto just helped Iruka to meet other ninjas in Konoha on the way back, and told Mizuki's conspiracy. Everyone saw that the Book of Seals was still in the face. After that, I reported all the situation in front of the 3 generations of Hokage. Since the sealed book is all right, no one is allowed to mention it again in the future. "But, Hokage-sama," the masked Iruka said. The third Hokage stopped him from continuing to speak with his eyes, and dismissed the crowd. Naruto also went back to rest. The third Hokage left Iruka. He took a breath of dry smoke and said meaningfully, "That masked sneak attack on Naruto and defeated Mizuki was your student Feng Yao." "What? This? How is this possible? That child is not like this. I don't know what his purpose is. It is very likely that a spy set up in other villages deliberately approached Naruto, the 9-tailed man, to steal information, but the truth of this matter is still too cruel for Naruto. After all, this child is Naruto's only friend. Don't tell him about it. List Feng Yao is missing." "I know, I will go and tell Feng Yao's parents about this." At this moment, Iruka seemed to have lost his strength. His trusted friend wanted to steal the sealed book, but the proud student was actually an undercover agent from another village. He wanted to approach Naruto. The third generation also sighed silently, and took out a document that had been written with Feng Yao's personal information on it. Feng Yao peeked at the Book of Seals, and had been in contact with Naruto for so long, there must be a plan. As Hokage guarding the village, Feng Yao's behavior has created a threat to the village. Name: Feng Yao. Date of birth, April 21st. Birthplace, Konoha Ninja Village. Nationality, Country of Fire. Occupation, D-Class Rebel. Weight, 45 kilograms. Height, 1.58 meters. Personality, resolute and decisive, calm, cunning like a rabbit. Ninjutsu, suspected unable to use ninjutsu. Weapons used, silver needle, kunai, caltrop, dart. Note, suspected is a latent spy in another country, secretly spying on the secrets of the nine-tailed Manzuli, and peeking at the Book of Seals. This small piece of information shows Feng Yao's various physical data, as well as the ninjutsu and props he is good at using. Then a person appeared in the shadow behind the three generations, with a white mask with an animal face on his head. Wearing black shorts and white protective clothing, and carrying a ninja sword behind him. Bring this person back. If you resist, you can deal with it secretly. Be careful of people from other villages. Yes, Hokage-sama. Chapter 4_Anbu Chase. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and killing Shuimu, and rewarding the opportunity and orientation of the Shibone Forest. Congratulations, you are a young man, and you have taken a big step towards becoming stronger. I almost died because of this mission. Where is the location of the Wetbone Forest? What does chance mean? The location of the Wetbone Forest is located in the north, near the seaside of the land, and it takes about 2 months to reach the host at the current speed. The chances that the Wetbone Forest will give the host a chance to test, if the host can slug the slug. If the immortals agree, they can practice immortality there. Quote. How come it's so far? I'm broke now, should I beg for food? That's out of the scope of this system. Hearing the system's reply, Feng Yao seemed to feel that the injury on his shoulder was even more painful. But even if you are injured now, you have to run as hard as you can. The entire country of fire can be said to be within the scope of Konoha Ninja Village. As long as you stay here for a day, it is very dangerous. Looking for a town with medical facilities, I did not carry gauze or medical drugs with me, so I could only wrap it up with clothes. It was really helpless to not buy gauze and medicines. It was impossible for him to cover everything, and he was going to leave after stealing the sealed book. The system suddenly issued a task. Dad's system, if I die in Konoha, you have to pay all the responsibility, you have to feel guilty for the rest of your life, so can you conjure up some medicine? This system must solemnly remind me that my name is a limited ninjutsu system. If you die, I will find another host. Please don't worry, and I can't make medical supplies. Now Feng Yao doesn't even have the strength to refute. He has been running for 2 hours and is exhausted. I am afraid that he will soon lose too much blood and go into shock. Although I don't know if Konoha sent someone to hunt him down, but he didn't arrive. A safe place is always at ease. Climbing up the hillside, Feng Yao finally saw a prosperous town in front of him. The country of fire is the most prosperous country among the 5 countries because of its mild climate and abundant arable land. Can find a town with medical facilities. He didn't rush into the city, but found a small stream, squatted down to wash his face and some blood on his body, and took off only a white shirt. The backpack was all wrapped up, and he dug a hole to hide it with kunwu, and after cleaning up the traces he left behind, he walked towards the town. The streets of the town are very lively. The owners of several restaurants are standing on the streets to attract customers, and there are beautiful geishas who are lovingly hugging the passing pedestrians, but Feng Yao has no interest in these now. Bypassing after the lively neighborhood, I finally found an unremarkable medical clinic. After opening the door, he smelled a strong medicinal odor. An old man in his 50s was reading a book wearing presbyopic glasses. When he heard the doorbell, he put down the newspaper and saw that it was a teenage boy dressed in modest clothes, so he stood up again. Newspaper, asked casually. What's wrong, have you prescribed medicine before? This kind of hospital is basically an ordinary doctor, who usually helps people in towns to take a look at a small cold or something. Hello Grandpa, I have a stab wound and I want some clean gauze and painkillers. Stab wound, are you a ninja or a samurai? You're only 12 or 13 years old, right? Hearing that he was injured by a knife, the old man finally put down the newspaper and looked at Feng Yao. None of them. I accidentally injured myself. I was afraid that my family would scold me, so I found a hospital to deal with it. Sit down and let me see. Feng Yao was sitting on the chair. The old man unbuttoned his clothes and looked at the wound on his arm. Although the wound was not long, it was deep, and he could see some bones. The old man frowned and took out the sewing needles and anesthetics from the back cabinet, and a clean gauze. Then help Feng Yao untie his clothes. You're lucky, old man. I will also do the delicate work of suturing wounds, and I will give you anesthesia first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. To avoid the pursuit of Anbu, Konoha dispatched 3 Anbu members to chase the host, and the host needs to persist under the pursuit of the 3 Anbu for 1 day to complete the task. Reward: directly transfer the host to the wet bone forest and give away a chance to draw a lottery. Quote. Slogan: Boy, you have successfully attracted the attention of the 3 generations of Hokage. Slip away from Anbu's eyelids and slap him in the face. Hold on for 1 day. You really look down on me. Anbu's pursuit speed will probably take less than 2 hours. You let me spend a day with the 3 Konoha elite ninjas. How do you spend it? With other mahjong. Quote. Please calm down, the host. The tasks are issued according to the host's current need to improve strength and the situation they are facing. The host urgently needs to go to the Shizuku forest to study. This task is tailor-made, but Konoha's Anbu is comparable to the Shuimu you encountered. It is difficult to deal with. Please be extra careful with the host. As long as you are caught, the mission will be considered a failure, and it will be directly obliterated. Quote. The system's voice was still not mixed with any emotion, and Feng Yao snorted back. If I get caught, even if I don't obliterate it, I'm still dead. Does it make any difference? Yes, this system is also a person who wants to be embarrassed. If you are not good enough, then I must clear the door. Quote. After knowing the news, Feng Yao stopped the old man who was about to take anesthesia. According to Anbu's investigative ability, he should be able to track him down soon. If he was given anesthesia, it would affect his ability to move. The old man looked puzzled. Grandpa, you don't need to give me anesthesia. I'm allergic to anesthesia, so you can just start it. You actually have this kind of physique, then there's nothing you can do, just bear with yourself. After saying that, he started directly. Feng Yao groaned as soon as he sewed a stitch. It hurts more than he thought. His face twitched. The old man glanced at him and handed him a wooden stick. It is used to prevent biting your tongue during surgery. Feng Yao hurriedly took it, and he bit it when he opened his mouth. The wooden stick creaked, as if it would be bitten off if it couldn't hold it at any time. The old man's suturing technique is okay. The movement is very fast, and the whole process is completed in less than half an hour. Feng Yao spat out the wood, and there were already 2 rows of deep tooth marks on the wood. His head and back were all soaked with sweat, and he had 12 stitches stitched together. He almost fainted from the pain. He breathed a sigh of relief, retracted his arms, and planned to leave here. The old man stopped him suddenly. I haven't given the money yet, a total of 1,020 taels. What? Why is it so expensive? 1,000 taels is for the operation fee, and 20 taels is for you bit my stick, so I have to buy a new one. In fact, let alone 1,000 taels, Feng Yao didn't even have a fraction on his body. He had already finished in Konoha, otherwise he wouldn't be able to beat Shuimu. Cough. Sir, can you take credit? What did you say? Brat, you don't have money for any medical treatment. Don't think about leaving, let your parents pay for it. When the old man heard that he had no money, he blew his beard and stared. It is necessary to detain people, and the wind is bright and the wisdom is born. Hey, Grandpa, you don't know, my mother is suffering from lung cancer, and my father is drinking and beating people all day long. In order to treat my mother's illness, I can only go out to work to earn money. This month's money has been sent home to my mother for treatment. I really can't take it out. Grandpa, do you think this will work? I will write you an IOU, which will be calculated at 10% interest every month. You can give me a period of grace, and I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. Quote. A performance with a burst of acting skills, the pain of life in his eyes and the 2 tears forced out of the corners of his eyes made the old man's attitude a lot easier. It's not just that the parents are here on Earth. Parents. Boy, I think you are quite polite to the old man. Once you trust you, come over and write an IOU. Okay. Feng Yao followed the old man in a frenzy. How could he look like he was just distraught? After writing the IOU, Feng Yao walked out of the hospital and walked towards the north. After walking for about a few hundred meters, he suddenly thought of something, so he buried something in a small alley and went back the same way. At the same time, by the stream outside the town, 3 ninjas with animal masks on their heads found the kunai and the backpack hidden by Feng Yao. These people are Konoha's assassination special forces, Anbu ninjas. He should have briefly dealt with the wound here. The time for burying this thing should not exceed an hour. At this moment, Bakung is in the city. Sneak in quietly. It's inconvenient to do it during the day. Find his position first. If he has an injury, he will definitely find a doctor in the city, start with all the medical clinics, and leave 1 person outside the city to prevent him from running out. The 3 Anbu personnel analyzed Feng Yao's current situation and the next action plan with 1 sentence and 1 sentence, and then scattered into the city. It had only been an hour. Not long after, an Anbu member found the pharmacy where Feng Yao was treating his wounds, and the old man was still sitting in a chair reading a book. Has anyone been here just now, probably in their teens, and injured? The old man looked up and looked like the Anbu member opposite. Although he wore a mask and could not see his face, the old man was also well informed and knew that this was the ninja of Konoha Anbu. Immediately asked solemnly. What's your business with him? Hee, that's what happened. I can't tell you what happened. I hope you can tell me where he went. Although the Anbu ninja was polite, there was already a threat in his tone. The old man raised his head and stared at him, his turbid eyes and the mask looked at each other. After a few minutes, he retracted his gaze. Go north. No way, the old man is just an ordinary doctor, although he doesn't know what happened, but he didn't tell Feng Yao where he left at the first time. Thank you. After that, the Anbu staff turned around and left. At the same time, they also notified another companion to increase the search in the north, but the 2 searched all the stores in the north, but they didn't even see a single person. Damn, did the old man lie to me? The Anbu staff who inquired about the news scolded. Not necessarily, maybe this kid is in a better place to hide. Didn't we bring his belongings in Konoha? Take them out, I'll summon a ninja dog to try. After he finished speaking, he bit his finger, made a mark and slapped it into the ground. With a burst of white mist, a brown ninja dog appeared. The other took out a piece of clothing. The ninja sniffed the clothes that Feng Yao had worn before, barked twice and walked through the street. 2 Anbu personnel followed in secret. After a cup of tea, he came to a small alley, and the ninja dog pulled out a bloody clothes in a corner, which was the clothes Feng Yao used to bandage his left arm buried here. The 2 Anbu couldn't help holding their foreheads, both of them had a headache. It seemed that Feng Yao had indeed walked northward at first, but he should be gone now, and he also left his clothes as a shield. It's true that Feng Yao was like walking north after he came out, but he suddenly thought that if someone found this hospital, the direction of his escape would be exposed, so he walked back halfway and went back. He also learned ninja tracking, knowing that ninja dogs are one of the longest used means of tracking. So there is also a piece of clothing buried nearby. Confused. At this time, 6 hours have passed. HMPH, as long as he doesn't leave the city, he must be somewhere. You and I go out to search separately, and bring a ninja dog to search one area at a time. I don't believe he can grow wings. So I found a bundle of white cloth strips in the noodle shop in the east, a left sock in the bathhouse in the west, and a right sock in the alley in the north. In the northwest. Fuck, This bastard, we've been following the ninja dog for a long time, except for the socks, which are cloth strips. Is this guy naked? The other person is also a little tired. They have searched most of the places, and the ninja dogs are tired, but they still found nothing. Sato, do you think he has left the city? Impossible, there is Tanaka guarding outside. He is a reconnaissance ninja. This guy will never slip away under Tanaka's nose. It's almost night, take a break and look for it. 14 hours have passed, and there are still 10 hours left in the day. So where is Feng Yao? He is actually still in the north. He first put a lot of his own clothes in the south, and northwest, and then went back to the north to find a toilet to hide in, because the ninja dog has a very smart nose. Needs to be masked with stronger flavors. And the toilet is the best option. In order to be more secure, he even made some on oneself system. How long until 24 hours? I'm almost smoked to death. The host can hold on for 8 hours. Damn, today's humiliation in the cesspool will be repaid 100-fold in the future. While talking, his stomach growled. He hadn't eaten for almost a day. He had prepared some dry food, but it was all placed by the stream. I can't go out to get it now, I can only stay here hungry. Host, to be honest, it's actually here. You can, if you don't mind. Get away from me. He didn't expect that the system was still skinned. Anyway, after only 8 hours, he could directly teleport away, and he was really out of danger. The two Anbu ninjas on the other side finally found the clue. I think we may have relied too much on ninja dogs before. What do you mean, Xianju? I was thinking when I was just taking a break. If I were him, what would I do if I knew that the other side would send out a ninja dog? You mean he masked his smell and put some clothes outside to confuse us? Yes, if that's the case, it can explain why the ninja dog has been unable to find him. Where do you think the smell is the strongest in the city and it's easy to cover up the smell? You mean he's in the toilet? That's right Tilda, this guy is more cunning than we thought, but that's the end of his cleverness. We'll search separately. At this moment, 22 hours have passed. After more than an hour, one of the Anbu ninjas, Xianju, finally approached the toilet where Feng Yao was. He was just about to go in and search, when a stick appeared at the door and wanted to sneak up on him. Take the pain away. Feng Yao has finally found you. Go back with us to see Sandemu, or I will execute you on the spot. The moonlight stroke Feng Yao came out. His clothes had been tattered by his death, and in his right hand he held the faucet pipe removed from the toilet as a weapon. It's not like going back as to die, then it's better to execute it on the spot. How about we make a deal? I'll tell you the ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seals. How about you let me go? HMPH, you underestimate the will we carry, little brat. You are the one who must be purged who threatens the village. Feng Yao directly took out the Book of Seals as bait to delay the time, but unfortunately these ninjas were sincere in Konoha and Naruto's own strategy and did not succeed. Oh, I was delusional. Anyway, I was once a member of the village today. Let's fight a fair fight. If I'm injured, you and I will each take 10 steps back and launch an attack. What do you think? What tricks do you want to do? I won't back down, just listen to me and catch it. Although I don't know what Feng Yao wants to do, Xianju, as an elite of Anbu, will not easily fall for it. It's a pity, you still don't do it. Feng Yao suddenly shouted violently, and Xianju was shocked. The information also stated that Feng Yao might be a spy from another village, so it might be reinforcements from the enemy, and quickly turned his head to look. Result: of course nothing. Feng Yao took advantage of this short gap to turn his head and ran away. Xianju immediately noticed that he had been deceived and immediately threw kunai out of his hand, and was evaded by Feng Yao embarrassedly. HMPH, what a cunning fellow. Feng Yao roars in his body while running wildly. Dog system, I'm about to hang up. How long is it? 15 minutes. The system still answered unhurriedly. Feng Yao didn't have time to scold now. His life was just in these 15 minutes. He ran all the way, and was about to reach the north gate of the town. Feng Yao suddenly shouted. Help! Kill someone! Other countries sent ninjas to infiltrate the country of fire, come here soon. What? What's going on? The guards of the town became flustered when they heard it. They cast their eyes and found a young man with a disheveled clothes and a faint smell on his body running towards them. The ninja is indeed behind, but it is a little hard to see in the dark. Feng Yao rushed over and hugged a soldier's thigh directly, wiping his nose and tears. It seemed that it was a miserable one. What's the situation? Who is going to kill you? Who is chasing you? He is a ninja from the land of wind. He lurked in the land of fire and wanted to steal the sealed book. He disguised as Konoha Anbu and was discovered by me to kill me. My companion is already dead. Feng Yao didn't blush when he lied, and a series of smooth words made the soldiers believe it by 5 or 6 points. First, he protected Feng Yao behind him. After Xianju arrived, he stopped when he saw the soldiers protecting Feng Yao. I'm an Anbu member of Konoha Ninja Village. I'm on a secret mission, get out of the way immediately. What evidence do you have? Xianju was stunned by these words. Isn't his clothes and mask proof? And Feng Yao, who was behind, continued to run out of the city while Xianju was stopped, and Xianju was in a hurry. They rushed towards the soldiers who were defending the city. These soldiers saw that Xianju directly acted and really thought that the other party was a ninja from another country, so they blocked it. But how could Xianju be the opponent of the Anbu elite, and they all fell down in a few rounds. At this moment, Feng Yao had run out of the city, and he looked back at the other party, making sure that the other party couldn't catch up with him for a while, showing a winner's smile. Haha, the system still has a few minutes. 2 done, Earth Dragon Bomb. Just after asking, before I heard the answer, I felt a few strong winds coming from the side. This is a ninjutsu that uses chakra to condense into an earth dragon and spit out earth bullets to attack. It was obviously mud that hit him, but Feng Yao felt as if he was hit by an iron ball and was directly knocked out. After rolling for a few laps, he stopped. The one who used ninjutsu to attack him was the one who had been lurking outside the city. The last Anbu ninja. You're very capable, but now go to hell. Saying that, he pulled out the ninja sword behind him and slashed towards Feng Yao. Feng Yao shouted in his heart. Dead system, time is up. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, dodging Anbu's pursuit for a day, and getting a reward. Teleport directly to the Shirkbone Forest, whether to use it now. Of course, hurry up. A talisman like a psychic appeared under Feng Yao's body. Just as the knife was about to fall on his head, he disappeared into the white smoke with a bang. The knife also hit the ground, and the Anbu ninja widened. Eyes, he didn't see the opposite knot just now, but it slipped away under his nose. What's the matter? Did you kill him, Tanaka? Where's the body? No, he suddenly disappeared just now, and I don't know what happened. It seems that he was rescued. Did he get rescued? HMPH, it was indeed a spy sent by another country to Konoha, but unfortunately he was not able to kill him. Let's go back and apologize like Hokage-sama. Xianju was very dissatisfied when he heard it. It was a shame that his 3 Anbu members could chase a kid who was not even a shinobi. After the round with another Anbu member, the 3 rushed back to Konoha, but what these 3 did not know was that they would regret not being able to kill Feng Yao today. Inside the Konoha ninja village. Why, 3 generations of grandfathers, why are you in no hurry when Feng Yao disappears? Teacher Uruka is also, why do you treat Feng Yao like this? Naruto, this matter is very complicated. Feng Yao can be said to have left by himself, you'd better forget him. Naruto clenched his fists, and he had already put on a forehead guard symbolizing Konoha ninja on his forehead, but he was not happy at all, because when he was going to find Feng Yao, he was told that Feng Yao was missing, and everyone seemed to be missing. Deliberately choosing to forget Feng Yao, as if this person never existed, made Naruto unacceptable. When he was about to continue talking. Hokage-sama, we are back. Naruto, please leave first, and go to the post-graduation class placement. Don't think about Feng Yao, he won't be coming back. Naruto slammed the door straight away, and the 3 Anbu ninjas who were in charge of chasing Feng Yao came back. I'm sorry, Naruto-sama, the mission failed and Feng Yao was rescued. I don't know which country's ninja shot, but I can confirm the identity of Feng Yao's spies. I think Feng Yao's parents are also very suspicious. Oh, I didn't expect that even you guys couldn't kill him. That's all. Feng Yao's parents should just be used by ordinary people, collect his information and record it in the handbook carried by the Anbu members. Humans appear as ninjas of enemy nations. Comply. Chapter 5_Wet Bone Forest. On the mountain on the border of TNG, a person suddenly fell from the sky, and even hit 2 or 3 branches before falling to the ground. Although it was buffered a little, it can be seen that the injury was not serious. This mountain has always been called the Evil Mountain by nearby people. Some people say that the woods inside are made of white bones. Some people say that this mountain will move. There are different opinions. Many people never come out after entering it. No one dared to come. Quote. The system. Am I here yet? That's right, it was Feng Yao who escaped from the dead just now. I don't know if the system trapped him. He was on the ground when he was teleported, but the landing point after teleportation actually landed on a tree. After so long to escape, plus he didn't eat. Feng Yao was already at the end of his force. He couldn't even grasp the tree trunk, and he fell down and hit several thick branches. It is estimated that his ribs were broken. Host, we have now reached the Wetbone Forest. But now Feng Yao has no strength. After learning the news that he is safe, his head became more and more blurred, and he finally fell into a coma and passed out. After about 2 or 3 hours, a slug with blue stripes on its body actually emerged from the ground. It slowly climbed to Feng Yao's side and looked carefully. How did this human get in? It looks badly injured, but don't die with me. Someone else will come in then. Saying that, it moved its body and climbed onto Feng Yao's body, and then a gentle energy appeared from the little slug's body and injected it into the other party's body. Feng Yao's exhaustion and injuries are quickly recovering. Feng Yao had a dream, a very long dream, that after he became the strongest in the ninja world, he found the earth, returned to China, and lived happily with his parents. Wow, phew, did I faint? Feng Yao woke up from the dream, and there seemed to be tears in the corners of his eyes. He looked around and was surprised to find that his injuries and fatigue had disappeared, but it brought huge side effects. That's right, he is hungry. Before I was fleeing, my spirit collapsed and I had no time to take care of it. Now, after a good night's sleep, my injury has healed, and now my stomach is like thunder, reminding myself that it is time to eat. Yes, the host passed out for 8 hours, and a slug healed you. After Feng Yao heard it, he looked around and saw that there were no slugs, but he couldn't control it so much now, he had to fill his stomach first. He got up from the ground and walked to the depths of the woods. On the way, he saw something edible, regardless of whether it was clean or not, and shoved it directly into his mouth. Vegetable leaves, lettuce, lily. This human is really, I saved him and even robbed me of food. At this moment, Feng Yao still doesn't know that he has been quietly criticized by the slug fairy, and he is still feasting on it, while looking for the footprints of the slug fairy. System, I have another chance to draw a lottery after completing my mission. What can I win? While chewing the food in his mouth, Feng Yao asked in his heart. To be honest, the system limited the settings of ninjutsu, so he shouldn't draw ninjutsu or the like for himself. The comparison system can be directly put into your own hands. The lottery system allows the host to obtain abilities or props from other worlds, which may be a super kill or a toothbrush. The system's dispassionate words continued to be conveyed to Feng Yao, and he choked on his angry mouth. The lottery has always been the self of the African Emirates, and playing the game lottery in Huaxia has always been a guarantee. In the lottery draw in Hokage, the system gave immortality, and the result was completely unusable. The system gave the drawing tasks, all kinds of wonderful, leapfrog challenges. Feng Yao has been afraid of the draw. I feel like I don't need to smoke, you probably give me a toothbrush. Feng Yao said angrily. Okay, then give the host a toothbrush. Don't, I'm joking, smoke, must smoke. Feng Yao's face changes faster than turning over a book. Although he doesn't know what he can smoke, people always have dreams. Otherwise, what is the difference with salted fish? Okay, start extracting rewards from myriad realms for the host. Feng Yao swallowed nervously, and within 2 minutes he heard the sound of the system coming. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th form of the Navy, whether to study. 6th Naval Style. This is a physical technique, can I use it after learning it? After seeing the system's pitiful urination, now Feng Yao is afraid. The spear, lanyard, shaving, paper painting, moon step, and iron block are collectively called the 6 styles in one piece, and they are also physical skills, which are physical skills that exceed the limits of human physical ability. Quote. Please rest assured, host, this system is limited to ninjutsu and taijutsu in Naruto world. The taijutsu drawn in the lottery is not in this world, so it can be used. Hearing this, Feng Yao breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. Learn, why not learn? A large amount of knowledge poured into his mind, which made him have some headaches, but after a short time, Feng Yao found that he had learned the 6 naval styles and could use them freely. Crap system, give this to me sooner, why am I being beaten so badly? If the host can't even deal with the previous situation, then the host can only be a mediocre person. Even if a mediocre person is assisted by this system, it is impossible to become a child of destiny beyond this world. Hearing this, Feng Yao was silent. Indeed, his own strength is not even a fart in front of the protagonists who can be called open in the later stage. If he does not grow up as soon as possible, he can only watch their backs. Moonstep. Feng Yao instantly exploded with leg strength and moved at high speed. This was a physical technique that could increase the movement speed and change the trajectory when falling in the air. With it, Feng Yao searched for the location of the wet bone forest on the mountain. Just after running for about half an hour, at the half-waist of the mountain, Feng Yao found a bamboo forest. No, it should be said to be a bone forest. Except for a few scattered bamboos, there were huge bones standing on the ground. There are many animal bones. A huge bone monument reads, Wet Bone Forest. The bones here are pure white and can be said to be very clean, but Feng Yao still shudders when he sees it. He walked in, but there were no slugs in the wet bone forest, he asked curiously. System, didn't you just see where the slug that healed me went? It's integrated into the ground, so I don't know. Silently complaining about the irresponsible system, Feng Yao can only think of a way. Senior Slug, I am the ninja Feng Yao from Konoha. I know that you saved me. Can you come out and let me personally thank you for your life-saving grace? The voice echoed in the forest, but no one answered. Feng Yao could only sit on the spot and continue to study the 6 naval styles while waiting. It's been a long time. Since you're all right, leave quickly. This is not the place you should be, so don't talk nonsense when you go out. A voice came from all directions. The voice sounded very gentle, but it was an expulsion order. All wipe, didn't the system say that I have a chance? People are going to chase people out, you can't rely on it to the end. The host is calm, and the chance must be won by yourself. This medical technique is given to you, and it is up to you to fight for it yourself. There was suddenly something heavy in Feng Yao's arms. He took it out and read, The Great Book of Oriental Medicine. This made Feng Yao's face full of confusion. What do you mean? Slug Immortal is good at medical ninjutsu and recovery. This great book of medicine is the crystallization of thousands of years in China, and it has an unimaginable allure for those who understand medical treatment. When I heard Feng Yao, I understood that the slug fairy never appeared in Hokage at all, and there was very little understanding of it, but the ability of the slug among the 3 psychic beasts was indeed mainly medical. Lord Slug, I know that you have always been proficient in medical techniques. I have a medical book here. It is the crystallization of a powerful country that has been condensed for thousands of years. I would like to make a deal with you. After saying this, The ground ahead suddenly kept squirming, and finally a slug the size of an adult appeared. Medical books that have been passed down for thousands of years. I remember that there are no countries in the world that have been passed down for thousands of years. Seeing that people had come out, Feng Yao smiled slightly. Coming out meant hope, and he handed over the book. Lord Slug can tell at a glance. The slug took the book with its soft and sticky body, and read a few pages in a tentative manner. Hey, can you do this without medical ninjutsu? It's still possible. Does this herb exist in this world? Seeing that Slug Immortal seemed to be fascinated by the Oriental medicine classic, Feng Yao coughed lightly, and then grabbed it back from Slug's hand in a hurry, which was quite laborious. Show me it. Lord Slug, this book was originally intended for you, but I have a small request. I hope to learn the Shibone Forest Immortal technique and become an immortal. Feng Yao dangled the book in front of the slug and then made his request maliciously. The slug was stunned when he heard it. Feng Yao frowned. Why, can't you? Then this book can only. Hey, it's not impossible, but it's very dangerous to learn immortality. Your chakra is obviously not enough, and it will be directly assimilated by nature. Hearing that Feng Yao petrified here, yes, he did improve his chakra with the help of the system, but it is true that the chakra still does not even have half of Naruto's, and now he can't withstand the impact of natural energy, just in when he was in a dilemma. Congratulations to the host for triggering the time-limited reward quest, and giving the host a reward in advance. Triple chakra, task requirements, learn the fairy mode within a week. Slogan. As someone who can fight against the protagonist, how can you be underestimated by a slug? There is such a good thing. Are you still the system I know? Shouldn't it be replaced? When the host is questioned, it is equivalent to questioning the system. Please complete the task as soon as possible. After talking about the surge in chakra in Feng Yao's body, the minimum requirements for cultivating the immortal mode have been reached in a blink of an eye. Faced with questioning eyes. Ahem, in fact, I just hid my strength, and now is my real chakra volume. I think it should meet the requirements of cultivating the immortal mode. Well, that's true, but I have to remind you that cultivating the immortal mode is very dangerous. Do you really want to do this? Well, I'm sure, please Sir Slug. As he said that, he handed over the book first, and the slug saw that Feng Yao was so sensible and took it directly, and led Feng Yao into the wet bone forest, talking while walking. Since you want to learn to practice immortal mode, do you know what immortal art is? Feng Yao listened to the slugs asking Feng Yao's fluent question and answer. The so-called immortality is to absorb natural energy and create immortal chakra in a certain proportion, which can greatly improve your ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion, right? Yes, the best way for newbies who want to feel the natural energy of my shitbone forest is to maintain absolute silence in a certain environment, stop their own activities and reconcile with nature. I will take you to my Shibone Forest's holy land, where the natural energy is most abundant. Quote. After walking with the slug for about half a cup of tea, I finally came to a round building made of various bones, which was a little cautious from the outside. Here are the bones of some powerful psychic beasts that I built after I defeated them. I can prevent all interference from foreign objects in it, and neither light nor sound can be transmitted in, so that you can feel the natural energy. Thank you Slug-sama, can I try it now? Feng Yao can't wait now. On the one hand, he really wants to master the immortal mode, and on the other hand, he doesn't have much time. After getting Slug's permission, Feng Yao entered the house. After entering the inside and closing the door, Feng Yao's first feeling is silence, absolute silence. In this confined space where you can't see your fingers, you can clearly feel the flow of blood, the beating of your heart, and the sound of exhalation in the dark. Will be infinitely magnified. Feng Yao first crawled and sat down. At this moment, his hands were faintly sweating. In this completely silent room, it was a great psychological torture. He tried to feel it. But within a few minutes he was so agitated by his strong heartbeat and breathing that he even wanted to take out his heart and twist his throat so that they wouldn't make any noise. Just when Feng Yao was about to collapse, The door opened. Light came in. Who, Lord Slug. At this time, Feng Yao's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and the whole person was as if he had just been fished out of the water. Oh, come out first, this kind of thing doesn't happen overnight. The slug helped Feng Yao out. To be honest, Feng Yao's own temperament was very good, and his mental ability was definitely first class. It can be seen from his previous battles that he was able to deal with it calmly, but in this room, it will collapse in a short time, and it is even worse for ordinary people or those in a bad mood. In addition to the ingenious setting of the house itself, in fact, it has also added techniques that are easy to make people anxious. Only in this situation can maintain the peace of mind, the mental stability can feel the natural energy in the wet bone forest. This is the cultivation method of the Shibone Forest Immortal Mode. Feng Yao was helped out and sat down and asked the slug fairy next to him. Lord Slug, how long have I been in there just now? When he was in the house, Feng Yao couldn't even tell the difference directly, and couldn't feel any flow of time, so he didn't know how long he had been there. About 10 minutes, which is good and even more than I expected. It seems you have more talent than I thought. Only 10 minutes. How do I feel that after a century? How long does it take to feel the natural energy? In my reckoning, you're going to be in the house for a day while you stay awake. Hearing this news, Feng Yao stood up directly and rushed into the house without looking back. What are you kidding me for a day? I only have a week in total, and now I only insist on 10 minutes. If you don't try your best, you will lose your life. The slug watched Feng Yao's figure rush into the house, and after 10 minutes, he entered and pulled Feng Yao out. How, isn't it? It took a long time. Feng Yao is still the same embarrassed look just now. About 10 seconds more. So Feng Yao rested for a few minutes and got in again. Just like that, over and over again. Come on, you can last for 20 minutes. The slug said to Feng Yao, whose eyes were bloodshot, while biting the vegetable leaf. It's been almost an hour now. Have you practiced the immortal mode before? The slug kept mucus in its mouth and asked Feng Yao, who was resting on the ground. Are you transformed from a psychic beast? It only took 2 days to spend 3 hours in the bone house. The slug complained while dragging Feng Yao out. This has greatly exceeded the slug immortal's expectations. It is already evening. Feng Yao's spirit is very tired at the moment. He has been practicing for a long time in the past 2 days. He only slept for an hour at night, and even the dark circles under his eyes are suffocated. Why are you fighting so hard? If you don't practice well, you won't die. Only if you practice like this will you really die. Slug handed over a handful of vegetable leaves, and Feng Yao responded silently in his heart. If he didn't practice well, he would really die. It is impossible to complete it in a week at your own pace. Damn, the system, I knew you didn't have a good heart. Thinking about harming Lao Su all day long. I said you were so good. You suddenly gave me a chakra boost. I don't care, give me an extension of time. The host seems to be talking in a dream again. The tasks of this system have always been the same. If the host can't complete it, I can only do things according to the rules. I know, don't you just kill it. You can't have something fresh. So Feng Yao could only ask the slug immortal for help. Lord Slug, I don't have much time. Ask me if there is any shortcut that can let me go or speed up my practice. The slug frowned upon hearing this. To be honest, it originally just wanted Feng Yao to give it a try and let the other party retreat, but seeing that Feng Yao was so talented and so hardworking, it really wanted to put Lin Xian with wet bones. The technique was passed on to him. I don't want to let the other party take shortcuts, because the danger is great. You'd better take it slowly. If you take shortcuts, your danger is 10 times greater than now. With your talent, you may be able to master the fairy mode in less than a month, so why rush for a while? Slug persuaded earnestly. Feng Yao smiled bitterly. He knew that the other party was for his own good, but he really had difficulties. Lord Slug, please, I must speed up my cultivation. I don't know how to describe it to you. In short, this is life-threatening. Quote. Is it really that serious? Then just wait. The slug pondered for a while and seemed to have made a decision. Suddenly, the entire wet bone forest did not. It should be said that the entire mountain began to shake violently. Countless gravel and soil fell. A slug that seemed to be magnified countless times climbed out of the mountain. To be more precise, the whole mountain is built on this slug, and this super large slug is the body of the slug fairy. The other ones, including Tsunade and Sakura, were only partial clones of the slug fairy. Feng Yao could really feel the power of the fairy, and the natural energy in his gestures could actually drag the mountain up. Feng Yao, come here and come to my head. The slug fairy spoke again, and the slug fairy of the body made people feel that they were irresistible, and Feng Yao obediently ran to the front. The slug immortal suddenly spit out a mouthful of mucus on the ground, but it doesn't look corrosive. This is the mucus in my body. Unlike ordinary mucus, they are all part of my body that is responsible for absorbing and condensing natural energy. After you apply it on your body, you can feel and gather natural energy to try to control it. Quote. Slime, is that so? Thank you Slug-sama. To be honest, Feng Yao is still a little bit conflicted about this slime, but for the mission, in order to turn on the fairy mode, he worked hard. After Feng Yao collected the mucus, he immediately flew back to the bone house, but this time the slug fairy sent a clone to follow along. In order to prevent Feng Yao from being assimilated by natural energy, it will absorb natural energy when necessary. After trying to apply the mucus for the first time, Feng Yao felt that there was indeed a strong external energy around the body, and it was integrated into his body under the guidance. Feng Yao quickly urged his own spiritual energy and physical energy to cooperate to merge this energy. The natural energy of the outside world, but it was swept away as soon as it came down, and the whole body was flooded with a large amount of natural energy. The eyes became smaller, 2 flesh balls drilled out of the head, and the body seemed to shrink a little, and a slug on the side jumped onto his body and wriggled to absorb the natural energy in Feng Yao's body. Feng Yao gradually returned to normal again, touched the skin that had been sucked red by the slug fairy, and suddenly thought of something. Lord Slug, I will absorb the natural energy first, and then you can absorb a part of it. Don't absorb it all, let me try to fuse the rest of the natural energy. Well, this method is also feasible for you, try it. One person and one slug stayed in this dark room for 3 days and 3 nights. Except for occasionally going out to rest and eat, he didn't even rest. I feel like I'm on the verge of success, and the fusion of natural energy was just a little off. Well, I didn't expect you to master it in such a short period of time. It would be great if the lord I contracted with could be as talented as you. Oh, what's wrong with her? The first time she entered the bone house, she was agitated and went berserk within a minute. She broke my bone house and ran out. Slug Immortal said that the 8 achievements are Tsunade. Although Tsunade is a medical ninja, she is an unscrupulous woman in character and has a hot temper. It is undoubtedly a huge torture for her to stay in this quiet environment. It's no wonder that she didn't practice the immortal mode of Shibone Forest. On the 6th day of entering the bone house for cultivation, a vague and powerful aura came from the bone house. With a bang, the door burst open, and a figure smashed the huge bones erected in the distance with a fist. A boy with white hair, light blue eyeshadow in the corners of his eyes, and cherry red eyes stood on the boulder. It is Feng Yao who enters the fairy mode. His immortal mode changed his appearance greatly, his eyes, eyeshadow and even his hair turned white. After entering the immortal mode, Feng Yao only felt that his whole body was full of power and had nowhere to vent, so he ran out and released it. Looking at the blow in front of Feng Yao was very satisfied. What have you done? Won't you open the door properly, my bone house? Feng Yao instantly collapsed when he heard the mighty momentum just now. Cough cough. Don't be angry, Slug-sama, don't be angry, I'll fix it for you, isn't it too exciting just now? After listening to the apology, the slug fairy's face improved a lot, but it was not really angry, and it was very happy to see that Feng Yao could master the fairy mode of Shibone Forest. Feng Yao sat on the ground and patiently felt his ability in immortal mode. In this state, he was extremely mentally strong, and it could be said that complicated matters or extreme situations would not make him feel anxious. At the same time, the natural energy in the immortal state improves his physical activity, as well as agility and defense, and he can also use the natural energy to improve his perception range. Now he can perceive the body of the slug immortal under his feet, but he was completely unable to do it before. The most important thing is the process of condensing natural energy. The immortal mode of Miaomu Mountain will stand still for a period of time to condense natural energy, while the immortal mode of Shibone Forest will take longer to condense, according to the slug immortal. Will shorten this time. But the advantage is that it lasts for a long time. Miaomushin's immortal mode can last for about 5 minutes. Naruto relies on shadow clones to condense chakra and the battery life is not bad, but his immortal mode can last at least 20 minutes. At this point, the continuous combat capability of the Shibone Forest immortal mode can be said to be far ahead. And I can finally feel the power of the system once. When I use chakra, the chakra will change in nature according to the magic that I want to use. Now I have mastered and used all the magic that has appeared in Hokage. He opened the seal with both hands. Immortal Fa Yin Escape Thunder School. This is one of the yin and yang escape techniques in Hokage. With the blessing of the fairy chakra, it can exert more terrifying power, and both hands can release black lightning to attack the enemy. The black lightning smashed the few giant bones around, and even the slug immortal behind couldn't help but secretly sighed at the power of this magic. After trying one trick, Feng Yao was not satisfied, and he still wanted to try other immortal arts. Immortal white magic. Feng Yao's stomach bulged, and an illusory long dragon spewed out of his mouth. A bead was held in the dragon's claws. The dragon ball emitted strong light and burst. This technique could deprive others of their 5 senses and damage others' hearing and vision through vibration. As soon as he used it up, Feng Yao found out that he was being used by his own magic. Blind. Fortunately, the cornea was only slightly injured, and the slug fairy can help him heal. While disabling the immortal mode, he sat down obediently and let the slug immortal treat him while cursing inwardly. Your system is still 9 yuan and 9 free shipping. Immortal arts are indistinguishable from me. This is what the host's stupidity has to do with this system. This kind of magic requires the interpreter to have certain conditions, and this system only allows you to use all magic, and will not help you reduce side effects. Feng Yao was speechless. He was really overjoyed just now. This fairy art used the snake's cornea to cover the strong light when he was using it. And how can I have the cornea of a snake? Then you didn't remind me sooner. I thought the host realized that. Sorry, I still overestimated your IQ. The system's rude tone made Feng Yao's anger not light. Fortunately, he succeeded, and he finally had the means and strength to save his life in this ninja world. Chapter 6_2 Tasks Conquer and Never Cut. In the next period of time, Feng Yao spent a relatively comfortable time in the Shibone Forest, complaining about the system every day and continuing to familiarize himself with the use of the immortal mode. You can also listen to the slug fairy talking about the various insights of the Great Book of Oriental Medicine. He also established a certain friendship with the slug fairy. Originally, the slug wanted to make a blood contract with Feng Yao. However, Feng Yao politely rejected it. Even if he has a pit system, he can't use psychics at all even if he has made a contract. Host, I seem to have heard you insulting the system just now. Cough, how come? I'm complimenting you. The system was silent for a while, and Feng Yao suddenly had an ominous premonition. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Revenge Konoha, it takes half a year. Task requirements. As Konoha rebel, you need to retaliate against Konoha within the specified time, and reward according to the degree of damage to Konoha. Slogan. If you have revenge, you will be repaid. Go and become an avenger, boy. You're crazy, avenging your personal revenge. You just came up with this mission. This slogan is obviously aimed at me, and you even attacked Konoha. Do you think I'm pain? I just ignore you. Feng Yao is also hard-hearted this time, and he is bound to fight to the end with this pitiful system. He is also an immortal now, so how can a man live in a melancholy manner for a long time? Congratulations to the host for triggering the task again. Forming a force, task requirements. A powerful traverser not only needs personal strength, but also needs to have his own subordinates. Please gather 3 masters with strength at Shengnan or above for your own use. Time for half-a-year task reward. Zuyan Dan. Slogan. Start your own legend in this mighty world, boy. Quote. System bro, I'm wrong, can't I? Please host as soon as possible to complete the task, otherwise it will be directly obliterated. The voice of the system has returned to its former ruthlessness. Feng Yao is really dumb eating Wonglian, and he can't tell the pain. Now he continues to complain, for fear that the system will give him another task, and he has to gather the strength of the ninja himself. Go to the major ninja villages to dig people. I said the system, I can understand your task, but the reward is too casual. Anyway, I have to win over 3 Shenzhen, so you can give me something to break the Yandan. The host will be the commander of a party in the future. If it is too ugly, it will be laughed at by others. This Yan Dan is a necessity. I feel like you are insulting me, but I have no proof. When the two were chatting with each other, the slug fairy came over to deliver food to him. He saw the slug fairy suddenly had a bold idea. He walked over and held the small slug fairy in his hand. Lord Slug, I want to ask you one thing. What's the matter? Did you get hurt again while practicing immortality? Cough, let's not mention this matter for the time being. I want to form a faction myself, and I want to invite you to be the first to join. Feng Yao said in a serious tone, the slug immortal definitely surpassed the existence of Shengnan in terms of strength, and has lived for thousands of years not only with strong strength, but also with rich experience. Hey, join your force. But why not just make a blood contract with me, so that I can also help you when you need it? Ah, this is actually a bit complicated. I can't sign a contract, and I want you to be named after joining my force. You don't need to do anything. That's right, you really are the strangest ninja I've ever seen. If that's the case, then I agree. Yes, the first Jonin got it, so it doesn't seem to be very difficult at first glance. But you have to think about where the next 2 Johns go, and as for revenge on Konoha, you have to take a long-term plan, because Feng Yao and I don't want to be too extreme. My parents live in Konoha. System, how much damage is this first mission passable? At least 10%. This data is still acceptable. After all, he was chased and killed by the 3 Anbu people for a day, so a little revenge is not too much. Feng Yao thought about the time spent in the Naruto world now, and suddenly thought that there was a place where he might be able to gather 2 other ninjas with strength. But it is still far away from here, and I need to leave as soon as possible. The next day, Feng Yao said goodbye to the slug fairy who had lived with him for more than a week. Then I started to hurry in the state of the immortal mode, and it was very fast to cooperate with the moon step. On the way, I passed the country of Tien. This is a small country bordering Konoha. Originally, there were no ninjas, but later, Orochimaru bribed the daimyo of Tianjiguo to establish Yinan village here, which became the base of Orochimaru. Originally, Feng Yao also thought about whether he could take Orochimaru as his subordinate, but after thinking about it carefully, it's okay, Orochimaru is too dangerous. Now he not only has 5 people under his command, but also masters the taboo ninjutsu of reincarnation from the dirty earth, and he is a ninja comparable to the shadow level. The minute was made into a specimen by Orochimaru. After a few days, Feng Yao came to a small road and hid quietly first. This is the only way to go to the country of waves. What Feng Yao is looking for this time is Wuyin Village's traitorous ninja Peachland Sabuzai. This person is definitely at the level of Shengnan in terms of strength. With the addition of a water without moonbai, Bai can not only make a seal with one hand, but also the owner of the Shuiji boundary. No matter how much he doesn't kill Zhang, he may not even be able to beat him. From the time point of view, I should have come early. At this moment, Kakashi's team and Zaibuzhen have not met. Feng Yao could only rest on the tree for a while. The mission this time is to kill the bridge builder Dazna. I heard that he hired Konoha's ninja to protect him. Well, what kind of ninja can that poor country hire? The two ninjas who spoke were wearing forehead guards that symbolize the ninjas of the village of Hokage, and they looked gloomy with masks on their heads. This should be the two Chunin of the first wave of assassination Kakashi squad, known as Ghost Brothers. They arrived at the ambush one step ahead of schedule and are preparing to wait for the rabbit. You two, could you please do me a favor? Who? The two Hokage village ninjas hurriedly took up a fighting stance when they heard someone nearby, and one of them threw a kunai at the place where the sound came from. But it was obviously ineffective. Feng Yao used the moon step to dodge and fell directly in front of the two of them. The two Ghost Brothers are good at combined assassination. They were not surprised when they saw Feng Yao being close to him. They pulled the chain ninja on their arms and planned to kill Feng Yao directly. And Feng Yao was not in a hurry, and softly spit out two words from his mouth. Iron block. This is a defensive technique in the 6 forms. Drumming strength into a lean body can make his body as hard as steel, and the chains can't help him at all. After opening the iron block, he directly grabbed the iron chain all over his body and pulled it hard, and the two of them were suddenly unable to stabilize their bodies, and they just wanted to break free. But how could Feng Yao do what they wished, and threw the two of them out one by one and hit the big tree next to them? He walked slowly to the two of them. Don't get excited, I just have something to ask you guys. Water escape mist shadow technique. The Ghost Brother saw that the other party was not something he could deal with, and immediately used the technique of fog and shadow to retreat. However, looking at the thick fog in front of Feng Yao, it seemed that he was not affected by the thick fog at all, so he rushed directly into the fog and kicked the two brothers to the ground one by one. Because Feng Yao's perception ability has been greatly improved after cultivating the fairy mode in Shibone Forest, even if the fairy mode is not turned on, the position of the Ghost Brother can be locked in the fog. He picked up a mist ninja in one hand. I want to ask you one thing, and the answer is that you can live. You are the ninja that Konoha is responsible for protecting Dazna. I didn't expect Dazna to hire a ninja of your level, but I won't tell you anything. While struggling, the mist ninja looked at Feng Yao with a malicious look in his eyes. Well, then you're going to die. After speaking, he cut one of them in half directly. Lanjiao is also one of the 6-foot skills, but it does not damage the enemy by kicking. Instead, it attacks the enemy with a vacuum slash created by high-speed kicks. This is Feng Yao's first time to kill someone who has experienced life and death several times, but he is no longer the weak man who would tremble when he takes Kuwu. He must be ruthless in dealing with such desperados, so as to make them feel afraid. You don't kill me, I said. What do you want to know? The other one seemed to be terrified when he saw the tragic death of his companion, as if he was willing to explain everything. It'd be better if I did this earlier. I want to know where the peach land is not cut. You are his subordinates, right? Yes, he can be reached by the middle road a few kilometers north, and I can take you there, as long as you don't kill me. Feng Yao looked at the north. Like Bei, you don't have to take me there, because I don't believe you. After speaking, without waiting for the other party's reaction, he directly cut open the other party's chest with another kick and sent the brother to the road. Although the man's eyes seemed to be panicky, he looked at his companion's body several times while speaking, and there were some small movements behind him. You don't keep credit. The man kept spitting blood in his mouth, and after a few seconds he swallowed, and Feng Yao walked over and turned his body over. He was holding a detonating talisman in his backhand, and he should have wanted to die together when Feng Yao was distracted, but he didn't expect Feng Yao to act directly after hearing the news, and he didn't have time to drive. How does the host feel about killing the first time? The world of ninjas is really cruel. As long as it is determined to be the enemy, I will fight with the determination to die, but this is also the case with me now. It's best for the host to think so. If you are relentless and don't dare to kill, then you will not be able to complete the next task of this system. You're too embarrassed to say that Wei Wei is a stupid task, so you can't be professional. After speaking, he cleaned up the scene, took away all the equipment of the two, and disposed of the two's corpses in a hasty manner before looking for them and not cutting them. At the same time, Kakashi's team was also coming here, but the ghost brothers have been killed, so Naruto and the others will not meet. Feng Yao came to a wooden house that looked like a spinning top. This was the base of Zaibujian. The news that the ghost brother told him was actually correct. Dealing with Zaibujian could not be as casual as that of the ghost brother. So Feng Yao first turned on the fairy mode not far from the house, and the white hair and blue eye shadow appeared again. In the fairy mode, the sense of wind and glory is even stronger than before, and he can even detect the specific number of people in the house. He first quietly climbed the roof of the house to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. If you don't kill Mr. It seems that the client of this mission needs to take precautions. That Cardo heard that he often hires Renren to do things, but after finishing it, he secretly started to deal with Renren. Humph, who does he think I am? This uncle, but the dignified Misty Ghost won't cut the peach land again. If he dares to play tricks with me, I will directly break his dog's head. The voice was a conversation between Zaibujian and Shiro. This time their client was Cardo, one of the world's richest men, but unfortunately it was Kakashi's team. The assassination mission of Zaibujian still failed. As rebels, they were drifting around, and Feng Yao wanted to take these two for his own use. Just as he was about to enter, a chill suddenly appeared from behind, and a tall beheading knife with two people fell on the place where he was lying. Very keen, no wonder the ghost brother will be defeated by you. Who are you? How do you know? Huh. Looks like I'm still being put together by those two guys. People who go out to perform human tasks will also consider the situation of being captured alive. The ghost brothers are not lying to you, but there are ninja tools to monitor the road in the middle. If I didn't know in advance, it would be really difficult for me to find you. Seeing that the peach field covered with cloth strips will not be cut, Feng Yao is more and more satisfied with his future subordinate. The one in the room is just a water body to confuse himself, and he himself uses the silent killing technique to kill himself with one blow, but unfortunately he failed. I came here with no ill will. My name is Feng Yao. I came here to sincerely invite you to join my forces. Ha ha ha, from what you look like, you're just a brat with no hair. I also want Teodi, one of the 7 dignified ghost swordsmen, to stop beheading the uncle to serve you. After listening to Feng Yao's words, Bi Yuzan laughed angrily, raised his hand and waved the beheading knife on his hand to chop at Feng Yao. However, Feng Yao's strength in the immortal state was several times higher than before, and he directly caught the beheading sword with one hand. At the same time, the finger gun of the 6 types is used. Using the 6 types in the immortal state can greatly increase their power. This is to gather the whole body's strength on the index finger, and use the hardened finger to strike with an electric flint, and the power can be easily throughout the human body. Feng Yao stabbed the beheading sword that he was holding with his fingers, and the blade broke immediately. If I didn't cut it, I saw that the beheading sword that had made countless great achievements for myself could not even pick up the opponent's finger. I was shocked by the power of this body art, and when I stepped on my feet, I started to step back. Water escape mist hidden technique. The fog hidden technique of Zaibuji is obviously much stronger than that of the ghost brothers, and the thick fog obscured his sight in just a moment. But Zaibujian was not trying to escape, but looking for opportunities in the fog, but Feng Yao didn't have time to spend it with the other party, and his time for immortalization was limited. Immortal reincarnation. This is a kind of ninjutsu that can give life to inorganic objects and control them. The stones on the ground suddenly twisted and changed their shape, and pierced into the dense fog rapidly. A strong smell of blood spread from the fog. Don't behead Mr. Bai, who was on the side, burst out with a strong killing intent in his eyes at the moment, rushing directly towards Feng Yao, and the silver needle in his hand was quickly thrown out, and every place was a key point. But they were all avoided by Feng Yao with a moon step. At this time, Bai seemed to have lost his mind and rushed over to directly fight with Feng Yao, without even using the blood-based limit. The result was, of course, a direct payment. Feng Yao used an iron block to improve his body's defense. He took Bai's blow and locked his neck with his backhand. I didn't kill him, and I can't guarantee it if you're messing around. The thick fog gradually dissipated, and his hands and left foot were deeply pierced by the stone pillars transformed by inorganic reincarnation, making him unable to move, but his eyes were full of killing intent. You've already lost. Don't cut it. Think carefully about what I just suggested. Humph. Then you just kill me. I won't let you drive me. Oh, are you sure? Said that Feng Yao's right hand was more forceful. Bai's breathing began to be difficult. You don't want to threaten me with White. He is just a tool for me. If I die, he will be worthless. Do you think I will agree to your conditions for him? That's right. I'm sorry. Don't cut, mister. Hey, your subordinate is so loyal to you. Why don't you think about it? He just rushed to me desperately for you. Even to save your life. Don't you think it's too cruel to do this? The relationship between Bai and Xianju is very clear. Xianju is ruthless but not heartless. He has left tears for Bai. In addition to this wave of his own that is comparable to Naruto's mouth escape, he thinks about this in his heart. Calculated. Ninja is a tool, to put it bluntly. What I see is only his bloodline, not him. Kill it if you want. Your reaction is wrong. Your own process should be correct. No matter how you don't cut it, there is no reaction at all. How did Naruto do it? Feng Yao madly complained in his heart. Host, you are just an ordinary person, and you are talking nonsense without the aura of the protagonist. Feng Yao stared at Zaibuzan and stalemate with him for a long time, and finally let go of Bai, and at the same time released inorganic reincarnation. Cough, cough, don't cut it again, sir. As soon as Bai untied the shackles, he ran to the side of Xianju to support him, and if he didn't take it again, he stared at Feng Yao. What do you mean? Do you think that if you let me go, I will be your subordinate? Then you are too naive, and I will only find a way to kill you. I know, but you can't kill me, so how about making a deal? Feng Yao sees that it is temporarily impossible to completely subdue the situation, so he can only take a step back. What deal? Let's hear it. I know that you are a rebel of Wuyin village, and you assassinated the 4th Mesukage because you were dissatisfied with the tyranny of the village. I can help you with revenge and let you return to your country. You have seen my strength, and I have the ability. Do this. Quote. Hearing that Zaibuzan was silent here, after his failed assassination attempt, he escaped from the village and became Renren, and he has been wanting to return there for many years. Taking that country into the bag, although this little devil in front of him has a big voice, his strength is strong, at least he can't defeat it by himself. What is your request? It's very simple. Being my subordinate for 1 year, you can enjoy full freedom in this year, as long as you help me when I need it, and you don't want to do anything to each other after a year. Zaibuzan fell into silence. This condition is obviously very loose. For him, a year can be exchanged for a chance to return to Wuyin village. This transaction is still very cost-effective. Okay, I promise you. It's a promise. You can rest assured that in the future you will be grateful for the choice you made today. It's just that Zaibuzan ignored him, but returned to the house with Bai's help. Feng Yao followed him in, and there were several assassination ninjas in the room, all of Zaibuzan's cronies. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, forming your own faction and rewarding Zuyandan if you are using it now. Use it, let me see what magical use it has. And if the effect is average, I will give you a bad review. This system does not accept any evaluation and criticism. Start using. After speaking, he felt that the bones and muscles on his face became active, constantly changing positions, and Feng Yao covered his face unconsciously. The ninjas next to them didn't know what happened, but when Feng Yao took his hand away from his face again, everyone's mind was slightly blank, and a sentence emerged in their mind. There are such beautiful people in the world. Now Feng Yao's facial features seem to be carved out by the most sophisticated carver in the world. The facial features are even finer than the screws of the parts, and there is this natural feeling. If the person with this face is a woman, it must be a disaster for the country and the people. In particular, the deep blue pupils made everyone present feel a cordial feeling when they looked at each other. What happened to your face? It just changed. Even without cutting, he took a few deep breaths. First, he was shocked by the change in the face of the other party. Second, he found that when he looked at the other party, he couldn't help but feel a little cordial. But if he didn't cut it again, he was not an ordinary person after all, and he recovered quickly. Hey, what's wrong with my face? Has it changed a lot? Feng Yao was a little uncomfortable looking at the surprised and obsessed eyes around him, because all the big men here looked at him with a look of desire. A mirror. See for yourself. Originally, I thought that the people around were all perverts who had been horny for several years, so excited to see a man's face, but when I got the mirror, I was stunned. This is completely different from the previous self. It is 10,000 times stronger than a plastic surgery hospital. After all, plastic surgery will not have such a natural feeling, and even looking at this face is a little impulsive. All wipe, your medicinal pills are too powerful in the system. You're really underpowered for not finding a doctor from a plastic surgery hospital to be the host. Products produced by this system must be excellent products. After a moment of silence, Feng Yao returned the mirror and asked Bai to ask for a mask. He didn't want to be stared at by these men all the time. After wearing the mask, the eyes of the people around him were not as hot as before. It seems that you have quite a few secrets. I am more and more interested in our deal. Looking at Feng Yao's change just now, he said gloomily. He had never seen anyone who could change his face so much in a short period of time, and it wasn't some kind of illusion. The stronger the opponent's strength, the greater the help for his future attack on Wuyin village, but the strength also needs to be guarded. Feng Yao coughed lightly. It's just a trifle, don't take it too seriously. Zai Buzhen glanced at the cronies around him, and issued his own instructions at the same time. This man is our new leader from now on, and you need to fulfill whatever orders he has and don't disobey. Feng Yao nodded at the crowd as a greeting. At this time, an angry voice suddenly came from outside. And the object in the words is Teodi Zaibuji. If I don't kill you, this useless guy, I paid a lot of money to ask you to take action. Your two broken men haven't met anyone yet, and I don't know who will clean up. Now they have reached the bridge. Now, why did you explain it to me? Hearing Zaibujian here, he looked towards the corner. Someone touched his nose with a guilty conscience, and responded silently in his heart, that the two of them went away for nothing, so it's better to let them clean up. Without slashing again, he directly swung the beheading sword and warned. Kobo, you don't need to talk nonsense. Next time I will do it myself, don't bother you. Looking at the beheading knife that was less than half a meter away from him, Kobo swallowed nervously. In fact, the knife should have been able to reach Kobo, but it was interrupted by Feng Yao. However, the beheading sword can regenerate the blade by absorbing other people's blood and using the iron in the blood, so don't worry. Then I'll leave it to you. Don't make any mistakes. There seem to be some powerful ninjas over there, and I see you're injured, so it won't be a problem. Looking at Zaibujian in front of him, Kobo raised his doubts even though he was a little afraid. HMPH, don't worry, just be ready to collect the corpses for them. Zaibi Yuzan responded to Kobo in a gloomy tone, and then let Bai blast a few people out. After Bai came back, he looked at the injured Zaibujian and said worriedly. If you don't kill me again, your injury is not suitable for the assassination mission now. I don't think it is necessary to take action now. Assassin, you must have full confidence to kill with one hit. If one hit fails, then the other party will be prepared next time, and the current Seifujuan is obviously not the peak state. Don't worry, it's just a few Konoha ninjas, you go to Shiro with me. Zaibuzhin didn't know that Konoha came this time to Hatake Kakashi, who is known as a copy ninja. If he knew, he would definitely be more cautious. However, Feng Yao didn't plan to tell him that it would be better to let Zaibuzan be hammered half to death by the opponent, and then he would save himself, so that he could take the opportunity to gain a wave of favorability. Just as he was thinking, Zaibuzan suddenly turned his head to look at himself. "Boss, I need to complete the task of the employer now, do you have anything else to do?" "Don't worry, I will stay in this annex for a while. I just heard you say that the other party is Konoha Ninja. You are the backbone of my organization and a subordinate I am very optimistic about. Be careful." Although he said this on the surface, Feng Yao knew very well in his heart that if he didn't cut him out this time, he would definitely be hit with a hammer. He would secretly follow him after a while. "Host, your concern is so hypocritical and disgusting, this system is about to vomit." Humph. For those of you who don't know, this is called the Way of the Emperor. Read more books. But obviously, Feng Yao's way of being under the Emperor still needs to be improved, because Zaibuzhin and Bai both looked at him with a very disgusting look. "Next time, you don't need to say such a thing, it's disgusting. If we don't kill Mr., we seem to have made a wrong choice." After speaking, the two left, leaving Feng Yao alone in the wind. Chapter 7_Meet Naruto again, Immortal Art is Powerful. The Kakashi team on the other side quickly arrived at the Land of Waves because they were not blocked by the Ghost Brothers. Their task this time was to protect Dasna, the bridge builder, until the bridge was completed, which should have been a B rank or higher task. Because Cardo didn't want the bridge he built to threaten his own fortune. Don't hesitate to hire such a powerful renegade ninja to assassinate Dasna. However, because the country of Bo is really poor, it really can't get any money and can only declare sea level. Fortunately, the Kakashi team came, and if it was an ordinary Chunin team, I would have given it for nothing. The camera turned to Zaibuzhin, and now he has caught up with Kakashi's team, looking at the target in front of him and the Konoha ninja next to him. He first hid with Bai. As a professional assassin, he will gather enough information before he starts. At this time, Naruto's eyes suddenly wrinkled, and he picked up Kunwu with his right hand and flung it like the grass next to him. Over there. The people around were taken aback by his sudden blow, and even Zaibuzhin, who was hiding in the dark, thought he was exposed, but in fact Naruto was just trying to pretend to be handsome. But by mistake, Naruto's frightened Zaibuzhin's breath still leaked a little, and the keen Kakashi noticed that there were indeed people around. He gave Naruto and Sasuke a wink. Sasuke realized that things were not simple, and his palm slowly touched like kunai, but Naruto. I didn't see Kakashi's eyes at all. It's been discovered, as expected of Kakashi, offended. It was meaningless to find that the other party had discovered that he continued to hide, and he threw the beheading sword horizontally without cutting, and the target was Dasna. He is not in his peak state at this time and does not want to entangle with Kakashido. He is ready to make a quick decision and leave directly. Get down. After the first squat down to dodge the beheading sword, Naruto and Dasna were thrown down by Sakura. Sasuke's reaction was just that of Kakashi, and he fell back with a straight back. If you don't make a single blow, continue to pursue, and at the same time order Bai to join the battlefield. Shiro, find a chance to kill Dasna, I'll deal with these Konoha ninjas, water escape. Missed hidden technique. Under the influence of the ninjutsu, the vision was soon deprived, and the situation was very bad. Kakashi had already seen from the beheading sword just now that this time it was Karayan's traitorous ninja Peachland. But he didn't have time to think about why the other side would have such ninjas on a sea-level mission, so he could only make plans for Naruto and Sasuke while trying to figure out a way. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, don't walk around back to back, this ninja is scary, protect Dasna, be careful of his other companion. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, Kakashi put his right hand on his forehead, opened the writing wheel eye that was covered by him, and Sengoku kept turning in his eyes. Tisk tisk, the writing wheel eye is really enviable. The one who said this was naturally Feng Yao, who had been following Zaibuzhen. Because of his own appearance, the confrontation between Kakashi and Zaibuzhen had undergone a lot of changes. First of all, it is not the peak state to be injured again, and it will be even more difficult to win against Kakashi. Secondly, this time Bai also joined the battlefield ahead of schedule and did not know Naruto. This system can also allow the host to master and use the pupil technique of the wheel eye, but the host needs to capture the corresponding eyes by himself. Hearing this, Feng Yao was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but complain that the system is still the same pit, and now the powerful shakers in the Naruto world are in the hands of various terrifying people. For example, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, etc. Although he has mastered the immortal mode, he still has no chance of winning against these people. Then don't hurry, anyway, half a year has not come, and the ghost knows what your pit system is giving me. While speaking, the battle between Kakashi's team and Zaibuzhen has entered a white-hot stage. If he didn't cut it, he would have been injured, and it was even more difficult for Kakashi, who had opened the writing wheel, to be directly defeated by copying ninjutsu. On the other side, Shiro, seeing that he was injured again, was also using the ice escape secret technique. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal, together with the 1,000 Needles, to attack Naruto and Sasuke, but this time the result was different. Sasuke was not seriously injured, so he avoided it easily, while Naruto was stunned in the spot because he was leveling without the ghost brother, and felt the threat of life, and the 9 tails in the body ran wild. Although it is only a tailless beast state, it is not something that Bai can resist, and it breaks Bai's secret technique in an instant. At this moment, Sasuke felt the destructive breath of Naruto's 9 tails. In addition to shock, there was also jealousy and desire. He needs strength, and the tail of the crane, which he usually underestimates, can actually have such a powerful strength in his body. Naruto was emotionally unstable because of the 9 tails. He wanted to kill the person in front of him who caused him harm. He lowered his body and rushed over in the form of an animal. He was going to hit the white one. Kakashi looked at Naruto's runaway state and was about to stop him when a white hand grabbed Naruto's wrist. A boy wearing a mask, he chuckled lightly. "These two are my comrades, can you please stop for the time being?" Naruto didn't talk nonsense, snorted angrily, and expressed his attitude with his actions. He held Feng Yao's left arm with his other free hand, and stepped on the ground with his feet. "I want to throw the opponent away." 2 pits were stepped on the ground by Naruto's powerful force, but Feng Yao remained motionless. Before he came out, he had already turned on the immortal mode. With Naruto's current tailless state, he couldn't do anything to himself. Feng Yao felt helpless when he saw that Naruto couldn't listen to him at all. He put one hand on top of Naruto's head and used his powerful mental power to force Naruto to wake up. The current Naruto is not completely out of control, but is guided by the emotions of the 9 tails, and gradually wakes up under the influence of Feng Yao's spiritual power, and the state of the tailed beast disappears. Kakashi looked a little surprised at this boy who seemed to be about the same age as Naruto. Although he couldn't see his face clearly with the mask on, he should be only a 12 or 13-year-old kid. To suppress the power of the 9 tails without relying on the sealing technique. Now the kid is so strong, and looking at it like this, it should not be cut to the side. Kakashi now feels that things are more difficult to do, and he is also secretly scolding the client of this task. This kind of task is reasonable even for A level, but the other party actually falsely reported C level in order to save money. But now was not the time to think. He rushed forward with a sword step, waved Kujin with his left hand like the opponent's arm, and tried to pull Naruto back with the other hand. When Feng Yao saw Kakashi rushing over, he didn't think to stop him, and threw Naruto to him directly. Naruto screamed in pain but was not injured. Zaibuzhen, who was lying on the ground, saw Feng Yao, although he knew that the other party should have followed him, but he didn't say anything. If he had just shot a little late, Bai would have died. Hee, Chief, I'm sorry, I made you see me so embarrassed. Looking at the scars all over his body, Feng Yao laughed. No, You will get better soon, Shantha. Dew of Life. As he spoke, his hands began to seal quickly. The Dew of Life is a unique fairy technique in the Shibone forest. It was instructed by the Slug Fairy and quickly mastered with the help of the system. An illusory white butterfly was summoned, and a drop of Dew of Life dripped from his mouth, and the wounds on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon they were completely healed. Feng Yaoyi's gourd painting scoop gave by another drop, and it also made the other party return to normal. The release of this fairy spell requires a certain time interval, and it can only be used once every 2 weeks, and only 3 drops can be used at a time. But the effect is very powerful and can instantly heal all physical injuries. No matter how much you don't cut it, you can't help but admire the magic of this immortal art. He walked aside and stood beside Feng Yao with Bai. Boss, it seems that I still underestimate you. Thank you for saving Bai. Bai also bowed his head to express his gratitude, but he thanked Feng Yao for saving him, and Bai no longer cared about his own life. Kakashi, who has turned on the Shaker's chakra and has not much left, is now in trouble. The opponent's 2 battle strengths have recovered as before, plus a little devil whose specific strength is unknown. On my own side, a Naruto who can get out of control and act unexpectedly at any time, a slightly reliable Sasuke, a Sakura who is incompetent, and himself who has little chakra left. No matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. At this time, it was obvious that Kakashi's heart was shaking. He snorted coldly, and then drew out the beheading sword to make a seal and prepare to do it again. Wait a minute, if you don't cut it again, you have already lost. As an assassin who failed for the first time, you actually have no chance. The mission has failed. Feng Yao turned around and said to Zai Bi Yuzan. Zabujan's eyes were slightly surprised. He hesitated and persuaded. Leader, if we let them go back this time, we will definitely be retaliated by Konoha. I mean to silence them, and if the task cannot be completed, the evaluation of our assassination will be lowered. With you here, this card Casey won't be our match. Feng Yao, who was thinking about leaving the Kakashi team and letting go of Kakashi's team, almost didn't want to turn around and slap him again. I won't stop you if you want to die. Killing the protagonist group, thanks to what you think, not to mention Sakura, Naruto's 9-tailed mode just opened without tails. It really makes him anxious. When the time comes, it will not be like that when the 9 tails are released. Easy to do. Seeing that Sasuke is not strong now, do you know who is behind it? Itachi Uchiha, a man called a demigod. If he knew that he killed his Aodudo, he would be attacked by others for thousands of miles. Press the hammer. Orochimaru is the body of Sasuke. You see what it looks like when it is beaten by Itachi God. Kakashina is also a man who can get along with Kagaya, and he has no grudges with the protagonist group, so why bother? Just when he was about to scold him for not slashing again. The opposite Naruto spoke first. Although he put on a mask, his voice and body shape were still recognized by Naruto. Feng Yao, you are Feng Yao, right? Although you are wearing a mask, I will not admit your voice wrong. Why did you leave the village? Why didn't you tell me at all? Hearing that Naruto recognized himself, Feng Yao subconsciously frowned, but he did not rush to refute, but slowly took off the mask on his face and smiled at Naruto. I think you must have identified the wrong person. Do you see me as the person you were looking for? Feng Yao, who took off the mask, once again amazed everyone on the field. Kakashi's team had a brief absence, and even the person who had seen Feng Yao's face before was unconsciously attracted. Sakura also said to herself, this man is so beautiful, and he seems to have a very kind feeling. Kakashi looked at Sakura, whose face was full of obsession, and didn't say anything. The face of the other party was indeed a monster, and even himself seemed to be thinking. He was a little suspicious when he heard Naruto's words. Feng Yao's information was recorded in Anbu's handbook. Kakashi had also seen this spy from another country who infiltrated Konoha, but he was not familiar with it after all. But if Naruto said so, there is almost an 80% chance, because the two have been familiar with each other since childhood. It's just that Kakashi dispelled this doubt when the other party lifted the mask. Because he had seen Feng Yao's photo, it was just a very ordinary face, one that would be forgotten even at a glance, and it was completely different from the person in front of him in Japanese. Naruto was also stunned. The voice and body shape of the other party was exactly the same as Feng Yao in his memory, but his appearance was not his good friend at all. Before Naruto could react, Feng Yao put on the mask again, and the eyes of the people around him stopped. Came back. Kakashi stood in the same place. He became Jonin as a 12-year-old. He has experienced nearly 1,000 missions and knows that the difficulty of this mission has exceeded the scope of his team's ability to complete it, but it is his responsibility to complete the mission as a ninja. He decided to step forward to negotiate. The strength of several of you is indeed very strong, but we also have a task at hand. Presumably you don't want to fight to the death. The technique that can restore people's injuries should not be used all the time. Why don't we make a bet? This sentence made Feng Yao intrigued. He just didn't know how to let Kakashi go with the four of them reasonably. After all, my subordinates are also face-saving people. If I ask them too hard from the beginning, I am afraid that they will not be easy to manage in the future. As for the bet, no matter what the bet is, you can deliberately lose. Oh, let's hear it. What kind of betting method do you want? Kakashi, who saw the other party's agreement, was also relieved. If the other party did not agree with his request, he could only fight for his life. But the hopes of these Konoha's future behind him are only afraid that they will die again. Kakashi takes 2 bells out of the bag. There are 2 bells here, one for each of you and me. Whoever can get the other's bell within the specified time will win. If we win, then you will not be able to shoot Dasna until the mission. It's over. If we lose, then dishonor is at your disposal. Looking at the bell, Feng Yao showed a strange look. This is the method Kakashi used to test Naruto and the others, but Kakashi actually wanted to bet on this. But he knows Kakashi's character well, and even if Kakashi loses, he won't hand over Dasna honestly. But it doesn't matter to him. Dasna doesn't care whether he is alive or dead. Yes, I agree, but I want the 4 of you to go together. You alone can't beat me. Bai Zi, who was on the side, stepped forward and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Feng Yao. The 2 of you have already lost, so you don't have to make a move. I will avenge you both, just watch from the sidelines. If he didn't give up a knowing smile, this cheap leader who he just recognized seemed to be pretty good, and he was not a condescending talent to follow him. So he pulled Bai back to a safe place, and Kakashi's team was overjoyed. It can be said that the winning rate of 4 people against 1 can be said to be greatly improved, and this is still an item that has been trained. Except for one person, that is Naruto. He pointed directly at Feng Yao and cursed. You don't have to be so arrogant as a guy with a mask. You look like a kid about my age. Believe it or not, I'll beat you. Was a strange silence on the field for a few seconds, and Xiaoying gave him a punch from behind and said angrily, You idiot, you finally have such an advantage. What if you anger the other 3 and get on together? Do you have any brains? Sasuke and Kakashi also shook their heads nervously. Kakashi threw a bell to Feng Yao, and at the same time let Naruto and others say something quietly, and began to prepare to do it. As soon as Feng Yao finished putting the bell on his body, Kakashi's seal was completed. Soil escape, earth flow wall. The earth began to form a ripple-like movement, and then a 2-meter-high earth wall appeared on the left and right of Feng Yao. This kind of ninjutsu has an excellent defensive effect on the front. Just to block Feng Yao's action space. Naruto was the first to charge after that, and he made a seal while moving forward. The multiple shadow clone technique instantly created nearly 1,000 clones, betting the only road ahead. Feng Yao couldn't help sighing that Naruto was a powerful chakra. His immortal mode was almost over. He had to end the battle as soon as possible, and he had to act like a little bit. He kicked his feet off the ground. Moonstep. The whole person bounced into the air, escaping from Kakashi's ninjutsu range and the rushing Naruto. Sasuke seized the opportunity, because it is difficult to avoid people in the air, and his standard Fengyao limbs threw nearly 20 kunai in one breath. Naruto on the ground saw that the enemy made 2 shadow clones in the air, and one person stepped on the other person's hand and continuously ejected himself into the air. But Fengyao's moon step can change the trajectory of his actions in the air, and he keeps dodging the flying kunai. As for Naruto, his kicks turned into smoke. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly pulled his hands in the void and shouted at Naruto. "Just now, get my kunai." Fengyao saw that there were just a few Naruto shadow clones flying over his head while he was not paying attention. In his hand, he held the kunai that Sasuke threw out, with a very strong silk thread attached to the back of the kunai, and Naruto took the silk thread at the end of the kunai to entangle Fengyao. Fengyao snorted coldly, "You want to beat me just by this means." Saying that, with all his strength, he broke free all the threads wrapped around him, but after all, it was a waste of time. After he fell to the ground, what was waiting for him was Kakashi's next ninjutsu. Psychic Earth Escape, the technique of chasing teeth. Several ninja dogs of different sizes suddenly came out of the mud, and they bit his limbs to fix him. At this time, Naruto next to him wanted to come over and grab the bell on his body. "It seems that if you don't move a little, you will solve it easily," Fengyao thought silently in his heart. So he first launched the iron block to shake off a part of the dog that was controlling his arm. As soon as he got out of control, he launched one of his few strongest fairy spells. Shantha, wooden dun, really thousands of hands. As the earth trembled, a majestic Buddha statue emerged from the ground, with countless arms behind him. The size of the Buddha statue was much smaller than what the generation wanted to summon. It is only about the size of a nine-tailed. You must know that the Buddha statue summoned by the god of ninjas is more than 10 times larger than the nine-tailed, and you can hold the nine-tailed with one hand. But this also surprised the people around him, especially Sasuke. The desire to become stronger in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and Kakashi's eyes widened. How is that possible? How could he use the secret art of wood escape? This is a complete plan to kill us. If he didn't cut it, he would be even more terrified. When he thought that he and the stupid one wanted to kill each other before, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have scum left when this ninjutsu started. Standing on the Buddha's head, Fengyao smiled and said, "Then I will start to fight back." Saying that, the hundreds of big hands behind the Buddha's statue waved wildly, waving at the Kakashi team in front of them. Kakashi shouted, "Fast out. Don't take it hard." In a single encounter, Naruto's numerous shadow clones turned into clouds of smoke, and Kakashi and the others were unable to maintain their shape under the huge impact of countless arms. Dodging in the sky of dust and gravel lifted by the arms, under Fengyao's intentional control, these arms did not hit them directly. It was only after half a minute that they bombed and destroyed the terrain around them, and it was completely over. There was already a ruin in front of me, and there were many huge potholes of different sizes. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were all lying on the ground. It didn't look like he was dead, and Fengyao slowly landed on the ground, just as he was about to go over to pick up the bell. Kakashi reluctantly raised his head and smiled at Fengyao. "What a powerful ninjutsu, but unfortunately, you lost." Said that a ninja dog that was biting Fengyao suddenly turned into Naruto, and he had already bit the bell on Fengyao's waist. At the beginning, the shadow clone and the shuriken were all false moves. The purpose was to make Ming people get close to themselves among the ninja dogs. Fengyao was silent for a moment, then said softly, "It's a good cooperation. If I lose, I'll let Zaibujian not chase and kill you all." Hearing Kakashi here, he breathed a sigh of relief, and Naruto quickly ran to Sasuke Sakura's side to check their injuries, and he was relieved when he found that there was no serious problem. Fengyao, who ended the immortal mode, went to No/and Shiro. In fact, when he just used a ninja dog in Kakashi, he felt that a ninja dog was different. In addition, knowing that Naruto likes to use the transformation technique in the shadow clone in the early stage, he can be sure that Bakung is Naruto. But it didn't break through. He didn't want to oppose the protagonist group, so he sold the flaw. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't slash next to him, he wouldn't be bothered to use thousands of hands, and he would just lose honestly, but considering that he wanted to stand in front of his subordinates, he still reluctantly played a wave. He came to Zaibujan. He coughed twice. Cough, I was careless. Let's forget about this task. I will help you solve that card. You have no opinion. Seeing the immortals just now, how dare you have any opinion? The ninja world is still the strong one after all. No opinion, the leader has worked hard, and the subordinates of Cardo will deal with it. Seeing Zaibi Yuzan being so high on the road, Feng Yao nodded in relief. Teaching your subordinates is like keeping a pet. It requires strategies and techniques. Too slow is not good-natured, too fast and you will lose your spirituality. Just when Feng Yao was satisfied that the three of them were ready to leave, Naruto jumped out again and angered his sense of existence. The guy over there, wait for me, one day I will defeat you head-on and become the strongest fire in the village. Ah! Before he could finish speaking, Kakashi covered his mouth. Kakashi smiled and apologized. Don't worry, this guy just likes to talk nonsense. Feng Yao was accustomed to Naruto's appearance, but he still felt amazing. Ordinary people who attracted hatred so much would have died a long time ago. Maybe this is the power of the protagonist's halo. I'm waiting for you. After he finished speaking, he and Zaibujian left together. Kakashi's team breathed a sigh of relief, and then gave Naruto a shudder. You idiot, do you know how dangerous it is just now? The strength of that masked kid is unfathomable. Even if I am at my peak, I can't agree to him. Naruto rubbed his head in pain, tears welling in his eyes, but he forcefully retorted, but he looks about the same age as us. Sasuke was silent, and Kakashi glanced at Sasuke next to him who didn't know who he was talking to. There are many guys in this world who are stronger than me but smaller than you, but your potential is also unlimited. As long as you practice well, you can one day achieve your dreams. After he finished speaking, he sat on the ground and fell asleep. He forcibly used the Shaker Eye, and the chakra in the body was consumed a lot in the battle just now, and it was already at the end of the line. Although this mission is indeed dangerous, it also brings huge changes to Sasuke, Naruto, and even Sakura. Especially Sasuke, his determination to become stronger and revenge is even stronger. Chapter 8_Sad Cardo. Following Feng Yao to return to the stronghold, the mentality of not cutting has changed a lot from before. At the beginning, although he was defeated by Feng Yao, he was still unconvinced in his heart. After all, the opposite side didn't know how to easily lock their position in the fog. But after watching Kakashi's team and Feng Yao's battle, he was convinced. Even if this kind of strength will not be broken by the opponent's fog concealment technique, it will definitely be a complete defeat. After returning to the wooden house where he lived, Zaibi Yuzan silently gave up the middle position. The subordinates in the room were a little surprised when they saw this situation. Zaibujan was so ambitious that he surrendered in such a short time. Feng Yao smiled slightly and sat unceremoniously in the middle, while Zaibujan and Bai stood on his left and right sides. He waved his hand to disperse the subordinates who would not slash again, and the treehouse would appear empty when the number of people was small. He turned his eyes to Zaibujian and asked in a playful tone, "What do you think of your subordinates if you're not beheaded again?" Hearing this, he was stunned for a second, but he also knew that Feng Yao disliked the strength of these people too low. He bowed slightly. Compared to the leader, their strength is not worth mentioning, but they also have a lot of roles. Some tasks always require some dead ghosts, don't they? Hearing this, Feng Yao couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous. Needing the weak to be the dead ghost can only prove that his own strength is not strong enough. Looking at the Xiao organization next door, there are only a few people in total, and they are not catching the tailed beast and destroying Konoha. Since he has established an organization, he must be responsible for the wine bag and rice bag, and he will definitely not accept it. At least he must be above the Chunin to join. He said solemnly to Zaibujan, "Our organization must have elites, and there is no need for the weak to exist." These subordinates of yours are ignored, but everyone who joins the organization in the future needs to be strictly reviewed. After thinking about it for a while, it seemed like a sudden realization. I see, it seems that the leader is planning to build a terrorist team composed entirely of elite Junin. You really are an ambitious person. Feng Yao was stunned when he heard it. He just wanted to make the organization better. Suddenly at this moment the system is making a sound. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, to establish a terrorist organization composed entirely of elite Shengnin, with at least 15 members in 2 years. Reward: 1 chance to draw an artifact-level weapon. The mission cannot be completed and obliterated. Slogan: You are no longer a young boy, let the name of the organization resound in heaven. Originally, he had a good chat with Zai Buzhen, but the expression on Feng Yao's face suddenly froze, and he sprayed directly regardless of the reward. You're crazy, this organization doesn't tell me what to do with me. Do you know that Akatsuki, the strongest organization in Hokage, only has 10 people? 15 elites. I will dig all the members of the Akatsuki organization. Not enough. The goal of this system is to train the host to become the strongest man in Hokage. The process must be painful. Please prepare yourself mentally and complete the task. Hearing the system's mentality that it's none of his business, Feng Yao gritted his teeth with hatred, and at the same time, there was a tinge of ill will in his eyes that looked like he wouldn't cut him again. Zai Buzhen next to him felt puzzled. Did he just say something wrong? Why is the boss looking at me wrong? Am I not good at flattering? If you don't cut those innocent eyes, you can see that Feng Yao is full of anger and has nowhere to vent. At this moment, the savior comes. The door of the wooden house was kicked open with 1 kick, and then a few ninjas who were beaten without knowing how to live or died were thrown in. The person who did this was Cardo. He walked slowly into the house with sunglasses on and stomped on a ninja's face with 1 foot. Spit and said, "You're really a piece of shit. You can't even kill a bridge builder if you don't cut it twice. Although I didn't intend to give you money, but since things have been messed up, I want to let you know that I've offended you. My Cardo's end." Seeing that the other party brought a large number of mafia and ordinary ninjas, his face sank. He knew for a long time that Cardo was not a good thing, but he didn't expect the other party to turn his face when he turned his face. Feng Yao stopped him when he was just about to make a move, and there was a smiling Shenron face under the mask. "Let me come." "You step back." Cardo was also puzzled when he saw a masked kid coming up from the other side. In fact, his subordinates didn't arrive near the bridge until long after the battle. They only saw that Dasna was still alive, and then went back to report, so Cardo didn't. "I don't know who Feng Yao is." Seeing that the other party rushed forward and sneered, several mafia and Ronin next to him rushed over with a wave of his fat palm. What these people know is just some ordinary swordsmanship, and Cardo wants to rely on the tactics of the sea of people to consume the dead and not cut. Feng Yao activated the iron block to adjust the hardened parts to his fists, and punched the chest of the nearest mafia with a punch, showing the power of this punch. But this also aroused the ferocity of the people around them, shouting to be bold, and they killed Feng Yao together, but they were all thrown out by the opponent with 1 punch and 1 hammer, and the mafia in the room decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. While playing Feng Yao, he was still muttering something. "Let you terrorist organization. Let you be elite. Why don't you go to heaven? Give me a broken weapon. I have endured you for a long time." In the expression of everyone looking at the monster, Feng Yao has been hitting Cardo all the way. The mask and body are covered with blood, like Shira who is dying. The rest of the mafia and the people around the ninja didn't dare to step forward. The big chaebol of this world trembled and fell to the ground. "You, do, what? Come over to protect me, I'll give you 10 times more money, hurry up." The people next to you are still unmoved. Feng Yao, who had planned to directly end up with Cardo, heard this sentence but thought of something. It takes money to build an organization. Ninja tools, locations, equipment, and recruiting personnel are all indispensable. Thinking of this, he leaned down and patted Kaduo's fat face with 1 hand. He asked in a devilish tone, "Damn fat man, how much do you think your life is worth? Seeing Feng Yao asking such a question, Kado's eyes showed hope. In his eyes, as long as it is a problem that can be solved with money, it is not a problem. He quickly opened his mouth and begged for mercy. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will be willing to give it to you no matter how much money it is. Feng Yao looked at the well-behaved Cardo and smiled, hugging his shoulders and not forgetting the sincere education. You can still make money without money, but nothing if you die. I want half of your property. It won't be too embarrassing. Hearing this number, Cardo shivered all over, and said with some embarrassment, this number is not too small, can you give me a break? Unexpectedly, Feng Yao directly turned his face and pointed to Zai Buku, who was standing behind. He pretended to be annoyed and said, how can I give you so much time? Now I'm still good to talk. If the person behind you comes, you might have already been hacked. Prepare the money in one day or just kill you. Cardo looked at Feng Yao, who didn't seem to be joking with him, and gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. Well, don't worry, I'll give you all the money in a day. Feng Yao nodded with satisfaction, and let the still-living mafia carry him and leave in despair. It turns out that it is so happy to tell others that it will kill you when the time is up. No wonder your broken system often says that you want to kill me. Feng Yao said to the system in his mind with some contempt. Does the host feel that there are not enough tasks? Cough cough, enough is enough, can't you be ruthless? At this moment, Zai Buzhen stepped forward and whispered in Feng Yao's ear, Kato is extremely insidious, I'm afraid he won't easily agree to our request. If we go back this time, if we bring ninjas here. Feng Yao looked at it and didn't cut it, then sat back on the chair and chuckled lightly. I know, but we can't get his money here, why don't we let him go back, and then torture him to find out where his money is? I'll leave this to you, remember no matter what, don't let him live, this kind of person will get revenge as a trouble. Quote. Feng Yao is not a person who kills indiscriminately. He only kills when it is necessary, or in order to achieve a certain method. Kind of. After hearing that, Zaibuju put his beheading sword on his back and smiled gloomily. Don't worry, he won't be there anymore. Chapter 9 Inches the Immortal, Organization established. In the dark night sky, the moon hangs high like a silver plate, swaying the sparse moonlight like water. Feng Yao stepped on the green grass, and just finished burying the corpses that were all over the ground. At the same time, he was also thinking about the development and planning of the organization in the future. In a normal organization, there will be several parts, and there will be special people responsible for investigation, strong attack, treatment, logistics, and resistance. But now there are only 4 of them on my side, and the slug fairy can't come yet. To complete this task is really a long way off. Thinking of Feng Yao here, he sighed and returned to the wooden house without stopping, and continued to make chakra cultivation and practice. Now the time for him to condense the immortal mode has been reduced to about 6 minutes, but it is still too long in actual combat, and the opening time must be shortened. At nightfall the next day, he returned to the base without beheading Cardo's head and a bag full of money. There are many slender and deep wounds on his body, and he must have experienced a hard fight. He put Cardo and the purse in front of Feng Yao. The bosses have been dealt with. Cardo's cash is about 50 million taels. The rest are some shops and real estate. Zaibi Yuzan stood there, gasping for breath, and said excitedly. Money is not too much for anyone, and he promised to help Cardo kill before he did not cut it, but also to get enough funds to recruit troops and buy horses to fight back to Wuyin village. And now this man in front of him can help him realize his wish. Feng Yao's face was calm, and the faint blue pupils shone with a cold light. Well, this is just the first step to start the fund for the organization. There will be many more in the future. Let's start making plans for the next step. If you don't clench your fists, the 50 million 2 leaders actually don't care at all. I'm afraid I can't do this. Although Feng Yao was calm on the surface, he was happy inside. Full of superiority and pride, he even sighed like the system. I think I only saved 1,200 taels in 12 years, and now it has doubled 50,000 times, and I have 2 good subordinates. This is life. The host is too naive. 50 million can't do anything. The establishment of the intelligence organization, the address of the organization, the consumption of various ninja tools, and you can't let your subordinates work for you for nothing, or you want to be black-hearted boss. It's all money. Looking at the fluttering wind, the system poured a basin of cold water without hesitation. Hearing this, Feng Yao smiled shyly, and quickly adjusted his mind. He called Zaibujan and Bai to him. Now our scale is still small, all we need to do is to recruit people. I want you to go to the 5 major countries to find rebel or exiled ninjas with strength within the Shangnan, and at the same time find a suitable place to organize and settle down. These you take 1/5 of the money. Hearing Feng Yao's order, Bi Yuzan was slightly surprised. He originally thought that the organization he joined had begun to take shape, but now it seems that it has not yet started. He asked cautiously, "Leader, I don't know the name of our organization and how many people there are now." Feng Yao coughed lightly, patted the dirt that didn't exist on his body and walked out. The name of the organization is to be determined for the time being. There are already 3 people. By the way, you can also think about what name our organization should choose. If he didn't cut his face, he was a commander before the leader, and even Bai couldn't help but chuckle. This time, even Feng Yao's old face can't hold it anymore. How can he let his subordinates treat him like this? So he turned around and said with a serious look, "What we are going to build is the strongest organization in history. Few of the people I have met are qualified to accept my invitation, and you have only barely achieved it. There is a saying that it is better to be short than to waste. I hope you can maintain this in the future." A state of mind. Quote. After listening to this, Bujan's mind was violently tumbling. Yes, it is better to be short than to waste. If his subordinates were all white people, would his coup d'état fail? "I have been taught, Chief." No longer bowed deeply. At this time, Bai proposed to the side. "Since the organization we want to build is the strongest in history, why not call it the strongest organization in history?" Looking at Bai Fengyao, who didn't seem to be joking, cold sweat broke out on his face. "What kind of a ghost name is this? If I go out to fight someone in the future, the opposite will say, 'Oh it turns out that you are Feng Yao of the strongest organization in history.' This sounds like a head-on kill." Fortunately, it is still reliable not to cut, and immediately scolded by HMPH, "This name is too child's play. According to what I mean, it is called the strong group. One word is simple and clear." Looking at the slightly proud Zan Fengyao holding his forehead, he already understood where the talent of Bai naming came from, and he said a little tiredly, "You better stop taking it. I thought about the organization's name, Xian." After obtaining the system, the first thing he mastered was immortal art, and immortals were considered the strongest existence in this world. The name of the organization is more suitable for the word, Xian. Bi Yuzan and Bai looked at each other again, and both felt that the name was a good one. So on this summer night, the trembling, immortal, organization of the other 5 major countries in the future was established in such a small wooden house. Time passed quickly, it seemed to be a snap of a finger, and it was mid-March. During this time, Fengyao compressed the charging time of his immortal mode to 3 minutes, and at the same time accompanied Zaibujan to complete many assassination missions. Today's mission is in the country of fire, and the target is an A-level bounty mission, called Yuchai Hideyoshi, with a dagger on his back, a man who looks a little dark-skinned. Judging from his age, he was in his 20s. He wore the forehead of the Kingdom of Clouds on his forehead, and he was still a rebel. Until he came to a deserted place. "Do not cut, ready to start." The other party didn't seem to notice, and he didn't hesitate if he didn't cut it. He directly waved the beheading sword and attacked the neck of the opposite side. The sword was wrapped in a strong wind and shot like lightning. The body suddenly disappeared in front of my eyes. Above, beside him, looking at Zai Bi Yuzan a little stunned, Feng Yao suddenly reminded. He looked up and saw that the opponent had already jumped into the air, and he swooped down without slashing, without any knots. At the same time, he said softly, "Lei Su Rui Kill." The hands were surrounded by blue chakra, and the nails turned dark purple, which looked extremely sharp and could easily cut through other people's flesh. Although Zaibuju blocked the first blow, his arm was easily slashed by the fingernails of the other hand. Ninjutsu. Feng Yao looked at the opponent's means, directly creating chakra without the seal, and activating the body to increase the attack and speed. It's not surprising that the opponent is from Union Village. The attack that used the fog concealment technique to not cut it was effective. But as time went by, the speed and strength of Zebujin began to weaken. Hideyoshi's ninjutsu was not only perfect, but also had poison in his hands, and Zebujin gradually became invincible. Hideyoshi seized the opportunity and then suddenly pushed back with a single claw. He quickly formed a seal in his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Lan dun." Huan Yao. Several thunderballs the size of a human head suddenly appeared around them, emitting a shimmering light that covered the sight. Without cutting the backhand, he inserted the beheading sword into the ground, and his hands formed a seal. Water escape. Water Dragon Ball technique. The pond next to it suddenly kept surging, and a water dragon about 2 meters long roared towards the other side. The violent explosions and flashes made people's ears roar, and their eyes were almost hard to see. The opponent's ninjutsu can not only cover the line of sight, but also explode. His line of sight gradually recovered, and his clothes were no longer torn, and electricity was running around all over his body. Clearly lost. "Okay, don't cut it, it's rare to meet such an interesting person, let me come." Seeing that Feng Yao was willing to end it for himself, he would not be forced to cut it, so he snorted at Hideyoshi and stepped back. "It's a good ninjutsu, but it still has the limit of Lan Dun's blood. Please serve me. I sincerely invite you to join my organization." The strength of this person has definitely reached the level of Shang Nin from the ninjutsu he just used, and he can do everything he can. "I need these powerful combat power now, not only for the formation of immortals, but also the time left for my revenge Konoha mission is running out, so I must do it as soon as possible." Hideyoshi glanced at Feng Yao with disdain, and scoffed at his words. He couldn't see anything special about the masked kid in front of him. "Scratched my hair. What if I reject your offer?" Feng Yao didn't answer him in a hurry, but slowly took off his mask. The other party was surprised when he saw Feng Yao's face, but he could not convince him to join a certain organization because of his good looks. "Then I'll make an offer you can't refuse." Hearing Hideyoshi Fengfo here, he was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. "Interesting, I haven't met someone like you for a long time. What's the name of your organization?" Feng Yao put on the mask again, turned around and walked in the direction of Konoha Ninja Village. A word popped out of his mouth. Fairy. Chapter 10 Before the War. The sun was hanging high, and the breeze was warm. A group of 3 walked on the road to Konoha, wearing bamboo hats on their heads to block the sun. The 3 of them also wore 3 rings on their hands, vaguely engraved with words, which was a hierarchy that Feng Yao borrowed from Xiao. The 3 people's rings were engraved with the sky, the place and the column. The first paragraph of the 1,000-character text is used. "Do you all understand my mission this time? If you want to escape, you can say it directly. After all, the target this time is Konoha, one of the 5 major ninja villages." There was no emotion in Feng Yao's tone, and he didn't know if he was trying or being sincere. At this time, although the Konoha ninja village is relatively weak, the Uchiha family has perished, and the 3 generations of Hokage have declined, but there are still Jiraiya, Hyuga, Tsurugi, Yamanaka, Nara, Akamichi and other families who are one of the 3 ninjas. It is easier said than done if you want to complete this kind of task with 3 people. Hehe, I didn't expect that the first mission of the organization was to attack the Konoha ninja village. Zebujin smiled a little gloomily, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. Hideyoshi on the side was a little excited. He was very keen on all kinds of exciting and thrilling things. When he asked Feng Yao, He said that if the things the Xian organization did were mediocre and trivial things, he would quit without hesitation. Feng Yao's heart is like a mirror. Although he managed to restrain these two people, it is still a little difficult to make these two people work for him unconditionally. I am afraid that if he sees that he is defeated, the two of them will run away as soon as possible. The team is not easy to lead, Feng Yao can't help but sigh. To be able to lead a team requires not only strong strength, but also excellent leadership skills. According to my estimation, the loyalty of the two of them is less than 50%, which will at least reduce the success rate of your plan to revenge Konoha by 20%. Your preparation is still insufficient. The ruthless ridicule of the system revolved around Feng Yao's mind again, and he rolled his eyes. Who do you think is to blame? You only give it half a year, or do I need to be so anxious? When Orochimaru attacks Konoha, won't it be good for me to fish in the middle of the water? You idiot system. Feng Yao was very angry, but the system ignored him. When they came to a town, the three decided to take a rest together. This city is where Feng Yao fled at the beginning. I still owe 1022 taels of medical bills to some people here. So Feng Yao first handed some of his belongings to Zai Buku, telling him to go to the inn to rest first and then come. Then he took 5,000 taels of silver bills and came to a dilapidated hospital. He wanted to find the old doctor who treated him at that time. The hospital's appearance at this time was even more dilapidated than before. The door had been covered with cobwebs, and when the door was opened, a cloud of dust came. Scattered wood shards and uncleaned rooms suggest that the place has been unoccupied for a long time. Is there anyone? I'm here to settle the medical bills. The unrepentant Feng Yao still shouted twice, and only came to the door after no one responded. I picked a hawker with a shop next to it and asked. Hello, I would like to ask if there was an old man who opened a medical clinic here before. Has it moved out now? This hawker is a young man. He originally thought that the other party came to him to buy something, but when he heard that Feng Yao wanted to inquire about the matter, he frowned and said angrily. I don't know. I haven't seen him for a long time. Do you buy anything? Feng Yao was not angry when he saw the other party's attitude, and asked while taking out a 100-tael silver note and handing it to the hawker. Then when was the last time you saw it? When the other party saw the 100 taels of silver notes, his eyes lit up, he grabbed it with both hands and hurriedly stuffed it into his arms, and put on a flattering expression. Thank you, uncle, the last time I saw it was about 2 or 3 months ago. As if some people in weird masks came and never saw them again. Quote. Hearing the person wearing a strange mask, a cold light flashed in Feng Yao's eyes, and the hawker on the opposite side shivered with fright, knowing that the guy in front of him was a ruthless man. Needless to say, those who wear weird masks must be Anbu of Konoha. The people who chased him were sent by the 3 generations of Hokage, and he didn't expect that even a doctor would be spared. He patted the peddler in front of him on the shoulder. Thank you very much, you can pretend that today's questioning never happened. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the medical clinic just now, neatly folded a stack of silver bills on the table, and bowed deeply. Feng Yao is very grateful for the life-saving grace of the old gentleman that day. No matter who killed you, I swear to cut off his head and bring him here. After speaking, he turned around and left, but his face was indescribably gloomy, and he had always had a clear grudge. This old man can be said to have saved his life, but now he died because of himself, which gave him another reason to attack Konoha. People are finally back. How are you? When are you going to start? Hideyoshi came over with a strange cry, but was pushed away by Feng Yao with disgust. Right now, he is not in the mood to mess around with the opponent. Given Konoha's situation, he definitely cannot attack directly. He must find a way to weaken Konoha's overall strength first, and he must also investigate who the old doctor is. Feng Yao pondered. The high-end combat power in Konoha needs to be diverted first. If they are all against each other, they will definitely suffer a lot. Both are hard to beat with 4 hands, and the number of people on their side is small. Intelligence is also collected. Since he has vowed to avenge the old man, he must do it, but it is not as easy to pry open the mouth of a ninja as it is to pry open Kato's mouth. You must sneak into the place where Konoha placed information and tasks. Destroying Konoha requires the use of a wide range of fairy spells, and if you use a large range of fairy spells too much, you will quickly reduce the amount of your fairy spell chakra, resulting in a shorter duration. If Konoha is chasing at that time, then it will also be difficult to escape. In fact, Konoha's combat power is not too much now, and some of them are sent out to perform important tasks, but Feng Yao does not know the news. It's just that Feng Yao can only plan for the worst. Looking at Zaibuzhen and Hideyoshi, he called the two to him, and they went to complete a task. He will use a method to blatantly transfer the combat power of the Konoha ninja village away. What is this method? In fact, it is very simple. It is money. All the tasks of Konoha ninja village above a rank can only be carried out by the upper ninja. An A-level task usually costs about 500,000 taels, and he has to send a large number of A-level tasks to Konoha. This was also a huge expense, but it was all worth it. He gave 10 million taels to Hideyoshi and Zaibuzhen and asked them to find someone to report the mission to Konoha. Because the identities of the two are both betrayal and forbearance, it is easy to recognize. Feng Yao once again warned the two of them. You can transfer as much as you can, and don't go all at once, but apply for tasks in several batches of different time periods. Hearing this, he watched Feng Yao without a trace. The leader is not only strong, but also clear-headed. Although he is young, even in the face of a behemoth like Konoha, it is not easy to arrange plans so calmly. Hideyoshi is also trying to figure out, but what he is trying to figure out is what kind of person Feng Yao is and what does it have to do with Konoha. Although he joined the Xian, he still doesn't know anything about this organization, and he is the first the mission given to him turned out to be such an exciting plan to attack Konoha. After being silent for a while, Yuchai Hideyoshi didn't see any clues. He picked up half of the money on the table and left, and went out to perform the task without cutting or dragging. During this week, Konoha had a lot of tasks above grade A, and some of them refused to declare due to unclear investigation and lack of manpower. The other part of the declaration was successful, and Konoha continued to have ninjas of the upper ninja level to go out to perform tasks. A group of 3 is running in the dark. Feng Yao raised his head and looked at the time at the moment. He wanted to sneak into Konoha when most of the people were asleep, and was caught off guard. He looked at the other 2 people and said, I will be in charge of the main attack after I go in. I will release a large-scale attack to attract most of Konoha's attention. One of you will respond, and the other will go to the Konoha Intelligence Department to help me find an execution. Physician's mission, see who is carrying out the mission. The 2 exchanged glances with each other and nodded at the same time. During this period of time, they were still grasshoppers tied to a rope, so naturally they had to cooperate with each other. Okay, the plan to attack Konoha begins. Chapter 11 _ Attack on Konoha, Identity Leaked. In the long mountains and forests, Feng Yao moved forward cautiously. The moonlight shines through the tall trees, a mottled and fragmented shadow. Only the chirping of birds or the murmur of water can be heard. The closer you get to the interior of Konoha, the more dangerous it is. Feng Yao and Zaibuzhen move forward cautiously. Even in the middle of the night, they have already encountered no less than 3 inspection teams. He and Zaibuzhen were in charge of attacking and searching for information, while Hideyoshi outside was in charge of external support. Feng Yao didn't want to do it here. He went to Hokage Rock, only where his ninjutsu can be condescending, whether it is attacking or retreating is not a problem. But this does not mean that there is no danger. As long as he moves his hand, it will inevitably cause the siege of the entire Konoha ninja. In addition to Shang Nin, it may even alarm Naruto. In addition to completing the tasks of the system, he also has people he wants to kill. The 2 Anbu ninjas Tanaka and Denku who once chased and killed him outside the city, as well as the culprit who secretly killed the old doctor. However, it depends on the situation. There is definitely no time to find them now. If the situation is bad, you still have to save your life. You can't just think about revenge and lose your life. The security guard in the village will patrol every half an hour. Although it is strict, it is not without opportunities. I will do it on the Hokage Rock at the end of the next patrol. You will listen to the signal and attack the Konoha Intelligence Department. Find me. If you need something, if you can't do it, you can save your life, and you can pick me up with Hideyoshi. Zaibuzhen was a little surprised when he heard it. In the world of ninjas, the task is higher than life, but Feng Yao just told him that the main thing is to save his life, which made this man whose blood was cold for a while a little emotional. Don't worry, boss, I will find the information, please be careful yourself. After speaking, he disappeared in the dark night. With his instincts trained over the years in assassination, it should not be difficult to save his life in this Konoha village. Thinking that Feng Yao continued to move in the direction of Hokage Rock, he moved forward cautiously based on his memory of living here for 12 years. After an hour, Feng Yao finally came to Hokage Rock safely. He stood on the highest point of the stone statue and looked down at the entire Konoha ninja village. The late-night breeze caressed his mask. This is the best place to get your hands dirty. He folded his hands just as he was about to seal. Call out. Call out. Two figures came to him in an instant, one held his throat from behind with wuku, and the other held the hand he had just prepared to seal with one hand from the front. I am sorry, although I don't know what you're going to do, but if you let you come here in Konoha, it won't work. Is this the kid who allegedly peeked at the Book of Seals and obtained information about the Nine Tails? Are you afraid to see people wearing a mask? One voice was a little lazy, and one voice was firm. The two Junin who came were Hatake Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma, who were going to take their own team on a mission recently. But the third Hokage suddenly told them that the members of Anbu responded that someone in the surrounding city reported that a ninja was inquiring about the whereabouts of the doctor. It is suspected that Feng Yao returned to the country of fire, and he also brought two powerful ninjas with him. Originally, according to the content recorded in the Anbu Portable Manual, Feng Yao's level did not need them. A-level and above tasks in the village recently. Usually speaking, of course, it is a good thing, but it happened during the time when Feng Yao came back, and the other party brought ninjas. This makes the three generations vaguely smell the taste of conspiracy. After a while, he understood that this was to adjust the battle strength of the village. This kind of behavior can already be said to be a terrorist act against Konoha. So he let some of the squads that were supposed to be active stay temporarily. A-level task of guarding Konoha. At this moment, Feng Yao's eyes widened, and just as he was about to start, Kakashi's hand-free stick was even tighter. It seemed that as long as Feng Yao moved a little more, it would kill him. On the other side, outside the Konoha ninja village, three Konoha ninjas surrounded Hideyoshi, who was waiting for a response. You are one of the ninjas who attacked Konoha this time. Are you going back with us by yourself, or will you be beaten back by us? To be honest, it will save you time to choose the first one. Moonlight Blast said tiredly with a dark circle under his eyes. But the sharp light in his eyes can see that as long as the other party is unwilling, he will be the first to shoot. The remaining two are Yamashiro Aoba and Jizu Lei, who can use a combination of numbers that no one can resist. Oops, are you guys from Konoha's Jonin? Or is it a special Jonin? I can't stand it when you give me such a big stimulation. Ha ha ha. Yuchai didn't panic when he saw so many people next to him, but instead burst into laughter. Regardless of the difference in the number of people between the enemy, he pulled out his own sword and attacked the opponent first. Lan Yun. Magic Yao. The dazzling light kept flashing in this area. Is this guy crazy? Yamashiro Aoba cursed angrily, and also drew out his kunai to fight with him. The loud explosion and the sound of swords clashing proved that Hideyoshi and Moonlight Blaze had already started their hands. The camera is turning and not cutting. He has come to Konoha's intelligence office, but it is also close to the headquarters, and is guarded by Morina Ibiki and a few ordinary people. A huge explosion sounded to Zabujan's ears, and even Sene Ibushi and others were startled, not knowing what happened. Zabujan knew that this was a signal. In fact, it was Hideyoshi's hand, but it didn't matter, as long as someone attracted the attention of the village. Thinking like this, don't chop off your wrist. Brush. Hearing a sound, the blade of the entire beheading sword sank into the neck of Sene Ibushi, instantly causing a huge and long wound. More and more blood splattered out of Sene Bixi, clutching his throat, and finally lay on the icy ground. Not to mention the other two Chunin, those who wanted to report the letter had already been dealt with directly by Zaibujian before they made a sound. This made him frown, and said to himself, this is too smooth. No matter how weak the dignified Konoha defense is, it shouldn't be like this. Just as he was about to examine the corpse first, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Many trees were drilled out of the bodies of the three Konoha ninjas, and at the same time a figure was drilled out of the trees. Since you found out, the response is good, I still want to wait and do it. The resolute and calm voice reached Zaibujan's ears. Sunset Hong was good at all kinds of illusions, and the moment Zaibujan waved his knife, he was already hit. Seeing such a situation, Zaibuzan's face was dignified, his eyes flashed quickly, and he was thinking about the way to break the game. It seems that we have been discovered long ago. Is this the plan to wipe us out? But I can't solve it that easily. On Hokage Rock, Kakashi and Feng Yao were still in a stalemate, and when they heard the sound of explosions and strong flashes outside the village, they said casually, "The third-generation Hokage-sama has already ordered us to monitor you, and now your companions must have fought against us, but unfortunately, they can't win, and you are the same." Feng Yao felt the painless coldness on his throat and narrowed his eyes, but he still didn't speak. Asma on the opposite side also felt a little strange. Ordinary ninjas would not be afraid when faced with such a situation, but the other party was so calm, but he had some courage. "Kakashi, I haven't seen you for a while, the country of waves is gone, I don't know how it's been recently." Feng Yao turned his head and glanced at Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi also heard the other party's voice. It was the mysterious ninja who rescued the unstoppable ninja in the land of waves. Feng Yao and that mysterious ninja are actually the same person. He immediately shouted to remind Asma next to him. "Asma, be careful, this person is not as simple as he said in the mission, he is an extremely scary guy, don't be careless." Saying that, he opened the forehead with the other hand, and the writing wheel stared at Feng Yao. The last time he could be said to have won by betting by chance, but he knew that his strength was actually no match for the opponent. However, here is the Konoha ninja village relying on itself and Asma to hold the other party, and it can still be done when Hokage-sama comes to support. Asma didn't dare to care when Kakashi said such words. The other hand also took out his own unique weapon, Feiyan, but Feng Yao on the opposite side said this sentence as if an old monk had entered the meditation, and there was no response. Just when Asma was a little confused, Kakashi behind him saw something and suddenly pushed Asma away. And shouted loudly, "Hurry up! This guy is stalling for time, and his body is full of detonating charms." Chapter 12-Destroy Naruto Rock. In the dark night sky, a violent explosion sounded, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared on the Hokage Rock, and the statues of Hokage of all dynasties were shattered by the impact and cracked many cracks. Although Kakashi and Asma avoided in time, they were both close to the center of the explosion. Kakashi's right arm was bloody, his body was charred to varying degrees, and his mask was also blown up, revealing a handsome and calm face, but at this moment, the face was full of solemnity. Asma was better. He was pushed away by Kakashi in time, but his arm was slightly injured. When he was about to go to see Kakashi, a figure came to Kakashi first. It is Feng Yao in fairy mode. What he just blew up was just another great immortal technique he used in Shibone Forest, a replica created by Immortal Magic Infinite Proliferation. The only two immortal techniques he studied in Shibone Forest were inherited from Slug Immortal's healing and ability to split. The effect of this immortal technique is that by duplicating its own cells, it can create a clone of itself, with about 1/10 of its own strength. Because it is cell replication, the advantage is that it will never disappear. Of course, the disadvantage is, the aggregation time is too long, and it takes 10 minutes to replicate. In this case, Feng Yao did not intend to use it, and the duration of his immortalization was limited. It was obviously unwise to spend 10 minutes to create such a low-end combat power, but the more he went to Hokage Rock, the more suspicious he became. Although I have tried to adjust Konoha's combat power, I didn't see a single join-in from start to finish. No matter how weak Konoha is, this is impossible. Out of prudence, he did not hesitate to spend part of his time, delaying the plan by half an hour. Use the replica to explore the Naruto rock and paste the detonation charm, while hiding not far away to restore the magic chakra. Sure enough, Xianju was ambush him for a long time. While he let the replica body delay time for himself, he restored chakra. When Kakashi discovered it, he decided to let it explode, which severely injured Kakashi. Kakashi, I really don't want to kill you, but I can't let you stop me. You should faint for a while. After saying that, Kakashi was knocked unconscious with a hand knife. Kakashi was completely powerless to resist in this state. After being hit, he fainted on the ground. Asma, who was on the side, saw Feng Yao attack Kakashi, and clenched Feiyin with both hands and rushed over. Chakra condensed on Feiyin, causing it to generate 2 high-power blue glowing chakra double knives. Chakra knife. Shinichi text. This is one of Asma's commonly used ninjutsu, which can condense the wind attribute chakra to the double swords, and can easily smash the boulders. Feng Yao watched Asma, who was rushing forward instead of retreating, and activated Iron Nugget to directly catch the opponent's double knives with both hands. Asma was taller than Feng Yao, and the mask was shrouded in shadow by Asma's figure. But Asma's double knives couldn't move in an inch. No matter how hard his hands were, the knives seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and couldn't be pulled out at all. Fire escape. Ash accumulation burns. Asma let go of Feiyin and stepped back. Jian in his hand spit out a cloud of black high-temperature soot in front of him. After landing, he ignited it with the flint of his molars. After the intense high temperature, there was a strong explosion. Did you succeed? Asma said to himself, looking at the black smoke in front of him. No, the voice just fell. Feng Yao appeared behind him. He just used the moon step to avoid the scope of ninjutsu in time, and at the same time, he directly attacked from behind Asma with a land foot. The sharp chopper wave directly tore a huge hole in Asma's back. Asma's body fell forward with inertia, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, struggling to get up. As a result, he was stunned by Feng Yao's blowing hand knife. Well, it's finally resolved, then I have to hurry up and finish the plan. In his plan, it was to smash the Hokage rock and fall into the Konoha ninja village, which would not only cause greater damage, but also would not consume too much chakra. The host is still too soft-hearted. It's not good to release a large-scale immortal art directly in a place with many houses. Why is it so troublesome? Is it to kill a few people less? Ah, stop talking nonsense. If it wasn't for you and me to use Konoha, if I really killed so many people, it would be endless. Even though I'm doing this now, it's almost endless. Feng Yao rolled his eyes helplessly. He had said before that killing people was only a necessary means, since attacking Konoha only needed to cause damage. Then there is no need to kill indiscriminately, but the person who killed the old doctor must pay the other party's blood debt. After speaking, the seal began. The stone statues of the Hokage in the past dynasties are still very strong, and the explosion has just burst a few cracks. It is still necessary to save the immortal chakra to do more things. Shantha. Inorganic reincarnation. Feng Yao patted the ground with both hands, giving the stone statue vitality and transforming the internal structure. Make a note appear in it. As long as you attack here, the entire Hokage rock will be shattered with one blow. Feng Yao got up from the ground and kicked his feet hard against the ground. Click. The Naruto rock immediately cracked a huge crack, and it continued to expand until the entire Naruto rock was covered with lines like spider webs. The roar sounded again, and the statue of Hokage, which symbolized the spirit of Konoha, collapsed tonight. What's the matter? Why did the Hokage rock suddenly collapse? Did someone raid? Damn it, who did such a thing? Take him out and let him bear our wrath. The whole Konoha village was shocked and angry when they saw this scene, and they became a mess for a while. There were birdsong, loud roars, angry voices, fearful voices. Feng Yao stood on the Hokage rock and watched silently. Now that he has met the requirements for completing the mission, as long as he leaves Konoha, this battle will be considered an attack. Just as he was about to leave, a somewhat old figure stood in front of him, wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform, wearing a ninja hat and a mustache on the chin. The shoulders of the combat uniform were equipped with silver protective gear attached to the back. The protective gear on the back rote has the word, fire. There are 2 vertical ninja bags on the back, with purple ribbons around the waist, mesh-shaped wrist guards on both arms and calves, and a green layered armor on the right arm, staring at Feng Yao with sharp eyes. Feng Yao, is this what you want? Revenge on the village? Is this your own idea, or does it represent the will of the country behind you? Sandemu asked sharply. He still underestimated the other party. After all, Feng Yao was just an ordinary trainee ninja when he left. In less than half a year, it has grown so much and caused such a huge loss to the village. Feng Yao was stunned when he heard Sandai talk about other countries. However, he soon understood that the other party regarded himself as a spy of another country. That's fine, if you make a mistake, you just mix the water up. He pretended to be deep and said, Lord Hokage, don't think about what I say, your Anbu is so powerful that you can even check the news of my return to the country of fire, how difficult it is to find out who I am. Hearing this, the 3rd generation frowned. The other party was cautious in his words and refused to reveal any information at all. He could only defeat him first, and then hand it over to the mountain family for interrogation and inquire about the information. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Sandemu threw a shuriken to the front, and then the shuriken shadow cloned out tens of thousands of shuriken to attack Feng Yao in all directions. Looking at the sky-filled shuriken, Feng Yao's scalp was numb. The Hokage of all dynasties is really a powerful character. One shuriken can play so many tricks. If he is entangled by him, it will be troublesome. After all, this is Konoha. Trouble. Thinking so in my heart, I quickly made a seal in my hand to deal with it. Fantasy. Wind Escape Sands. This is the Wind Escape ninjutsu, which can use the chakra of immortality to create a large number of sandstorms to block the sight of the enemy. Escape. Feng Yao made this decision almost as soon as he faced the 3 generations of Hokage. There's nothing shameful about running away. If you can't fight or win, run away. Feng Yao has become more cautious after going through so many things. Even if he has a whole card, as long as the odds of winning are small, he will try his best to avoid fighting. No one dislikes winning battles. Using various means to amplify the winning rate, and controlling the situation is what he is good at. He will fight to the death only when it is absolutely necessary. Chapter 13_Duel 3rd Hokage. Outside Konoha Ninja Village. The sound of fighting here has quieted down, and the various ninja tools nailed to the trees, broken trees, and large pits on the ground tell people what a tragic battle has just been experienced here. On a big tree, Hideyoshi pierced his arm with a sword and nailed it to the tree, and his body was scorched by lightning to varying degrees. He stared at Yuchai Hideyoshi with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. They were too embarrassed to lose. Not only did the other party's blood follower limit block the line of sight with a paralyzing effect, it was difficult for him to tell where the enemy was, and he also mastered a strange physical technique. The claws with poisonous knives are invincible and the speed is amazing. Less than a few meters away from him lay Moonlight Gale, who had passed out, and Yamashiro Aoba, whose hand had been cut off. Both of them were injured to varying degrees. Especially the Wind, his eyes were caught by the other party. If the toxins invaded the brain without timely treatment, it would be impossible to save the gods. Yuchai Hideyoshi looked at her eyes with some resentment, and she stunned the opponent with a hand knife, and drew out his own sword, thinking silently in his heart. It's a bit too much time wasted, I have to hurry up and pick up the leader. This is called the 6th naval taijutsu combined with the improvement of ninjutsu. I really can't believe it, otherwise I will deal with these 3 Konoha's special skills. Forbearance is really a bit of a disadvantage. Quote. Before he came, Feng Yao had already handed over his 6 naval styles to Zaibushin and Hideyoshi. Among them, Hideyoshi had practiced ninjutsu and mastered it much faster than Zaibushin. Although the 6 forms is not a physical art in the Naruto world, it is also a kind of physical exercise and application in the final analysis. And he also specially consulted the system, and learned that other people can also practice. This taught them to 2 people, but he also made them swear that no one except the immortal organization should teach it. On the other side, Zabuzai had multiple wounds of different sizes on his body. The blood had soaked his clothes. He was not as relaxed as Yuchai Hideyoshi. He was hit by the illusion and could only rely on self-mutilation and pain to force himself to wake up. Hong had already collapsed in front of the desk on the side, dead. These injuries are not only caused by Hong, but also caused by not cutting himself again. Fortunately, he was able to get rid of illusion in time, and relying on physical skills to win slightly. Looking through different mission files, he suddenly saw Feng Yao's name. He stopped, picked it up and stuffed it into his clothes before preparing to leave. There is too much movement now, and time is very precious to him. If the tiger, Konoha, really reacts, it will be bad. At this time, Feng Yao ran out of the sand and dust, with several shuriken inserted in his body. Quote. Host, are you planning to run away? If you can defeat the 3 generations of Hokage, it will also be counted as a quest reward. After all, if a village's Hokage is defeated, it will also be a mental blow to Konoha. Feng Yao, who was about to escape while the 3rd generation was still trapped, heard the system's slanderous words to confuse the crowd. Nonsense, this is in Konoha, you tell me how to get out after defeating the 3rd Hokage. Survival is the premise of all activities, just like me to complete the task. If I don't complete it, I will hang up a reason, don't risk your life for a little reward. You seem to have no choice. While saying that, suddenly a huge monkey slapped Feng Yao back with one paw, and the powerful force made Feng Yao in immortal mode fall back several steps after falling to the ground. At first glance, it is the psychic beast ape demon of the 3 generations of Hokage, who not only has the indestructible body of King Kong, but can also become a wishful golden hoop, and is a powerful helper for the 3 generations. Feng Yao secretly scolded the system for being a crow's mouth. This is troublesome. At this time, the 3rd generation has taken the opportunity to get out of the range of Feng Dunshachen, and a momentary body is blocked in front of Feng Yao, and continues to persuade. You have no way to escape Feng Yao, just capture it. The ape demon turns into a wishful golden hoop. No Sarutobi, and fight side by side again. The ape demon turned into the air and turned into a black stick with golden lines on both ends of its body. The 3rd generation held the Rui golden hoop in his hand. The huge stick was not proportional to his thin body. The 3rd generation squatted down and waved the Rui golden hoop forward. With a knot in the hand, he shouted, King Kong Wall. Rui sticks in the air are cloned into dozens of Rui sticks very fast. Then a cube cage was formed around Feng Yao, trapping him. This move can be said to be a combination of power and defense, that is, it can be used to trap the enemy, or it can be used for self-defense, depending on the user's operation. In Hokage, this move once defended the wooden escape of a generation of Hokage. Feng Yao looked at the cage in front of him and snorted coldly. It seemed that he really couldn't get out without defeating the 3rd generation Hokage. Shanfa, Lan Dungduang Feng. Feng Yao made a seal in his hand, spit out a laser like a water column from his mouth, and easily cut open the surrounding cage. This is already a 6th-level celestial art, and naturally it cannot be blocked by a psychic beast. When Feng Yao was halfway through, The ape demon noticed the danger and immediately changed back to his body, but it was still half a beat, and even his arm was cut off. Fortunately, he was decisive, otherwise it would not be as simple as an arm. Old man, you step back first, Tudun. Tulong bullet, Huadun, Hualongyan bullet. It was also extremely heart-wrenching to see the ape demon injured for the third generation. The two different escape techniques work together to increase their power. It really deserves to be the third generation of eyes that is known as a doctor. It is easy to combine the escape technique. If he was at his peak when he was young, I am afraid I would have been left behind today. Looking at the whistling ninjutsu, Feng Yao was not holding back. He had less than 6 minutes left in immortal mode, and he had to solve the battle with one move. He put his hands together. Shantha, wooden escape true 3,000 hands. On the ground of a rock, a tall and majestic wooden Buddha statue was summoned. This time it was much larger than the last time. The fire dragon bullet hit the Buddha, but it had no effect at all, but it was enough to knock out dozens. Arm. It's impossible. How could you? The secret technique of a generation of Hokage-sama. It's a pity that the answer to the third generation is hundreds of arms, and each blow weighs 1,000 pounds. Soil escape, earth flow wall. At the moment when the arm was submerged, the third generation still used the Tudun in time to resist. This time Feng Yao didn't keep his hands, and completely took the initiative to attack. Numerous arms smashed the broken Hokage rock again and collapsed, and the thick smoke and dust floated over the Hokage rock for a long time and could not disperse. The third generation Hokage was half kneeling on the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, this immortal technique was not completely defended. After all, he was old and could no longer fight like he was young. Feng Yao's body agreed that he was a little unsteady. After a while, he quit the fairy mode and gasped for breath. Although this immortal technique was strong, it was too chakra-consuming and would cause his fairy mode to be greatly shortened. He and the third generation looked at each other. Now they are both at the end of the battle, and it is difficult to move, depending on whose reinforcements arrive first. Sure enough, in Konoha's sight, Anbu came to Hokage Rock one step ahead. The third generation breathed a sigh of relief, and Feng Yao's eyes flashed a trace of madness, and now he can only desperately. The dog system is all your crow's mouth. If I see you, the person must sew you up. Feng Yao muttered angrily to himself, and then forced his body to stand up. The leader is really embarrassed, but it's no wonder that the other party is the strongest 3 generations of Hokage in history. Hey, you should call me with such an exciting thing. It doesn't make sense for me to watch the door outside. Swish. The two figures came to Feng Yao's side in an instant. One of them helped Feng Yao with one hand, and the Anbu staff on the opposite side were like a big enemy, and immediately took out their weapons and aimed at each other. Let's go first. The mission has been completed. There is no need to stay. It will be troublesome if Konoha and other joinin come over. Hideyoshi, who was about to start, frowned when he heard that. He still planned to fight with the other party, but after following such a leader, thrilling things must be inevitable, so he still obeyed Feng Yao's order. Zabujan dropped a smoke bomb and left with Hideyoshi and Feng Yao. The third Hokage-sama, how are you? Anbu members on the side saw the enemy leaving, and hurried to Sandaime to ask about the situation. Cough, you can't die, count the casualties in the village, don't rush to chase each other. Those people are not easy. Let all the Junin who go out to perform tasks come back as soon as possible. Cough. Sandai was struggling to speak at the moment, but he still had to perform his duty as Hokage. Follow Hokage-sama. Chapter 14 Free Mind Body. Konoha Hokage Headquarters. The hall was brightly lit, the red candles were beating, and the shadow pulled Sandaimu's thin body very long. In front of him, several members of Anbu knelt. One of them broke the silence. Lord Hokage, Konoha suffered heavy losses this time. Not only was Hokage Rock completely destroyed, but nearly 100 people were injured nearby. In particular, Joinin Moonlight Gale's blindness in his right eye has not yet escaped danger. Yamashiro Aoba was cut off from his left hand. Even if he is cured, his strength will be greatly reduced, and he will suffer similar minor injuries. As for Hong and Asma, the two Jonin were only slightly injured and out of danger. Kakashi was seriously injured and unconscious, and this incident will definitely damage my Konoha's prestige, and may even be attacked by other countries. Quote. And a look of embarrassment flashed across the face of this Anbu, as if he was thinking about telling what happened next, but he finally gritted his teeth. There are also some voices blaming you in the village, and the two advisors are also quite critical. A look of sadness flashed on the face of this Anbu member. The 3 generations of Megumi Hokage fought on the front line for the village. Before the injury was healed, he continued to work in the village, but the 2 advisors still had roots. Cough. You go down first. 3 generations of Hokage waved a little tiredly. Then he said, after all the other Shangnin have arrived, let them come here, and I have something to explain to them. Feng Yao and others have left the country of fire non-stop at this moment, and now they are far away from the defensive range of Konoha Ninja Village. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The revenge of Konoha is achieved, the damage degree of Konoha is 20%, and the host defeats the 3 generations of Hokage, giving Konoha a mental blow and giving special rewards. Happy Mind. Feng Yao, who was lying on Zaibusion, heard the sound from the system again, and he raised his brows. Happy Mind Body. Before, he had obtained a potion to improve his physique given by the system, which greatly improved his physical and mental average. Unlike the potion, this time it completely changes the host's own physique, so that your body can perfectly use various types of spells and increase the power of fairy spells. For example, the host will no longer be affected by strong light and air vibrations when using White Shock, and when using other fairy spells, it will be closer to the power of the original caster. There are other benefits that I won't go into details in this system, and the host will naturally know about it later. Hearing the wind here is slightly moved. If this is the case, it is very helpful for me, and some of my immortal arts are actually unusable at all. Not for other reasons, it is easy to hurt oneself, and another point is that immortal arts cannot exert the strongest power. The same immortal chakra, the same immortal technique, such as inorganic reincarnation as a pocket to use the power will consume more power than oneself, because what others accept is the inheritance of Longdedong, which is the immortal mode of Longdedong. I belong to the system to draw cats and tigers, and now I can make my physique perfectly fit every immortal art. How can I not be excited? Please prepare the host. He said that, a cool energy penetrated from his mind to his limbs and bones, making his whole body cock up, and Feng Yao, who was lying on Zabuzin's body, couldn't help but snort. He was so frightened that he almost fell from the tree. Does his leader have any special hobbies? Then Feng Yao's body suddenly flashed a dazzling blue light, and he stopped quickly and leaned Feng Yao aside, and said with concern. Boss, what's the matter with you? Feng Yao shook his head at them, feeling a little excited by the pure energy in his body. It's all right, you step back a little, I'll be fine in a while. Saying that, he hurriedly sat cross-legged and absorbed it, and then the light on his body became even more intense, forming a light cocoon to wrap Feng Yao. When Buzan and Hideyoshi met face to face, I felt even more mysterious as the leader. At this moment, the dense black spots in the light cocoon were discharged from Feng Yao's body, and then turned into nothingness. The physique has also changed little by little. He felt that his body was more integrated with the world, and every cell in his body was completely different from before. It was as if the difference between a child and an adult could adapt to the side effects of the current technique. Especially the mind, the spiritual power is not only improved but also purer. I am afraid it is difficult for ordinary illusions to work on him. The memory is also clearer than before, and the thoughts are extremely accessible, and he can even remember his past life on Earth for more than 20 years. It took a long time for a cup of tea. The light cocoon slowly disappeared, and Feng Yao's skin was fairer than before, and through the skin, it seemed that the crystal-like bones inside could be seen. Now his body is a real, unsullied, free-spirited mind. He even grew taller. His eyes slowly looked like Zabujan and Hideyoshi, his eyes flashed, and they made their debut. When you don't get targeted, it's as if all the secrets in your body have been seen through. Your own ninjutsu, weaknesses, and psychology are the feelings you only have when you are facing the writing wheel. No, this feeling is better than the writing wheel. Eyes are terrifying. Hideyoshi also took a deep breath. What he felt more was the change in Feng Yao's temperament, although Feng Yao was powerful. But before, he still lacked a kind of leadership temperament, and now he can't help but want to surrender in the face of him. And when the two were by Feng Yao's side, their irritable mood seemed to calm down, and their whole body felt uncomfortable, as if bathing in the softest sunlight, dispelling the cold killing intent and violence in their hearts. Chief, your temperament has changed too much. Hideyoshi spoke with a little trembling. Feng Yao stood up, and he also felt the huge changes in his body. The amount of chakra and the speed of recovery had been significantly improved, and the immortal techniques that had been used before were more thoroughly understood. The host's current physique is equivalent to the one of a kind cultivation genius in the Naruto world, and your breath will make people around you meditate and clear away the negative emotions in other people's hearts, making people unconsciously dependent, and faster. Practice ninjutsu, so that the host can be a qualified leader. Feng Yao suddenly realized, no wonder he didn't cut the two to look at him so hungry. He coughed lightly to wake them up. Fuck off, boss. By the way, this is the information I got from Konoha. Where is our next plan? Zaibuzhen quickly apologized and opened the topic. Feng Yao pondered for a while, and he had come up with dozens of different solutions in a moment. He was also amazed at his current thinking ability, and he was afraid that he would have no problem with all four things. After taking the information scroll, he opened it and glanced at it. He snorted coldly. It turned out that the one who carried out the mission was the Anbu ninja Xianju who chased and killed him that day. He really wanted to kill each other, but everyone in Anbu would go out to perform tasks, not every moment in the village. He couldn't go back to Konoha village for a long time. He thought for a moment before coming to the answer. Go to the land of water, and now I will help you fulfill the promise that I promised you before without beheading. Hearing this, Zaibuzhen was slightly stunned and immediately knelt down on one knee at random. Thank you, Chief. Please rest assured, even if I capture Wuyin village, I will still be a member of Xian for your dispatch. I believe in you. If you don't cut it again, order Bai Yi to go to the land of water. We need his strength. Feng Yao responded lightly by helping Zaibuzhen up. It's the leader. Come up first and I'll carry you on your way. That's too bad. If you don't kill your brother, you should be tired just now. Let me recite it. Don't be tired, brother Hideyoshi, you're welcome. I'm coming, I'm coming. They found that the closer they were to Feng Yao, the more comfortable their bodies were, and it was even beneficial for the practice of ninjutsu. The two of them were now rushing for the task of carrying people. Cough, no need, I just recovered almost chakra, just go by myself. If two beauties compete with each other for Feng Yao, you can still accept it with reluctance, but if you are fought for by two big men, then forget it. Camera turns to Konoha Ninja Village. In addition to the third generation of Hokage sitting in the middle, there are two people standing next to them. It is Konoha's senior advisors, Mito Kazuya, and, turn to Bed Kaharu. These two people are responsible for connecting with the country of fire in Konoha village. Under certain circumstances, they will provide advice to Naruto, and even change Naruto's decision-making. Konoha's Jonin felt a little uneasy. In front of him, apart from Konoha's Jonin, there are members of Anbu, Gen, and half of his face and one arm wrapped in bandages. One eye is slightly narrowed, and his eyes seem to be full of suspicion and calculation all the time. Looking gloomy incomparably, it is Shimura Danzo, the leader of the route. The Fire Country daimyo also attaches great importance to the destruction of Hokage Rock this time. They are very dissatisfied with Konoha's actions this time. This matter not only affects Konoha, but also affects the reputation of the country of fire. Yes, and after this time, the power of Konoha Ninja Village has been reduced to a certain extent, and neighboring countries may make bold moves at any time. In the emergency meeting of the Fire Nation held yesterday, we are concerned about whether the third generation can continue to play the role. Fire up the post of Hokage. The words of the two senior advisors, you and I, were all embarrassing for the 3 generations of Hokage, and Matt K at the bottom listened to the words of the two and said angrily. If Hokage-sama hadn't tried desperately to stop him, I'm afraid that Konoha's losses would have been even more severe now. Where were you at that time? The 2 senior consultants who said this were speechless for a while, but the third generation helped them relieve the siege. Cough. Okay, this Hokage rock incident is my dereliction of duty. I underestimated the other party, and I voluntarily resigned from the Hokage post. After Sandemu said these words, the anti-Buddha became even older. That's not good, Hokage-sama. What would Konoha village do without your leadership? Also ask Hokage-sama to think twice. When the people around heard this, they all discouraged them. Only Gens Danzo showed a gloomy smile, while the 2 advisors stood aside like sculptures, watching and caring. Konoha, it's going to change. Chapter 15_5th Hokage. Fire Country Frontier. The sun shines on the ground through the only crack in the tree. The 3 figures sat in a circle, with some fruit, food and water in the middle. One of the men is very beautiful, as if he is the existence of all the good things in this world, making people want to approach them unconsciously. No longer slashing while eating, I sighed in my heart. Fortunately, I'm a man, otherwise I'm afraid that I can't even eat while sitting with the leader. I just stared at it, but why do I always have the leader's figure in my mind recently? I shouldn't. Thinking of this, Zaibuzhen hurriedly shook his head, throwing away the terrifying thought just now. Okay, let's hurry up after eating. Feng Yao wiped his mouth and continued to put on his mask. Now that they have arrived at the border, the country of water is surrounded by the sea. If you want to pass, you must take a boat. Helping Zaibuzhen is also helping himself. He thought about the places where many immortal organizations were established, and finally decided to be in the Land of Water. The Land of Water has an excellent geographical location, far away from the mainland, and no large-scale war broke out. Therefore, from the Naruto Warring States period to the end of the Third Ninja War, the country has always maintained the most types of blood-based boundaries in the Naruto world, and is known for its many types of blood-based boundaries in the Naruto world. What does this represent? There are so many talents. Just grab a few and cultivate them. Isn't this the fresh blood of immortals? Then this system task is not easy to come by. Thinking of this, Feng Yao can't help but feel at ease, and he has already thought about what artifact the system will give him. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Subduing Terumi Mei. Task Introduction. Subduing the 5th generation of Water Shadows. Time. Within 2 years. Slogan. A strong man will conquer the most powerful woman. Come on, young man. Even if Feng Yao now inherits Xiaoyao's mind and body, it can be said that his mental strength and endurance are already very strong, but the system almost fell due to qi. How dare you say it? You actually said that I was nasty and conquered the 5th Hokage. Who do you think I am? A hungry ghost in color. Feng Yao's face was righteous and he never wanted to do such a dirty thing. What is the host thinking? I just want you to put Terumi Mei into the Sen organization. You have made up some strange things in your own mind. Quote. You were trying to mislead me just now. Ahem. In fact, I think so too. My fairy organization is lacking talents, especially talents like Terumi Mei. Feng Yao's face was not blushing and his heart was not beating to wash himself white. There is a small village on the edge. Here are some ordinary villagers. They usually fish for fish. It should be very easy to get 2 boats here. Zaibuzhen and Hideyoshi were in charge of finding the boat, while Feng Yao wandered around the village, and a piece of paper on a notice board caught his attention. Although this village is small, sometimes some news and national events are posted here for the convenience of the villagers. This piece of paper is the announcement of the Fire Nation. The 3rd generation Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village voluntarily resigned from the position of Hokage due to his old age and frailty. It was decided by the daimyo of the Fire Kingdom and the Konoha Elite Committee that Shimura Danzo took over as the 5th Hokage. At the same time, reward is offered to Fengyao, an S-level wanted criminal, and a reward of 50 million taels is given to anyone who kills them. Also attached below are the photos of Fengyao when he was wearing a mask and the photos he used to be in Konoha village. Because Kakashi hasn't woken up yet, the Naruto team didn't know that Fengyao was the young ninja they faced that day. I don't know what Fengyao's true appearance is now. Seeing this, Fengyao sneered. He was really valuable, it was time for him to rob Cardo, but unfortunately he was going to the land of water. Just as he continued to look down, the expression on his face froze, the anger flashed in his eyes, and his expression became extremely gloomy. Below it says, Fengyao's parents. Fengbo and Fengmiao have been verified and have close ties with the rebel ninja Fengyao. They have sold information to other countries many times, and have been executed by the 5th generation Hokage. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent and smashed the notice board with one punch. His parents are just ordinary people, so how could he betray intelligence? But he has a good mind, and he knows it when he thinks about it. The 3 generations of Hokage are generous and naturally will not hurt the innocent. But because Danzo is in the top position, this person is suspicious and tough, and cannot tolerate a little negligence. At this moment, what the village needs most is to restore order and catch himself. So Danzo directly attacked his parents. No matter whether they were related to him or not, they all had to die, because this could appease the emotions of Konoha and the people of the Land of Fire, express his attitude, and prove that Danzo has the ability to become the 5th generation. Naruto. Tuan. Hide. I. Will. Want. Kill. You. Fengyao jumped out a few words from his teeth one by one. Although he and his parents are a bit estranged, after all, the other party has raised him for 12 years. People are not plants and trees, and who can be ruthless, let alone a person who gave birth to himself and raised himself. Although he was extremely angry, Xiaoyao's mind and body still allowed him to maintain rational thinking, and he immediately turned around to find Zaibuzhan and Hideyoshi. At this moment, the two had bought a fishing boat and were about to leave, and Fengyao walked back and said to the two, I have something to deal with, and I can't go to the country of water for the time being. You two should go ahead and stay there and wait for my order. There was an unquestionable taste in the words. Hideyoshi felt that Fengyao should be doing something big, and just as he was about to propose himself, he saw Fengyao's blue pupils were full of murderous intent. He was so frightened that he swallowed the words that had just reached his mouth, and if he didn't cut it, he felt that the wind and glory at the moment would be like a wild beast. Since the leader's order, I will follow it. We will first gain a firm foothold in the land of water and wait for the leader to arrive. After explaining these, Fengyao turned around and left. At this time he only had one thought. Just kill Danzo. He turned on the immortal mode and ran in the woods. At his speed, he was afraid that he would be able to return to Konoha in less than a week. Host, although you want revenge, I don't plan to stop it, but I must remind you that in 3 days, half a year will come, and then the next random draw will come, and you will not be able to enter the fairy mode to use the fairy spell. Hearing that Fengyao could only stop on a tree, he cursed the system hundreds of times in his heart. Although he felt that the system was stupid, he could only be incompetent and furious. I didn't know what kind of ninjutsu or genre he would get randomly next. It is definitely not possible to go directly to Konoha. Although Fengyao wanted to take revenge, he would not be swept away by the anger and rushed in to fight Danzo. Whatever he does, he has rationally thought about it. In his current state of mind and body, with the immortal mode enabled and the power of immortality enhanced, he is sure that he can kill Danzang and retreat, but now. Revenge must be revenge, but you can't lose your life for revenge, that kind of behavior is reckless. You really dropped the chain at a critical time. Fengyao scolded the system angrily, then changed direction. He had already thought of another idea, so he needed an ally. In the Konoha ninja village on the other side, Danzo was wearing a white Naruto robe, lined with a red ninja suit, and a Naruto hat. He finally fulfilled his wish and became Konoha's Naruto. He can carry out his own will and use strong means to protect Konoha. Lord Hokage, the news has been spread out. What is our next plan? The one kneeling on the ground was none other than Xianju, an Anbu member who had chased down Feng Yao before. He was actually the root. You did a good job, and thanks to the situation you reported to me at the beginning, I was able to take down Rigian today. This kid named Feng Yao is beyond my expectations. Danzang said in a flat tone, still holding Feng Yao's materials in his hand. Danzo got the news as early as Feng Yao judged the ninja village. It stands to reason that there is rebellion in the village. This is the dereliction of duty of the third Hokage. He wanted to take the opportunity to attack, but the people in the village are still very supportive. 3 generations. Danzo could only wait for the opportunity, and ordered Xianju to get rid of the old doctor. In his eyes, killing an ordinary person was no big deal, and it was also just in case there was any collusion between Feng Yao and the doctor. He also ordered the people around him to report Konoha in a timely manner. Finally, he waited until Feng Yao came back. A peddler reported that someone came to inquire about the doctor's situation, and he also brought a ninja. He disclosed the news to Sandemu and handed it over to him. In fact, even if Feng Yao failed, he would still find a way to make the third generation take the blame, and he would do anything to become Hokage. Danzo held Feng Yao's information tightly in his hands, and now all he has to do is to get rid of this pest that threatens Konoha. Chapter 16 First Encounter with Orochimaru. 2 days later. In the northern border area of the Land of Fire, there is a small country bordering the Land of Fire, the Land of Fields. This is also the birthplace of Yin Ninja, the old nest of Orochimaru. Feng Yao came to Tianjiguo. The village here looks a bit rudimentary, and occasionally there are 2 ninjas wearing 8-note forehead guards guarding a door in the village. Standing at the door are Kidumaru and Tayuya, both of whom have different abilities and are proficient in various enchantments and sealing techniques. He walked towards the 2 of them slowly. The 2 of them glanced at Feng Yao, and Duo Yu also spoke first. Stand there and don't move. Who are you? Take off the mask for me. Gatong Maru on the side also stared at Feng Yao, and Feng Yao slowly stopped. Call out Orochimaru, you don't deserve to ask who I am. Duo Yu also had a thin anger welling up in his heart. This bastard, think he is an old man, I flew so that you know the heights of the old lady. With this thought in my heart, I took out a flute in my hand. Magic flute. Dream sound lock. A crisp flute sound is raised, which is pleasant to the ear and echoes continuously. If you indulge in it, you will enter an illusion, and your body will be slowly corroded. But Feng Yao's mental power was so high that this level of illusion could not work on him at all, and Feng Yao said slowly after Duo Yu finished playing it. Is it over yet? Your flute level still needs to be improved. Duo Yu, who has always refused to admit defeat, could not bear such yin and yang sarcasm, and directly waved his flute and attacked Feng Yao. But just within 5 meters of Feng Yao, her body suddenly softened, and she felt an extremely cool breath seeping into her limbs. Comfortable almost shouted. The anger and killing intent in his heart dissipated in an instant. Instead he felt a touch of kindness and dependence on Feng Yao, and even wanted to get closer. The opposite Feng Yao also wondered why Tayuya's movements suddenly slowed down, but he didn't hesitate, grabbing Tayuya's neck with his right hand, ready to threaten Orochimaru. In the end, Duo Yuya was hit by Feng Yao. Ah, called out, for no reason, it feels too comfortable to be so close to Feng Yao. Even if he was caught by Feng Yao, he somehow felt that this person would not hurt him, and even had a different kind of goodwill towards this person he had never seen before. I didn't exert much effort. Could it be that the 5 people under Orochimaru's hands are only in vain? I have some doubts in my mind. It's the host's physique that has too much influence on others. Your free mind and body is a fatal attraction for people who have always had negative emotions in their hearts, just like a person who has been hungry for 3 days suddenly ate a big meal. But it seems to be more lethal to the opposite sex, which the system did not expect. Quote. It was only after hearing this that Feng Yao understood, because it seemed that he had been influenced by him before if he did not cut again. But it's definitely not to the point where you will be distracted when you are fighting with yourself. Then you will not naturally have the advantage when fighting ninjas in the future. Taking advantage of the opponent's brief absence, you can instantly grasp the advantage. To Yuya, what illusion did you use? Let her go immediately. Gatongmaru was also anxious when he saw that his companion was captured, and he was ready to start with a loud shout, but Taiyu also stopped him suddenly. I didn't think he should have no ill intentions. Go and report it. Lord Orochimaru. Yuya's tone was trembling when he said this. Gatongwan was stunned when they heard it. They worked together under Orochimaru, and naturally knew each other well. Duoyu is not only competitive and unwilling to admit defeat, but his biggest characteristic is his vicious tongue, and he always likes to swear and quarrel with others. Now it is a miracle to be caught without greeting the relatives of the other party. Why is it still facing the other party? And what does the tone of speaking reveal such a shyness? If he hadn't looked at Duoyu and his eyes were clear, he would have felt that Duoyu must have been caught in an illusion. Feng Yao felt a sigh of relief in his heart. This free mind and body is more useful than I thought. Gatongmaru couldn't make up his mind, so he could only look at Feng Yao angrily and say something cruel. You wait for me. If it hurts Yuya, Orochimaru-sama won't let you go. After speaking, he entered the room, leaving only Feng Yao and Yuya, who was gasping for breath. After a while, 4 figures appeared behind the door. The leader is Orochimaru. He has black hair, long golden pupils, purple eyeshadow that extends from the corner of his eyes to the wings of his nose. His pale skin has no blood at all, and he wears blue hook jade-shaped earrings. A sinister feeling. In addition to the Kidomaru just now, there are Saken, Jirofang, and Kagaya-kun Maro. Feng Yao paused a few more times on Kagaya-jun Maru's body. This person has the bloodline boundary of the corpse veins, and he is the strongest one among the unparalleled sound and ninja. The other 4 combined are not his opponents. Orochimaru walked up to Feng Yao and smiled gloomily. Looking at your appearance, if I guessed correctly, it should be the S-class traitor who made a mess of Konoha a few days ago. I didn't expect you. Actually came to find me. It's not surprising that Orochimaru revealed Feng Yao's identity in one sentence. The country of Tien and the country of fire are adjacent to each other. The photo of himself wearing a mask has long been passed to the forces of various countries. In addition, Orochimaru is also more concerned about Konoha news. There is no reason for Orochimaru not to know about such a big thing. The people around were also secretly shocked when they heard it. They had heard the news, but they didn't know about it. They usually guarded Orochimaru and only obeyed Orochimaru's orders. And Duoyu also turned his head and glanced at it after hearing it, and admired his own style even more. Mr. Orochimaru, I want to make a deal with you. Feng Yao looked at the Orochimaru in front of him flatly, not too surprised that he knew his identity. And Orochimaru is more and more curious about Feng Yao. The other party can not only destroy Hokage Rock in Konoha village, but also find his position in such a short time, which shows the other party's means. What kind of deal do you want to make with me, Feng Yao? Seeing that Orochimaru wanted to negotiate terms with himself, he let go of Duoyu and expressed his sincerity, and Orochimaru's eyes softened slightly. It's just that Yuya stayed in place and didn't move. She didn't want to leave Feng Yao's surroundings. Feng Yao's breath was really attractive. In the end, in the order of Orochimaru, he walked behind Orochimaru in 3 steps. Orochimaru frowned when he saw that Duoyu was also so abnormal, but didn't think much about it. I want to work with you to destroy the Konoha ninja village, but I have one condition. I want to kill the 5th Hokage group myself. Zang. Orochimaru shook his head and looked at Feng Yao playfully. Why should I cooperate with you? What good can you give me by destroying Konoha? Feng Yao scolded the old fox secretly when he heard it. Orochimaru was already planning to destroy Konoha at this time. It's just that I see myself putting forward such conditions and want to get some benefits from myself. Feng Yao ignored him, just turned his back to Orochimaru and said calmly. It's up to you to choose whether to cooperate or not. If you don't want to get the legacy of Konoha ninjutsu, and if you don't want to solve the Konoha ninja village that has been looking for you, you have to reject my proposal. After speaking, he was ready to leave without turning his head. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. 4 steps. Just as he was about to leave, Orochimaru stopped him. Wait a minute, Yaojun, you won and I agree to your deal. Anyway, I'm not interested in that old Danzo. It's better if you're willing to kill him. Feng Yao just turned around, but at this time, Orochimaru's head suddenly stretched out and attacked him. This is the software modification of Orochimaru, which can make its body stretch or twist freely. Orochimaru opened his mouth twice as big as the others and bit towards Feng Yao's throat. Iron block. Feng Yao used the 6 forms to resist the snake head rushing towards him with one hand, and a right hook with the other hand distorted Orochimaru's entire face. The head returned to Orochimaru's body, and the wound on his face returned to its original state in a moment. Feng Yao asked in a bad tone. Orochimaru, what do you mean? Orochimaru touched his left cheek, his eyes flickered, and he said grimly, since it's a cooperation, then I always want to know how your strength is. Let me see it, Yaojun tilde. After finishing speaking, the body rushed towards Feng Yao at once. Chapter 17_Fight against Orochimaru. When Orochimaru rushed in front of Feng Yao with an instant body technique, he was immediately attracted by the breath of Feng Yao. Inexplicably, he felt a little close to Feng Yao, but he was determined and naturally would not be affected by it in battle. Knotted hands in a low voice. Shimmering snake hand. This is Orochimaru's B-level ninjutsu, which is quite a variety of ninjutsu. A number of large snakes that can be summoned in an instant or responsible for tasks such as intimidation, containment, capture, etc., to achieve the effect of multiple combos. Often the enemy has been restrained before he can react. A dozen snakes with brown and black stripes rushed towards Feng Yao's limbs and vital points respectively. Duo Yu, who was on the side, couldn't help but worry about Feng Yao, a feeling that even she herself felt incredible. But it was obvious that her worries were unnecessary. Feng Yao stepped on both feet and used the moon step to dodge easily under the pursuit of more than a dozen snakes. After chasing after more than 10 meters of Orochimaru, the technique was withdrawn. Orochimaru's face was solemn, and his latent shadow multi-snake hands were not only extremely numerous. And the speed is so fast that even the shadow-level powerhouse has to be tricked by a careless move. Even when he is so close, he is dodged by the opponent. In his impression, there is only one situation that can be done, and that is the riding wheel of the Uchiha family. Sharingan can copy ninjutsu, and see through ninjutsu, taijutsu, and gain insight into the opponent's movements, but the opponent's eyes are obviously not Sharingan. Feng Yao's ability to avoid the latent shadow snake hands without turning on the immortal mode is actually due to the change in his physique. His understanding of ninjutsu is now beyond Orochimaru's imagination. At the moment when the opponent made the move, he directly simulated in his mind the various changes after the move, and then escaped. Yao-kun, your secret is more interesting than I thought, but if light can escape, I can't let me admit your strength tilde. Orochimaru sneered, exuding a mature gloomy atmosphere, intending to provoke Feng Yao. Feng Yao folded his hands together, but thought silently in his heart that this should be the last time he used the immortal mode. Then the eye shadow appeared in the corner of the eye, and the pupil also changed. This is not to say that Feng Yao can instantly enter the immortal mode now, but it is a manifestation of his dual purpose. He has just turned on the immortal mode while entangled with Orochimaru. The opposite Orochimaru clearly felt the change in Feng Yao's strength at this moment, which was more than 10 times more terrifying than just now. He even had the feeling that he was facing that man, Itachi Uchiha, that feeling of being unable to overcome. He snorted coldly, the humiliation of the day will not appear today, although the other party defeated the 3 generations of Hokage, but the other party is old and infirm after all, not the peak state, and he must be one of the 3 dignified endures. Orochimaru lays his whole body on the ground, his mouth grows. The array of 10,000 snakes. This technique can psychic out countless snakes and crawl out of the mouth to attack the enemy, bury the opponent alive in the snake group, and finally detonate the snake group. Seeing Orochimaru keep spitting things out of his mouth, Feng Yao also frowned, silently thinking that it might be good to have roasted snake meat. So the hands quickly formed the seal, and the speed was so fast that afterimages were formed. Junma, who was standing in the distance, widened his eyes in surprise, because he found that the other party was forming 3 different seals at the same time. Feng Yao took a deep breath and bulged his mouth slightly. Senfa, Gomon. Feng Yao simultaneously used Feng Dun, Huodun and toad oil to create a wide range of kerosene with extremely high temperature, ruthlessly devouring the python that Orochimaru channeled in front of him. Feng Yao didn't use this trick before because although he knew it, he couldn't use 3 ninjutsu at the same time, but now he can. Not only that, you can even release 4 ninjutsu at a time. Orochimaru hurriedly backed away when he saw it, and even he couldn't bear to be hit by this level of fire dungeons. At the same time, he bit his finger and slapped it into the ground. Triple Rashomon. The red, blue, and black 3-colored door of the ghost face with its big mouth opened, as if to absorb all attacks. These triple gates represent the 3 stages of absolute prison gate defense of receiving, destroying and expanding, as well as the characteristics of absorbing all attacks. Not only can you protect yourself, but also play a role in deterring the opponent's spirit. The first door is under attack. The second goalkeeper is less powerful. The power of the third goalkeeper spreads. When the kerosene hit the third door, it was already weak and could not hurt the Orochimaru behind him. It turned out to be this technique, fortunately. Just when Orochimaru was relieved, Feng Yao suddenly appeared behind him, and a cold voice sounded. Mr. Orochimaru, the battle is not over yet. Feng Yao folded his hands together and said in a low voice. Fantasy, famous God Gate. Several red torii gates, traditional Japanese architecture, consisting of 1 vertical and 2 horizontal columns, descended from the sky. Pressed on Orochimaru's body, this technique can temporarily seal the opponent's chakra. Even the sealing technique can be used. Orochimaru felt that the chakra in his body was sealed, and now he can be said to be slaughtered by others. Feng Yao did not stop, and continued to form seals in his hands, as if he was going to take the life of Orochimaru directly. Orochimaru was finally unable to maintain his posture and roared in horror. Come here to help soon. Junma on the side saw that Orochimaru fell into a disadvantage and wanted to help, but he had been waiting for the other party's order, and he rushed out as soon as he heard it. In addition to Tayuya, the others also shot instantly. They all turned on the form of their own mantra seal too. The skin of the body became black and hard, the hair changed color and lengthened, and the claws grew. Tayuya struggled for a while, but finally caught up. Bone vein dance of wire flowers. Secret art spider stick gold. 2 done tooling dumplings. Multiple punches. Everyone used their ninjutsu skills. The strength of the 5 people of Yin Nin should not be underestimated. Everyone has different abilities or secret techniques, illusion techniques, and blood-based boundaries. Looking at the various attacks coming from behind, Feng Yao turned his head, the seal in his hand changed, his stomach bulged high, and then he spat out an illusory white dragon. The immortal technique, the technique of white excitement. Holding a purple dragon ball, the white dragon quickly flew in front of the 5 people. This spell can make the enemy feel the bone rubbing through the air vibration, and at the same time emit a strong light, which damages the enemy's vision and hearing. Before Feng Yao, because of the excessive side effects of this operation, the strong light accidentally blinded himself. Therefore, it has not been used since then, and now his eyes are flooded with a layer of film protecting his eyeballs, and the toughness of his body enables him to resist the vibration of the air. The group of four closed their eyes in pain, covered their ears, let alone continue to release ninjutsu, and even the curse marks were faintly showing signs of being unable to maintain. Feng Yao took the opportunity to enter the strong light and knocked them aside with one punch. On the contrary, Duo Yu, who was one step at night, was not in the scope of the art, and now he was the only person standing on the field except Feng Yao. Damn, he is so strong. At this moment, Orochimaru just had this idea. The next moment he hit the chest with a kick from Feng Yaoyi. Immediately, his eyes darkened, and a strong dizziness caused him to lose his balance and fell to the ground. Lying on the ground for a full breath or two, it was a little slow. After the vision was clear, what I saw was Feng Yao's feet, standing in front of him. Damn, Orochimaru was just about to get up. Feng Yao raised his right foot and stepped on it directly. Orochimaru's head was stomped on by Feng Yao, making a heavy sound like a stone hitting the ground. Feng Yao. Orochimaru was furious and wanted to get up again. Feng Yao looked at it coldly, and stepped down again. Orochimaru's head hit the ground violently, his scalp was broken, and the blood flowed non-stop. This guy, I will definitely find a way to kill you. Orochimaru was about to bite his teeth, and the anger in his chest almost burned him. He raised his head, and stared at Feng Yao with viper-like eyes, and said gloomily. Yaojun, I was rude just now, I admit your strength, how about we stop here? Seeing that the Orochimaru was softened, Feng Yao lifted the Mingxian gate, and helped Orochimaru familiarly, looking like an old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. Come on, Mr. Orochimaru, get up quickly, it's so cold on the ground, the two of us were just discussing at random, Mr. Orochimaru, don't mind. The sound of the 5 people on the side were all stunned. Is this the one who just shot ruthlessly and ruthlessly? It's too quick to change your face. Orochimaru was also stunned for a while, and learned from each other at will. You almost killed me just now. However, around Feng Yao, he felt that his killing intent and anger towards Feng Yao was fading, and he was surprised and greedy at the same time. His physique seems to be very special, he can change the minds of people around him, and he looks like he has mastered the immortal mode. Such a body is really a perfect container. Thinking of this, Orochimaru licked his lips. If he hadn't been able to beat Feng Yao, he would have directly started to study the opponent's slices now. Chapter 18_Time-Space Ninjutsu. Although the thoughts in his heart are so vicious, Orochimaru is also an old man. There was a kind smile on his face, as if he didn't care what happened just now. You, welcome, Yaojun, I made the discussion myself, why would you mind, why don't you come into my stronghold and talk about the next plan? Feng Yao followed Orochimaru and was about to enter the room, when suddenly Orochimaru rolled his eyes and opened his mouth. Yaojun, since we are already in alliance, can we take off the mask before this? Feng Yao listened to Orochimaru's words to confirm his identity, but the appearance under his mask is indeed different from the wanted photo of himself, but if he does not agree, I am afraid that Orochimaru will not give up and can only reach out and lift the mask. Come. In an instant, time stood still. So handsome, there are such beautiful people in the world. Duo Yu also looked at Feng Yao fascinated. Even the people around were momentarily absent-minded. Orochimaru was surprised for a moment, but thought quickly in his heart. This person's physique is extremely special, but his appearance. It doesn't look like the same person on the wanted list. Does the other party also cancel ninjutsu such as yanjutsu? But that doesn't matter, now I like it. It's his body. Orochimaru coughed, pulled everyone's thoughts back, and then said to Feng Yao. Yaojun, better put on the mask. Otherwise I'm afraid that my subordinates will be fascinated by you. Your appearance is different from the one on the wanted list, but everyone has their own secrets. I would like to believe in you, Yaojun. Tayuya blushed and lowered her head. Feng Yao, on the other hand, did not pursue his appearance to Orochimaru, and vaguely noticed that Orochimaru seemed to have some purpose. After all, the real trust in people like Orochimaru cannot be said by mouth. After putting on the mask, he entered the house with Orochimaru and others. There is a hole in the house, and rough stone steps lead to the dark underground. A dark and long icy tunnel, with all kinds of cages, people kept crying, fighting, and painful. These are the people who were caught by Orochimaru as experimental subjects. Feng Yao is not a saint, he will not save people who have nothing to do with him, but just follow Orochimaru to a stone gate with a dull gaze. There are several stone chairs and several precision tables inside. After ordering the 5 people to guard outside the door, Orochimaru sat down and talked with Feng Yao about the next plan. Yao-kun, attacking Konoha requires not only personal strength, but also national strength. You came by coincidence, because I already have a candidate. Feng Yao, who was sitting on the side, listened quietly. He knew that what Orochimaru was talking about should be the 4th generation of Kazekage Luosha. In his impression, due to the shortage of funds in Cheyenne village, Luosha realized the power of Konoha and the existence of crisis. So Orochimaru and Luosha conspired to attack Konoha village. The country I'm talking about is Sandian village in the Land of Winds. Because the stupid daimyo of the Land of Winds keeps reducing the number of ninjas and the funding of the ninja village, forcing Sandian village's combat power to continue to decline, they are the country that fears Konoha the most. Is the best candidate. Quote. Orochimaru stood up suddenly, came to Feng Yao's side, and widened his golden pupils. And thanks to you, Danzo has become the 5th Hokage. I have had contact with him before. He will never adopt a soft-hearted policy like the 3rd Hokage. There will be disputes between the 2 sides, and we can. I think I understand what you mean, Mr. Orochimaru. We will attack Konoha together with Sand Shinobi. Feng Yao looked at Orochimaru with his blue pupils. The time is now in April, and the Konoha collapse plan started from the Chunin exam in July. In other words, I still have 3 months to prepare. It's easy to talk to a smart person like Yaojun. Then I'll inform you when the plan starts. I'll arrange for you to rest first. If you want, you can visit me more. Orochimaru patted Feng Yao's shoulder while greedily breathing the breath of Feng Yao's body. In my heart, I was even more determined to seize this body. After coming out of the door, the 4 people except Tayuya were still very wary of Feng Yao, and they stared at Feng Yao with bad eyes. Ignoring their Feng Yao passing by them, he said lightly. Where is my room? The people around Feng Yao's emotions stabilized unconsciously. Only Junmalu shook his head, his eyes still kept alert. That, Lord Feng Yao, I'll take you there. Tayuya tugged at the feet of his clothes with both hands, and said with some twists. Hey, you are not Tayuya, this guy was just now. Seeing that Duoyu had also betrayed so quickly, Solangfang couldn't help but complain. Fat. What are you talking about, Jirofang? Mr. Orochimaru just asked Mr. Feng Yao to rest. Duoyu also saw that Jirofang stopped him, and he was habitually about to scold, but Feng Yao was in front of him, and the words came back to his lips. It's okay, just tell me where the room is. Feng Yao stood there and looked at the 2 of them. Now he just wanted to find a place to rest and think about the next plan. He would definitely not trust Orochimaru 100%. Such a person needs to be on guard at all times. It is also impossible for Orochimaru to trust himself, and the 2 sides just use each other. I'm fine, Lord Feng Yao, let me take you there. Duoyu also directly ignored Jirofang and walked in front of Feng Yao, leading him to find the room. Looking at the back of the news of the 2, Jirofang sighed helplessly, but he has a deep understanding of Tayuya's poisonous tongue, and he always prayed for Tayuya to keep his words in his mouth, but he didn't expect it to be like this today. The base of Orochimaru is still very large. After walking for about half a cup of tea, Feng Yao came to a somewhat simple room. The central floor was covered with a thick white blanket, and there was a stove for boiling water, with unburned charcoal underneath, and an oil lamp beside it. This is the resting room, please don't dislike it, Lord Feng Yao. Duoyu also bowed slightly, and after paying due respect, Feng Yao nodded slightly to her, and then walked into the room. It's just that Taiyu at the door also stood there and didn't go because it was at the door. She could still feel the pure aura on Feng Yao's body, and she wanted to stay a little longer. After half an hour passed. Feng Yao helped his forehead helplessly, a little distressed. Tayuya, do you have anything else to do? Tayuya blushed and was a little embarrassed when he was asked that. No, is Lord Feng Yao's wish to destroy Konoha. In a hurry, Taiyu, who didn't know what to say, also remembered the conversation between Feng Yao and Orochimaru just now. It's just that Feng Yao's eyes became gloomy at this time, and Duo Yu was also taken aback by this change. Feng Yao responded with a cold and emotionless tone. I wasn't before, and now I only have one wish, and that is to kill the 5th Hokage. Duo Yu also listened to Feng Yao's icy tone, took a few steps back and clenched his fists gently against his chest, lowered his head slightly and thought for a while as if he had made a decision. Firmly said, I will definitely become stronger. I will help Feng Yao-sama to fulfill your wishes. After he finished speaking, he ran away. Feng Yao sighed. He could see that the other party seemed to have feelings for him, but the other party was just a 14-year-old child who didn't understand anything. The system suddenly beeps. Actually, according to your biological age, the host is not too old for you. You are only over 12 years old this year, but your mental age is just a little older. I think the host is completely fine. Ah, shut your stinky mouth. If it weren't for the halo of this free mind and body, would I be madly harassed by these people? Look at the appearance of Orochimaru, 80% of them are greedy for me now. And if it wasn't for your broken system to replace ninjutsu, I would have already entered Konoha and chopped Danzo, so I still need to stay here. Feng Yao directly scolded the system, and his gloomy feelings before because of the death of his parents seemed to have an outlet. In this world, the only way to truly understand yourself is the system in your head, and you don't need to make any disguise in front of it. Humph, the next time this system sends a mission, I will settle the account with you. Feng Yao's mouth twitched, and he responded in his heart. Come on then, I can wait. Day 2. Please prepare, host. This system will randomly select ninjutsu from Naruto World for the host. From now on, the host's immortal and immortal modes will not be available or enabled. After speaking, Feng Yao felt that a strange energy imprisoned his absorption of natural energy, but he did not forget the immortal art, but he couldn't use it. Let's start drawing. Feng Yao took a deep breath with a calm expression. Congratulations to the host for extracting time-space ninjutsu. All the time-space ninjutsu in Naruto World will be mastered by the host, and any ninjutsu host will be temporarily unavailable. Chapter 19_Psychic Contract. Hearing Feng Yao here, he breathed a sigh of relief. Time and space ninjutsu was a little better than he thought. Time and space ninjutsu allows the caster to make himself or an object freely shuttle in real space or between real space and different dimensional space. It can be regarded as a relatively powerful type of ninjutsu, and the most famous one should belong to the S-level space ninjutsu developed by the second-generation Hokage, the technique of Flying Thunder God. Next, the system stuffed all the knowledge into Feng Yao's brain. Feng Yao now accepts it much more easily than before, and soon digested the knowledge in his mind. Spiritualism, Flying Thunder God's art, Divine Power, Blurry, Heaven's Hand Power, Heaven's Royal Palace, Yellow Spring Hirazaka, Heaven's Sending Art, Wheel Tomb Edge Prison, etc. Some of them are not only space ninjutsu, but also a kind of pupil jutsu. Seeing this, Feng Yao suddenly asked with a guilty conscience. Chinwei, Blur, I can use it without a shackle, right? But it is clear that the system will not let him do so. What is the host thinking? You are obviously just a pair of ordinary eyes. You need a kaleidoscope writing wheel or even a reincarnation eye to use these pupil techniques. Feng Yao was dumbfounded, so the time and space ninjutsu he could use was significantly reduced. You cheated on me again, and you said that this physique can perfectly use all kinds of ninjutsu. How do you explain it now? I mean perfect use without side effects. For example, the host won't get hurt or go blind while using the kaleidoscope. That means we have to rob someone for an eye transplant. Feng Yao is too lazy to argue and play word games now, and can only think silently about how to use these ninjutsu flexibly. Host, in fact, the eyes don't necessarily need to be transplanted. With your physique, you only need to get a few cells on the other sides, sharing eyes, and then you can perfectly inherit the other side's sharing in space-time pupil technique. Hearing Feng Yao's brows raised here, he responded with half-belief. Are you serious? There is absolutely no falsehood. The host's physique is many times rarer than the immortal human body in this world. Feng Yao's face softened a lot, and it was easier to deal with it like this. Sasuke and Kakashi are not strong now, and they are confident that they can get their cells. During this time, Feng Yao has been staying in the room, familiar with using his time and space ninjutsu, and being able to use it and being able to fight the enemy in battle are two different concepts. During this period, no one bothered him except Duo Yu, who also came to deliver food to himself at mealtime. He has now simulated the technique of Flying Thunder God countless times in his mind, and no matter what situation he encounters, he can respond flexibly at the first time. The next thing he wants to improve is the technique of psychics, and the technique of psychics is not about usage. Instead, it depends on what kind of psychic beast you have made a blood contract with. If you go out to find a psychic beast now, I am afraid that you will not be able to improve your strength too much in a short period of time. The Slug Fairy is a good choice, and the distance is not too far. There is only one problem, that is, the Slug Fairy is not good at fighting. Could it be that he will summon the blood to the group? But I still have to go there, but I still need to find another psychic beast to fight. In addition to contract psychic, he can also channel through props, and he can channel the props that he has placed in a certain place. This can also be used well, detonating charms, ninja scrolls, etc., including Rashomon are also props psychic. Feng Yao can now also psychically summon Rashomon to defend. Thinking of this, Feng Yao stood up from the blanket, and he was about to go back to the wet bone forest. At this moment, a figure outside the door knocked on the door. Feng Yao should have come to deliver the meal after calculating the time. Feng Yao opened the door, and it was Gatong Maru who came. Ah, Mr. Feng Yao, today's lunch is here for you. In fact, Gatong Maru still has a trace of respect for this man who easily defeated him. The pure aura on Feng Yao's body is also extremely beneficial to him. After only staying for a while that day, he felt that his speed improved a lot when he went back to practice. He also wanted to come to deliver meals before, but was ruthlessly rejected by Taiyu, and he had no chance at all. Gatongmaru saw that Feng Yao didn't answer, and he didn't know if he was in a bad mood. Although he wanted to stay for a while, it would be bad if he angered the other party. Well, if Master Feng Yao doesn't have any orders, he will leave first. After he finished speaking, he set the tableware and was about to leave. Just when Gatongmaru was about to disappear at the turning corner, Feng Yao spoke slowly and could not hear his anger. Why didn't Duo Yuya come to deliver food today? Hearing the question, Gatongmaru stopped. He didn't expect the other party to care about this issue, because Feng Yao was like a stranger from beginning to end, and Duo Yu was completely hot and cold. Yuya accidentally lost control of her psychic practice. She was injured and was resting. Gatongmaru didn't dare to hide it, and felt that he had told everything he knew. Injured. Spiritualism. Hearing Feng Yao here frowning, he remembered that Yuya's psychic technique could summon 3 ghosts to fight. Although the power is average, there may be a psychic contract. Thinking of this, he raised his head and ordered Gatongmaru, "Where does she live now? Take me to see her." "Ah, yes, please come with me, she's quite close." Seeing that Feng Yao is also so concerned about Taiyu, Kitamaru couldn't help thinking. Could it be that the two of them really have something? No way. Feng Yao, who is all about psychics, couldn't care what Gatongmaru was thinking about. He just wanted to pay a price and exchange a psychic contract with the other party. Before I came to a house, the room was not big, and it was even a little messy. Some of the clothes were placed more casually. Duoyu also lay on the bed on the left and trembled. There was a folded black spell on his face that did not dissipate, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Duoyu also wanted to use their family's psychics to summon the 5 ghosts of the underworld, but she was too anxious. He couldn't suppress the other party's evil aura now, but was backlashed. Lord Orochimaru said that as long as he survived this period of time, he would be fine. Gatong Maru hurriedly told Feng Yao the reason, and Feng Yao was silent for a while. Is it because of what I said that day? Shouldn't be. The chakra on Tayuya's body is not only disordered, but also has an evil and gloomy aura, which must be the reason why Tayuya can't wake up now. Feng Yao walked over, sat on the bed, and put his hand on Tayuya's forehead. Pure spiritual power poured into her mind, and Duoyu slowly calmed down. The curse marks also began to fade. Duoyu also slowly opened her eyes. She saw Feng Yao touching her head. Her first reaction thought it was a dream. She rubbed her head against Feng Yao's hand, but Gatongmaru reminded him next to him. Hey, Duoyuya, you're awake, it was Lord Feng Yao who saved you. Tayuya's body froze. She wasn't dreaming. Ah, hey, Feng Yao, sir, yes, no, I just... Duoyu also quickly pulled the quilt to get up and apologized to Feng Yao. Oh, it's fine if you're fine. I want to ask you for something. Can you leave first if Katumaru has nothing to do? Feng Yao thought that there was nothing wrong with these words. After all, it was inconvenient to ask others for ninjutsu lessons in the presence of others, but when they arrived at Kitumaru and Tayuya, the meaning changed. It turns out that Lord Feng Yao really and Tayuya. Do you want to tell Lord Orochimaru about this matter? Master Feng Yao, he wants to be alone with me, why? Gatong Maru left knowingly, closing the door before leaving. On the other hand, Tayuya sat on the bed with a flushed face. Except for the last time he was caught by Feng Yao, he had never been so close to Feng Yao. Master Feng Yao smells good, Duoyu thought to himself. Feng Yao on the opposite side was a little embarrassed to see Tayuya like this, and he just came to ask ninjutsu. Ahem, that, Tayuya, I want to ask if your 3 ghosts have a psychic contract. Duoyu, who was blushing and half bowed his head waiting for Feng Yao to ask himself a question, was also stunned for a moment, and then he knew that he had misunderstood, and his hands kept waving. That, yes, Lord Feng Yao. Why are you asking about this? According to Feng Yao's strength, he should not need psychic beasts to assist him, but Feng Yao can't say that his immortal mode can't be used. I've recently become a little interested in psychics and happened to hear that you're researching on psychics' injuries, so I came here to see. When he heard that Feng Yao didn't come to see him specially because of his injury, Duoyu Yao's eyes dimmed for a while, then he recovered randomly and took out the family's psychic contract. This is a psychic contract passed down by our family from generation to generation. It can communicate with the underworld and summon the ghosts inside to fight. My strength is not enough, and I can only summon 3 ghosts. Seeing the people who signed the contracts on the scroll, Feng Yao nodded slightly. What he wanted was the psychic contract. Without this, even if he knew psychics, he would not be able to summon any powerful psychic beasts. He looked at Tayuya. Can this psychic contract allow me to sign the contract? I can exchange it with the ninjutsu I know. The guaranteed value is not under this psychic contract. Chapter 20-5 Ghosts of the Underworld. Taiyu also frowned slightly after hearing this. This is a contract handed down by their family from generation to generation. My parents had told myself that only people from their family were allowed to sign, but they were. The other party is Feng Yao-sama. If it doesn't work, don't force it, it doesn't matter. After he finished speaking, he closed the scroll and handed it back to Tayuya with a smile, and he didn't want to be difficult. No, of course ordinary people can't, but... The words of Lord Feng Yao. Tayuya's face seemed to turn even redder. If Feng Yao-sama, please sign the psychic contract. After speaking, he pushed the psychic contract back to Feng Yao with both hands. looking at Tuyuya's appearance. Feng Yao did not hesitate, picked up a pen from the table, and wrote all the techniques in the book of seals he had written down on the paper and gave it to Tuyuya. No, these ninjutsu are too expensive, I can't accept them. Duo Yu, who took a look, also found that almost all of the above were precious forbidden techniques, and hurriedly returned it. But Feng Yaoyi insisted, and Duo Yu also accepted it. The palm of the hand gently sticks the paper to his chest. Master Feng Yao, I will definitely become stronger and help you realize your wishes. Then Feng Yao wrote his name and stamped it on the psychic contract. And feel that I can now connect to a world and summon the creatures in it. He came to the outside of Yinyan village, bit his finger, slammed into the ground, and the black rune spread from the palm of his hand. His thoughts were connected to many evil spirits. The breath was evil, gloomy, strange, strong and weak. Feng Yao noticed that there were 5 ghosts whose strength was far superior to other beings. When they wanted to get close, the 5 ghosts burst out with a powerful evil aura and came straight to him. In reality, there is also a black mist around Feng Yao's body, as if to swallow Feng Yao. But after getting close to Feng Yao's body, they all turned into a wisp of blue smoke and turned into nothingness, and the 5 ghosts found that they couldn't help Feng Yao at all. Everyone was so shocked that they wanted to run away, but they were directly pierced by Feng Yao's mental power into a spear. He opened his eyes. Spirituality, the 5 ghosts of the underworld. A huge plume of smoke spreads and disappears. 5 behemoths stood on the ground, each nearly 100 meters tall, like giants. Shigui, holding a double axe in his hand, he is good at physical attack. Ghoul, there is a long spear in his hand, and the person killed by the ghoul will be manipulated to attack. Resentful ghost, it can be responsible for resisting other people's attacks, and will teleport to the side when the host is attacked. Demon, can send out a piercing howl, attacking the spirit of the enemy. Spirit ghost, can absorb other people's chakra and return it to the caster. Duo Yu, who was on the side, was also surprised to see this place. What she had tried before was to channel one of these 5 ghosts. It's a pity that the opponent's strength is far superior to himself. Not only did he fail, but he was attacked. Now Feng Yao has summoned them all by himself. Feng Yao felt the strength of the 5 ghosts in detail. Now, each of the 5 ghosts has at least the strength of Shangnan. How to cooperate with each other and their own guidance. HMPH, what a surprise to find something good. Feng Yao said excitedly that now is the time when he lacks strength. After all, without the immortal mode, his strength has dropped significantly, and the probability of killing Danzo will also decrease. It takes complete preparation to improve the odds, which is what he does best. Master Feng Yao is amazing. These 5 are the strongest ghosts in the underworld. Taiyu was also cheering on the side, as if she was happier than she had learned this ninjutsu herself. Thank you to Yuya. With the aggressive psychic beasts, it was much more convenient, and then under the leadership of Tuyuya. Feng Yao bought a lot of kunai and scrolls nearby, and marked kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Feng Yao, Lord Orochimaru wants to see you and talk about something important. Gatong Maru ran over and hurriedly reported the news to Feng Yao. Got it. Strange, according to the current time, there are still 2 months before the Chunin exam. Why is Orochimaru looking for me now? When he came to the gloomy underground, Orochimaru was still the gloomy face, and he opened his arms to welcome Feng Yao's arrival. After gently pushing Orochimaru away, Feng Yao asked the reason. It turned out that after Danzo came to power, he dispatched a large number of ninjas to go out to perform tasks, in order to prove the power of Konoha to the outside world. Second, it is to monitor various countries, and the monitoring of Sand Shinobi is the most important. The so-called allies are nothing but a paper treaty. As long as it is for the safety and interests of their own villages, they can go to war at any time. Because the 2 sides are very close, Danzo fears that Sand Shinobi will take the opportunity to attack Konoha because Konoha's strength is weakened. Sand Ninja is afraid that the superior Danzo will take the initiative to attack Sand Ninja for Konoha's safety. The contradiction between the two is almost unavoidable and intensifies. So the fourth generation Kazekage took the initiative to contact Orochimaru, expressing hope to cooperate and attack Konoha village together. It's earlier than expected, so I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm going to take my subordinates to the Land of Wind to discuss with them. I wonder if Yao Jun intends to go with him. Orochimaru stated his true purpose, but was directly rejected by Feng Yao. No, I still have some things to deal with during this time. If Mr. Orochimaru is ready, just let me know. After speaking, he left without looking back, and now Orochimaru doesn't know that he can no longer use the immortal mode. And he knows Orochimaru's ability like the back of his hand, which is the gap in intelligence. Don't underestimate the importance of intelligence. When Jiraiya and Tiandao fought, it was because of a serious lack of intelligence that they lost to the opponent. Even Pain said that if it wasn't for the secret, they would never be Jiraiya's opponents. If there are any clues on the way to the Land of Winds with Orochimaru, Orochimaru may attack himself again. For Orochimaru, researching all the ninjutsu and the power of immortality in the world is more important than anything. Believe in the promise. Funny. After returning to his room, he simply packed his things and prepared to go to the Shitbone Forest. When he left, he also met the 5 people of Yin Nin. Master Feng Yao, where are you going? Duo Yu also jumped over with his arms behind his back, greeting Feng Yao who was familiar with him, and Gatonmaru stretched out his 6 arms. I went out for some business, and I should be back in 2 months. So Orochimaru doesn't have to worry. After simply answering Tayuya's question, Feng Yao walked towards the entrance of the village, while Tayuya kept watching Feng Yao leave. Swoosh! A figure suddenly flashed behind Tayuya, and Tayuya was about to turn his head when Junmalu's cold and calm voice sounded. Don't forget that it was Lord Orochimaru who gave you strength. If I find out that you have descent towards Lord Orochimaru, I will kill you without hesitation. Junmaru's killing intent surrounded Tayuya, making her unable to move. But Duoyu also had a rapid increase in her strength by staying by Feng Yao's side for so many days. She bit her tongue and forcibly broke free from Junmalu's control. He turned around and retreated sharply, but Kunmaro had no intention of chasing after him. Remember what I said. After speaking, he left here. Orochimaru was like a god in Junmalu's heart. Therefore, since Feng Yao came, he has been paying special attention to each other, and now seeing Duoyu also act so towards the person who injured Orochimaru naturally makes him intolerable. At the same time, the Konoha ninja village. Why can't I go on a mission with Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and the others? Naruto took a piece of paper and slapped it on the table angrily, questioning the 5th Hokage Shimura Danzo in front of him. You are a demon fox, a weapon and tool of the village. If you are allowed to walk around at will, chances are that the enemy country will find an opportunity, which will be an immeasurable loss to me, Konoha. Danzo didn't even look up at Naruto. In his eyes he was just a kid. He is more concerned about the movements of other great powers, especially the Land of Wind next to him. Naruto clenched his right hand tremblingly. He felt great pain. Could it be that he could never be recognized by the people in the village? Become a Hokage. You are just a tool that seals monsters from beginning to end. Just when Naruto was about to fall into deep self-denial, Kakashi suddenly burst in, stood beside Naruto, and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. With all due respect, Naruto-sama, Naruto is not as weak as you think. He is my subordinate, and I think he can participate in the mission. At this moment, Kakashi's injury has recovered, and he heard about what happened during this period of time. The 3rd generation of Hokage resigned and Danzo took over. This is not good news. So he came here for the first time, and happened to hear the conversation between Naruto and Danzo. Sure enough, Naruto's actions have already started to be restricted, and he actually became Hokage. That's not good. It was only after Kakashi came in that Danzo raised his head. he still had to deal with it head-on. After all, he was the elite force of the village. You should also know how much every major country desires this kind of power. As Hokage, I naturally want to protect the village and kill all possible dangers in the cradle. And he should learn to sacrifice himself as a ninja, otherwise he doesn't deserve to be a ninja. Danzang's tone was firm, as if not being refuted, and he continued to bow his head to look official. Kakashi frowned, and then left with Naruto, who was a little lost.